And hello and welcome everyone. Welcome in Duelists. I am joined by Lampy today as we have the pleasure of casting another Challenger Cup and a very special one at that.
Indeed, as we are going straight towards the World Championship, which is awaiting us in August. We have basically a Road to Worlds Challenger Cup here tonight in the World Championship format as well, being a 3v3 tournament tonight with 32 teams joining us and also featuring the shared cards rule, which is also applying for the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to kick off the Road to Worlds season, essentially, which is, this is basically today was the final update before the Road to Worlds campaign and everything, and also of course, the World Championship qualifiers happening soon in Master Duel. So I really can't wait to see the impact of the new cards as well on today's tournament, because I do think we see some pretty interesting stuff in the newest pack, which we are going to talk about in just a moment. And of course, it's really exciting for everyone to just see get a first idea of what the format can look like for the Worlds qualifiers as well, which I also, of course, have my eye on in, I think, just little more than 2 weeks. We're going to all play for those World Championship spots in Master Duels, so that's going to be really exciting.
Certainly. Yeah, as you mentioned, what a day. New cards, which are meta-shaping, then also out of nowhere, basically just being dropped today, the extended arts as well, with 2 of them being now in the game, which is crazy. Then I have a little spoiler for you. We're going to have 2 special announcements throughout this stream as well. So definitely make sure to stay tuned and stay with us, because there's more cool stuff coming. And yeah, then this cool tournament we can basically on the side almost enjoy all night long. But before we get into the tournament action, we have some time to talk about a couple of those new cards. And before that, even maybe talk a little bit about the Road to Worlds campaign that we're going to start off today. Because basically, for the next couple of days, if you log into Master Duel, you get free stuff. Just every day when you log in, you get free stuff. I think today you got a Royal Rare of the Shark card, which I already had in Royal Rare.
Number C101. Yep, that's a pretty one. I didn't have it, so I was happy about it.
I had it already, but still, I'll take it.
You can dismantle the one you had previously, I suppose, and then you get some crafting points from that.
And of course, you also get a bunch of gems just staggering over the next couple of days, so that's not too bad either. And then also there's a bunch of new stuff dropped into the game besides the new cards itself, because there is a bundle, 2 bundles actually, which are really, really cool, and we're going to have them displayed later on as well. And then there is a new structure deck, also Shark themed. I mean, Shark is one of my most favorite decks of all time.
Is it?
It is actually. Really? So I was already thinking about maybe doing a challenge of bringing the structure deck to Master 1 or something. That could be fun.
Yeah.
I like the idea of that. But yeah, so how is the new pack going to change the meta? Is it going to be all branded from now on? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to be all branded, but I mean, we are going to have the opportunity to walk you through a couple of the new cards that have been introduced today in just a moment. But overall, I think it is a very interesting pack from like a multitude of different ways. There we have like very powerful generic cards in there, but also really powerful support for themes, new themes also into the game. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of these individual cards and maybe talk about what they mean for the future of Master Duel. The first one being, I believe, one of the first cards they actually announced for the new pack a couple of days ago, which is Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis the Thunderbolt, which is a card that is, well, very technically also, I mean, part of the Albaz / branded lore.
It is.
But Dogmatica, of course, also something that can be played as its own deck with like a couple of rituals, and often has these sort of restrictions to lock themselves out of the extra deck. But Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis is an interesting one because it can potentially be disruption on the first turn of your opponent when you're going second, because it allows you to, if the right conditions is met, which is, I believe, your opponent having an extra deck monster on the field, you can special summon it as a quick effect and then set a Dogmatica trap from your deck, which can be activated on that turn if the opponent controls a monster from the extra deck with, I think, 2,000 or more attack, which, of course, you can set Dogmatica Punishment with, which is a pretty strong trap card altogether because it allows you to destroy a monster and send the card from your extra deck to the graveyard, which is really powerful. The only downside being, of course, that you will not be able to use your extra deck on even the next turn.
The usual Dogmatica restriction.
Dogmatica has some pretty harsh restrictions to it, so I think this card is interesting, but doesn't typically see play in the branded decks, simply because you really want your extra deck in branded.
Where would you expect this card more so? In
pretty much like a Dogmatica deck, or maybe you could even consider maybe playing it as like a generic card in any deck that doesn't really use its extra deck. So
maybe Mitsurugi, for example, you could try it at least.
You could try it. I mean, it's going to be hard for Mitsurugi to find a monster they can destroy with punishment by sending Herald of the Arclight, because then you can only
Fair.
destroy something very small. But that would
That
be
would be
really
sick,
neat
actually, yeah.
if you could pull that off. That'd be pretty awesome. But yeah. Anyways, next up we have something that is very, very strong, which is Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, which is a level 8 synchro for the branded deck essentially, which I thought was pretty cool because it kind of makes the deck like deviate. It almost splits it up between like, well, you have to choose between the branded fusion route, which locks you into fusions for the entire turn, or you go with the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon into the synchro route. But this card's really powerful.
It feels like the deck has completely changed, and at this point, people are more happy to go the synchro route most of the time because it feels stronger, it gives you more. And of course, with this card, we're not going to display it here, but also it goes the Fallen of the White Dragon, which is releasing today in this pack too, which is just always when you get that card onto the field, you get something from the extra deck already into the graveyard, so that's set up for the end phase, and you basically with one card also enable to summon out Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon by the monster you summon out. So that's just such a strong setup just on its own, basically.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, I actually would argue that drawing the Fallen of the White Dragon these days is, I would prefer that over drawing Branded Fusion in a lot of ways, because the lines that the card provides are so strong and so resilient because you send one from the extra deck for cost immediately. So I think Branded as well as Branded variations are going to be very, very strong because this does not only see play within the branded deck, it has made its way into a lot of different decks as well, which is also branded Draco Tail, for example. We could see a resurgence in that. And that also has to do with the next card on this list, which is also in this pack, which might as well be one of the most powerful generic cards released maybe ever.
I would say so.
And despite it being so powerful, I'm a huge fan of this card, and that is the Fallen and the Virtuous, which lets you send a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz from the extra deck to the graveyard in order to destroy any face-up card on the field, and that is on a quick play spell card. Which is obviously strong in the branded deck, where it also has another bonus effect that you can choose. If you have Ecclesia around, you can also basically bring a monster back from the graveyard.
But either side as well.
You can basically disrupt the opponent's graveyard by taking away a monster they were trying to do something with. But even more importantly, this card can be used as like a very strong generic removal card. And the reason why it's so strong is because you send something like Albion, the branded dragon, that'll give you another copy in the end phase. So you can chain these together for just like cool value interactions turn after turn, which is really neat. I've been a big fan of this card in the TCG, and I'm really looking forward to what it can do in Master Duel. I do think we're going to see this card in a lot of different decks.
Yeah, it's basically like every deck can do it, right? Like you only have to sacrifice like 3, sometimes even only 2 spots from your extra deck, and then you have such a super good card that always replaces itself. I would not be surprised if this card even ends up being a shared card in some of our teams, because that card is so incredibly powerful and also so generic that multiple decks actually want to play it, even as a 3-off. Some decks only play it as a 2-off because you can get the other copies, the additional copies always. For example, Radiant Typhoon can also recycle it through the Radiant Typhoon mandate, so there is reason to only play 2 of it, but overall, such a good card.
It is a really, really good card. In a really cool way, though. I've been a big fan of it. Another thing that I've been a big fan of is this next one here, which is Enneacraft, which is a completely new deck to Master Duel. It's been released for the first time ever, and this is a very special one. It is a Pendulum archetype, but it actually, I think, isn't even capable of Pendulum summoning, because they're all, I think, Pendulum scales of 0. Because they're not supposed to be Pendulum summoned. It's just that they kind of are functioning on this axis of like, they're pendulum cards because they have like the utility of 2 different effects.
They're both spells and monsters, but they're not really pendulum summoning. Yeah, they're pendulum like without pendulum summoning.
In some ways, they're spells and monsters and traps, because they're all flip monsters with a really unique the ability to flip themselves up in response to something that your opponent does. Pretty much exactly how you would use a trap card, but in monster form.
Completely new in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. We've never had something like that before, like set monsters activating their effect in response to something.
I think only Big Shield Guard.
Oh, maybe that one. Okay, yeah, fair.
People are going to call me old for that one as well. But Yeah, because it's a flip deck, basically. What the Eniac Craft can do, you can special summon all of them from your hand face down with just one effect act. Like, you keep revealing them over and over and over again, and you keep summoning them face down.
Yeah.
But they come with the lock of you can only summon face down monsters during that turn. So you can't go too crazy with it. You have to play like the control flip strategy, which I find very unique.
It is.
But I also found it very fun to play. It's kind. I'm a big fan when decks like completely deviate from the normal play patterns and play in a completely different way. And I'm not sure if we're going to see anyone bring the deck to the tournament today, but I would love to. I would love to cast an Eniac Craft game today. The deck is awesome.
I also have seen so many people struggle against the deck because it is so unusual in what it does. As soon as you see somebody go up against it, they're like, oh, my normal play pattern doesn't revolve around set monsters that all of a sudden can activate their effects. What do I do even?
Yeah, I mean, one of the most difficult things about Eniac Craft as well is that the conditions that they have for them to flip themselves up, they all have different activation requirements. Like one of them activates when you try to search, one of them activates when you try to destroy something, when you try to special summon, when you try to do this or that, and then they all do different things after they're flipped as well. So like maneuvering all of that is one of the most important things of playing against Eniac Craft. Which is one of the main advantages of the deck, is that most people simply aren't familiar with how to best maneuver around because they don't know what you got set, they don't know what that could be, and so on and so forth. So it's a really fun and unique little deck. So I'm looking forward to seeing it.
But that's not the only new theme releasing in Alba Abyss. We have another theme being the Archfiend theme, and this one is kind of funny because this is actually also kind of a new dynamic similar to the Eniac Craft deck that we just talked about, because you are ritual summoning from the extract here, basically, which is their theme, because they're also Pendulum, which is also not seen before. So very, very, very cool thing to see. But honestly, also, and maybe even more important, we also spoiled it a little bit already, we got those extended arts. Let's look at them here. We got Dominus Impulse. This actually only released today in the TCG, and we get it the very same day in Master Duel as well. And I want to see as many of those today as possible. I want to see who got lucky on the first day.
I mean, and they picked some really, really good ones. Of course, Dominus Impulse as well as Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon, two of the prettiest extended art cards that I've seen. And I think, I mean, of course, perfect timing for the Mirror Jade as it comes out alongside all of the new branded cards. And I honestly think this is the one card that I would bet we're going to see today. Like, I have no doubt in my, there's no doubt in my mind that Branded is a strong deck for this tournament, whether it's pure Branded or Branded Draco Tail. And I think if you're joining this tournament, probably people are going to try to find that Mirror Jade. So I'm hoping we can see it today.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody always just opens the bundles on the release day, right? You got a bundle, you get packs for Alba Abyss, where you can then pull the Mirror Jade in extended art. It just feels right to own this card. It's probably, I've seen people say this is the most beautiful card that is in Master Duel, period, at the moment, like the most beautiful one.
I think that's a pretty cold take. Yeah, I think that's pretty. That's
I would probably be on it as well. You're right.
I don't think it's a question whether we're going to see the card today. My question is, are we going to see a royal rare? Are we going to see someone who got lucky enough to pull that royal rare Mirror Jade? Because that'd be awesome.
Well, we shall find out as Top 32 is starting here. Let's get into the action. We have Team DSF versus Team Meow. And in our main feature match for the moment, we do see a Radiant Typhoon Sven being special summoned as first action by Meow. And the Radiant Typhoon deck definitely profits off of the release of the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah. It's one of those decks where it revolves around quick play spells already, and having a super efficient card in the grind game is good for it anyways. And the only question is it going to be pure Radiant Typhoon, or is it going to be Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker, which is also a version that's running around. But looks like with the Crocea, I feel like we're working with a pure Radiant Typhoon deck here, which is cool to see. As we're going to combine Swen and Eldam for that Radiant Typhoon Vararoon Link monster, which is going to end up giving us a Mystical Space Typhoon and later on the Trap card as well.
By the way, one thing we haven't addressed at all, there has been a Forbidden and Limited list update as well, which means we may be able to see some Zodiac gameplay today as well.
I actually don't think it's impossible we're seeing some Zodiacs. Like, I mean, of course, Zodiac is a little bit of an older deck, so I'm not sure if it's going to be like a pure Zodiac deck. But with the generic searching power of Broad Bowl, I can definitely see maybe it's making its way into some other decks. I'm not sure how popular those are going to be, but I could absolutely see someone play like Lunalight with a Zodiac package or something like that.
Ooh, but we do have an answer to the Crusea here.
Ooh, most importantly, we didn't chain block it from that Ash Blossom, which most of the time you can do that in Radiant Typhoon, but we chose not to. So the Crusea is going to be negated by Ash, which is massive. At the same time, it looks like they're just going to be fine here. It looks like they still got plenty of resources to work with. They do have to Mystical Space Typhoon their own trap card here, which is going to come back, but that's not ideally what you want to do. Just to trigger that Megala, I think that means they don't have any other Radiant Typhoon quick plays in hand that they would like to use here. Because surely you would prefer that.
Yeah, but must be nice to be on Team Meow here for top 32, as they have all
first.
three
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that.
won the coin toss, and it seems like all of them definitely enjoy their first turn, as they are currently executing some kind of combo. Just browsing through what we see there, I think we have Ryziel Mitsurugi in Duel A, and then there is also Q-Tune in Duel C for Team Meow.
Okay, so no branded cards on that lineup,
true.
unless there is something weird going on with any of those decks where there's also branded cards in them.
No, you're very right. That's very true.
All right, and we passed the turn with a solid end board for Radiant Typhoon. Not unwinnable, though, for the opponent with a solid hand. We activate the mandate immediately just to have it face up so that Mystical Space Typhoon is ready to be activated.
And to negate cards, as it was intended to be since the very first moment. Oh, hold up. What's going on there in Duel C? Oh, wait, is he Synchro Summoning? For a second, I thought we're dropping a Lava Golem there, but it's just a regular Synchro Summon because those monsters just disappear.
What's going on? Oh, there's 2 cards being drawn for that Synchro Summon. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that's not too bad. But okay.
Ooh, Ketu Draco Tail. Okay, we have a Draco Tail duelist here. I would be shocked if that doesn't have branded cards in it.
Same, but now, do we immediately take care of that with a Mystical Space Typhoon? Seems like answer is no for Yas in particular.
That resolves.
What would you personally think? Can you allow yourself to let that resolve? Because you have monsters on your field, meaning
it's dangerous,
they will be
no matter
fusion
what.
summoning.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that is really, really dangerous to let that resolve. I feel like if you do have a Mystical Space Typhoon, you at least try.
Yeah.
It might not work because they have something to maybe chain to it. Like, that's also where Fallen into Virtuous comes in. It's a really good card against Radiant Typhoon because you can use it to stop them from negating your stuff with the mandate. But looks like that's not even necessary here. Looks like the Ketu just resolves.
Does seem like it. Also, we got additional information here in Duel C that will be a Q-Tune mirror match there, as hand, courtesy of the effect of Rotary, was just revealed there. And it was a powerful hand, let me tell you
they
that.
got 6 cards and about to draw another one.
Yep, that's not going to be an easy game for them. And also, Duel A, that is quite the combo field there. So Mitsurugi, Ryziel, I'm a bit afraid to play that deck. I've been a big fan of the deck all the way through.
Yep.
But with only 1 Mitsurugi players, it to
No
me
cross
feels
as
like
well.
no cross either. It just feels like it doesn't have the resilience anymore. Like after one...
That's a big Arthalion.
All right.
With Pan and Urgula. Also, we did see the Fallen of Albaz there, so that does confirm. Also, another interesting thing to point out, I guess, which is something that, of course, TCG players are already very used to, but we haven't mentioned it yet for Master Duel. Fallen of the White Dragon is treated as Fallen of Albaz always, and that includes during deck building. You cannot play 3 copies of Fallen of the White Dragon and the regular Fallen of Albaz. So one decision that a lot of players have to make right now is, do I play 3 Fallen of the White Dragon, which is the one that you want to draw, or do you play 2 copies of it in order to make room for 1 regular Fallen of Albaz, which sometimes, especially in the pure branded deck, you really rely on that fusion effect with the opponent's cards. So the majority of players are going with a ratio of 2 white and 1 original.
Yeah. I must agree that that was the ratio that I've seen the most. And also, it does make the most sense to me as that interaction on your own turn, but also on your opponent's turn with the fusion effect by the original Fallen of Albaz, the dark Fallen of Albaz. It's such a prime interaction. Now, so also, we haven't even talked about another card releasing today, the Dragon that Devours the Dogma, which is even more of a reason to include Fallen of Albaz into your deck, because you can now not only, with Fallen of Albaz effect, fuse away one of your opponent's monsters, but even 2 sometimes.
Yeah, really, really good.
So that is a huge upside for the card. And I still don't know how we could afford to let that K2 Draco Tail resolve, because out of that one K2 Draco Tail, we've basically lost half of our field here.
And the more important half, I would argue.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Because now
here's
we
the
cannot
rub.
even negate anything. with
Honestly,
Mandate
the only
anymore.
explanation I have is that I think we didn't have another Mystical Space Type.
Probably, yeah. I agree.
I feel like we had to use that one on the first turn after we got hit with that Ash, and then we ran out. Because we didn't get the Crocea to search another Mystical Space Typhoon. We had one from the Varurun. We don't know about any others, so they might just not have one. Because I just can't fathom not going for that. I'm pretty sure they had one.
Oh, but also in Duel A, I said that it's quite the combo field that the Mitsurugi Raizia player has created. But if one deck can play through it,
Ooh,
it's
I'm
gotta
looking
be
forward
Sky
to that.
Strikers. Oh yeah, and
Let
they've already
us. Oh,
started.
there is a Mystical Space Typhoon. So I was wrong. They decided to let the Ketu resolve. Well, I didn't expect that.
Same.
Let's swap over to Duel A real quick and see how Sky Striker is approaching this.
I just saw Engage drawing a card. That's a good moment to join. Oh no, we joined at the very wrong moment. Not like this. Draw the
Why would
Lockbirds.
you say that? Why would you jinx us like that? Why would you say we joined at a perfect moment just to see the Droll and Lockbird pop up?
Yeah. That makes things so much tougher. I didn't see which card we searched with Engage.
Still breakable, isn't it?
Yeah,
With 3 spells
that's
in
what
the
I was
graveyard.
thinking.
No back row anymore for the Mitsurugi.
Also, Detonator against the Sky Striker decks in particular, it's not that great of an interaction. And Ray alone can do a lot of things into this field.
It's annoying because the Detonator stops you from taking anything with Widow Anchor because they can just destroy their own cards.
Fair.
But that way you are still outing the stuff.
And that Ray is going to resolve. And I have the feeling this Zero has no business of adding a card from anywhere, but probably just rather
summoning.
focus. Oh, but they get something back with Futsu now too.
No, they can't search. It has to be like the Aramasa can't add anything under their own drone Lockbird.
I would have thought we get a Kusanagi, but yeah.
It's like there isn't one. Maybe it's under the Tornado Dragon.
True. Very possible.
And here's the thing, right? Under Droll and Lockbird, when the Futsu cannot create any follow-up.
Hold on. What's going to happen here? Oh, we have 2 Striker monsters in the graveyard, so this does enable a bounce from the opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, we get rid of the Detonator this way. And then we can zero destroy the Futsu, and then we can start picking apart the rest of the board, and they're on 1 card in hand. They can't search follow-up with the Aramasa because
True, that's
Droll and Lockbird
massive.
is active. This might be doable for Sky Striker, even
Very
under Droll and
doable.
Lockbird.
Also, Duel B is already over, and from what I could tell, that must have been the Radiant... Wait, no, who won there? Now we get confirmation.
Draco Tail, I'm pretty sure.
It is Meow, though. Wait, Meow was not the Draco Tail deck. That was the Radiant Typhoon player going first. I'm equally surprised by that as well, but maybe like the last set card was crazy. I am sure, though, that on Duel C, the second Q-Tune player there, drawing
I mean, I think
an
that there
amazing
was
amount of cards.
two Mulcharmies
Yeah.
involved in that one, which I think one is fine for Cool Tune, but the second one really hurts.
Wait, I think we destroyed Detonator, right? We destroyed Detonator with its own effect. Maybe there was Eclipse Twins underneath it, so we can bring it back. But that now gives us a different card to put into the extra deck with the Lemnis Gate, being the Tornado Dragon, which arguably, I mean, in end phase, Tornado Dragon can still do some damage to the Sky Striker deck, so interesting to see that.
And there goes the Futsu. So this is the last Futsu summon this turn, and it's Aramasa, but it cannot search.
Wow, this looks very favorable. Yeah, okay, there is Eclipse Twins underneath.
Yep.
That Detonator. Then that does make a whole lot of sense. Goes into it. And I mean, we have 2 Sky Striker monsters on the field. We could basically immediately go for Azalea or Zeke here, and it would definitely be threatening the Detonator right away.
Yeah, probably Zeke, because if you go Azalea, they can protect because it's destruction.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
you
you're
need
right.
to banish it. It's a little annoying because they get it back, but I mean, it's going to come back without material, so it's probably manageable. And if they end up chaining the Detonator to destroy the Zeke, then you bring Ray back from the graveyard and
Easy.
you're fine.
Definitely. The one thing I'm not sure about Azalea having enough spells in the graveyard now anymore, because we did shuffle back 2 with the effect of Lemniscate. So there is Lemniscate, but I don't know how much more there is.
Well, if you're going Zeke anyways, that doesn't care about how many spells in the grave.
That's
Royal
true.
Zeke at that. That's nice.
Okay, that works. Goes after the detonator. The thing is, there is the Mitsurugi trap card in the graveyard, the Purification. So as long as we leave only 1 monster on the field for Meow, it is going to be some decent follow-up for them.
Yeah, we would ideally have to full clear the board, but I do think we haven't used Kagari yet. So you're always gonna have we're always gonna have the option of like going Hayate.
Oh, hold on. The Great Purification is in the graveyard, but it got there this turn without activating it. So maybe there was a Hobbyist Feather Duster or something like that at the beginning of the turn?
I could see that being the case where like the Purification was maybe the only set card they had, and they were like, okay, I'm going to let you destroy that so that I have the other effect still. The problem is still, honestly, their own Droll and Lockbird here really comes back to bite them, because they would love to like tribute their own Murakumo, Surge, bring it back, and like if the Droll wasn't active, they'd have like 2 or 3 extra cards in hand at this point already.
Yeah, that's where the main advantage of Futsu comes from, right? Giving you all of those resources for the turn 3 of the duel. But
I mean, I'm sure now, I'd be surprised if there was no Kusanagi in the graveyard now, that all the materials have hit the graveyard of the Exceed monsters. Unless they, for some reason, don't play it.
Maybe it's just a very, very small Mitsurugi package. Here comes the... Okay, there is the Kusanagi. Now we have confirmation.
So that is going to be 4 monsters on the field now for Mitsurugi, as well as the Kusanagi being able to add 1 back.
How do you clear that? It's not going to be easy by any means. And the prayers follow up too. Battle phase. You're probably just going to attack over one of those small Mitsurugi monsters, but then... Are you just going to pass on the Hayate? Are you going to go into Kagari? Probably Kagari first.
But then the thing you just attacked just comes back anyways, right? The Futsu.
Yeah.
We kind of need to do something about this Futsu, but it looks like we don't have an answer in hand yet. I'm guessing we send Widow Anchor to add it back with Kagari, and then we can still make SP Little Knight, I think?
Not anymore now.
Well, no, now we're locked by linkage, yep.
And the thing with linkage is, it cannot even summon 0 here, which would be a prime target for it, but it gotta be Kagari instead.
But the cool thing about this is that we get the Widow Anchor back to the hand in the battle phase. So whatever we take, we can still attack with.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
But whatever we do, it's not going to be strong enough for that Futsu. Because the Kagari is not strong enough, the Murakumo is not strong enough.
That's true. I was thinking we need to take the Futsu, to be honest. Because there is no
there's
real...
also Habakiri that was properly summoned in the graveyard, so that's going to reduce the attack even further.
That's not good news. Kagari adds back the Widow Anchor. And also, when you activate the Widow Anchor here, that means you do not have it as an interruption on the next turn as well. So, okay. Ooh, interesting decision in the first point in the first place to summon that Habakiri in defense position. Probably because we did not want to give it to the opponent as a proper Widow Anchor target. Here, okay, when we can take the Murakumo. We do take Futsu,
we
though.
need to get rid of Futsu.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, if we would have taken Murakumo, that would have been even more of an argument to summon the Habakiri in attack position, right? Because
they would have had to double.
Which is okay though. Like doubling is kind of nice, maybe even.
It works, yeah. I mean, now we just go. Now is the time for Azalea to shine, I think, because now we got 2 darks. This is one of the main things that Amatsu offers for this deck, is that you can turn your Link monsters back into darks.
Yeah.
Which is something that the deck wasn't able to beforehand. So now we can do Azalea to destroy the Murakumo. Still, there's a Prayers in hand. So if this Habakiri survives the turn, we can just tribute that for Prayers, and that is a lot of follow-up.
What a turn though, right? Even under Droll and Lockbird, showing how good of a deck Sky Striker is at the moment. Very impressive.
Yeah. And I mean, it surely helped that they were able to resolve engage for a draw first action in like under Droll, like before Droll, basically.
But there is the mentioned Mitsurugi Prayers in the draw phase.
And with just 2 unknown cards for Dominic here, you're going to need some really heavy hitters to stop this. And first things first, no Ash Blossom here is already pretty bad for Dominic, because you would have really loved to Ash that Prayers.
What could this be? Like, What could be an unknown set card there? Maybe a Widow Anchor. Maybe if you play something like that, a Shark Cannon, but probably now we have surpassed the moment where Shark Cannon is a likely card to be set.
It cannot be Widow Anchor or Droplet, because they would have had a much easier time of dealing with the Futsu last turn, right? It has to be something else. It's not called by the grave because of the Droll Lockbird resolving. So it could be like a second copy of Lemnis Gate.
Fair.
I don't think it can be Fallen into Virtuous either.
They would have activated that too.
They would have gotten rid of the Futsu as well. So
I mean, it can just be a bluff, right? A card that they couldn't activate after the Drone Lockbird anymore, like a Pot of Desires or something.
Even Shark Cannon they would have used at some point, I think.
You're right, you're right. That is probably true, but now we are going into the main phase. And the big problem here on top of everything, like I'm not saying Dominic is already, he's already in the bad position, but on top of that, whatever card they have, they will have to discard the last remaining card in hand on top of it when the Murakumo is on the field to even make it live. And we are going to get that Futsu onto the field now, back onto the field. And the situation just looking really, really good for
Might
Team
be a
Meow
second
here.
linkage, actually.
That will work too,
Second linkage is kind of likely.
Yeah.
Because they can activate something. There was a response window there, so it's not just a bluff.
Fair.
Unless the card in hand is activatable, but yeah.
Ooh, we did destroy the Azalea here, obviously forcing Dominic to activate the Ray.
This is where the Futsu is so good. They bring back the Ray because they need to, otherwise they probably just lose the game on the spot, but this Futsu is going to keep printing more and more bodies. And this is how, like, you leave Mitsurugi on 1 or 2 cards only, but that Prayers really brings them all back.
And now we even have the opportunity to add back the trap card from the banishment, as Kusanagi allows you to do that too. And for sure, Taivi is going to take advantage of that and take the Great Purification back into their hands. What are we thinking about the S4 sleeves, by the way, from Taivi? I kind of like them. I think I have a deck equipped with those sleeves as well.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
On the other end, I think Dominic, because we have casted a lot of matches from Dominic over time, he always plays those sleeves. And
What
the
is that,
Sprite Blue
World
mates.
Legacy?
Yeah, something like that. Oh no, Tornado Dragon went back into the extra deck, so we can just summon it again.
It's
And it was another linkage. You were so right. So we couldn't even really activate it there because we would have needed to chain the Ray to make space to activate it, and then you cannot really even send anything anymore. So perfect timing on the Tornado Dragon. And now it gets real tough. I mean, you're summoning 0, but it really doesn't feel like 1-0 can beat all of this. But Dominic does
especially
still
with
believe.
the Futsu.
Yeah. Oh. Is that going to be an SP Little Knight?
I doubt it. I think they want to go for
And
this
a
turn.
Mon, though. Okay. I mean, that forces the Ray to activate.
Yeah, I mean, that's SP Little Knight if you think about it.
It does. It is. With the added benefit of it also having that additional quick effect on the opponent's turn to bring one of your Mitsurugi monsters back, one of your rituals. Okay, do you want Ray to resolve? I mean, if you want to stay in this game, you probably need it to resolve.
Yeah.
But that means your last card in hand is going to be paid for that Murakumo. And it was... Ooh.
Radiant Typhoon cards. Okay, that Droll and Lockbird really hurt then for that aspect of the deck, at least. That was a lot of card advantage otherwise from that one Swen. If you want to get rid of the Futsu, you kind of have to chain 0 now to this Futsu before one of the little... oh no, they targeted Habakiri, okay.
Oh yeah, they targeted already.
I mean,
so
here's the
they
thing. Sky Striker can maybe survive this turn, but I don't think they can win the game still because you can use 0 to tag out and destroy one of the big rituals. Maybe you'll survive the turn.
Oh, not anymore though, because they also... I mean, I don't think that's Zombie Vampire, but it is instead number 90, Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord, which presents an immediate answer.
It's not game though, but still, even then, like one draw against the Murakumo just never works, right?
Yeah.
Like you just activate the card and they say, okay, now discard one to negate it, and you're like, I don't have any more.
There's nothing else I can pay. I brought everything to the table that I had. So yeah, 2-1 for Team Meow here. And,
yeah, I mean, converting
impressive.
3 coin flip wins into 2 wins. I mean, that's about to be expected, I suppose. I'm a little bit surprised that the what was it? The Radiant Typhoon was able to take down the Draco Tail after Ketu Draco
Yeah,
Tail resolved
you're right.
with Pan and Urgula. Did not expect that one.
Also so quickly, because whenever Radiant Typhoon plays, usually it will need a couple of turns.
Yeah.
But like the last set card that they had must have been like a super
Crazy must have
one.
happened there. Actually, it's my bad for switching over to the Sky Striker game, I suppose.
I mean, we wanted to see about Droll and Lockbird resolving desperately.
Maybe I jinxed it. Maybe I thought it was a good moment to see some Sky Striker, and then immediately Drone and Lockbird was dropped. But hey, maybe we'll see in the other round of games, and we actually are joining Yas and Fictinium here in the middle of their game number 2.
That's quick. Jazz won the coin toss again, as it seems, and we have established a Radiant Typhoon field once more. But Fictinium already on the first set successfully won going second, so maybe they can repeat that here. So okay, Chainlink 1 mix, and that will resolve, and Chainlink 2, Yas wanted to draw another card. That was a Royal Rare Q, right?
Yep, that is nice. We have this tendency of joining games as a search is conducted and then Droll and Lockbird is activated. This time it is Radiant Typhoon dropping it against Cool Tune. And we do chain Cool Tune Synchro to it because it's the last chance we have for it.
I think, wasn't it last month when we had a Challenger Cup here in the studio as well, where we established that you could just call cards and they would come.
It was me with Droll and Lockbird.
Right? It was exactly
Droll and Lockbird, though.
So, like, you can't call it anymore, but it's more of a
superpower
non-verbal thing now.
I don't want. I said it last time already. I do not want the superpower, but apparently,
you were gifted. You were gifted with it. Yeah. Sometimes you cannot choose your superpowers, but they choose you, and you got this now.
No, I don't want the Droll and Lockbird superpower.
Ooh, we saw an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on an Engage there. In our Sky Striker, but triple tactic talents there. Duel C. Do we have a little look?
Yeah, that should be Draco Tail going second against Mitsurugi Raziel on table A, right? And Duel C is then Sky Striker going first against Cool Tune.
Yeah, which is a very good matchup.
It's a good matchup for Sky Striker. Yeah.
But
and Radiant Typhoon here is on his last push, with a Zaylin on the board already, and then Rotary extra normal summon for a Q, which is strong. Even under Droll and Lockbird, we can summon with the Q. And one important trait of most of the Cool Tunes is that they can also add from graveyard, so you can summon Rico and activate its effect if we haven't yet this turn, which we are going to.
I was about to say that in Duel A, our Mitsurugi Raziel player is just enjoying life, comboing again, going first. But they gave multiple draws to that Mulchami.
Well, they are enjoying comboing, but the opponent's hand size is growing in the meantime.
So everybody gets to enjoy something there.
Yep, it's a fair trade-off.
And what Fictinium is doing here in Duel B seems very impressive, as they are playing for that full combo Radiant Typhoon field, and they are, while doing so, establishing interruptions already with that Zaylin already being on the field.
And Rico is going to be able to take out one of those spell traps if it hits the graveyard as synchro material. Q can look at the top decks.
Looking
see
strong.
Where they go. Here's the thing. Sometimes it's even surprisingly efficient to go for a game with Cool Tune because of B2B allowing everything to attack twice. So you will lose the Zaylin in the process, which maybe you need. But there's a world in which they just try to go for game here with the B2B double attacks. Although they will need to have a spell trap on the field in order to attack over that Crocea, otherwise it can't be destroyed.
That is true. Is the resolving of Droll and Lockbird hindering us from doing that? Now with all of those cards in the graveyard, it doesn't seem like that.
I can tell you what hinders us. Super Poly definitely does.
Maybe it was Super Poly in the last game as well that they had, because we were wondering what that one card was that immediately turned everything around. And Super Polymerization can be very good, well-timed against the Draco Tail branded deck as well.
And here's the best card from 2017, the Sea Monster of Theseus, a very niche Super Poly target because it requires 2 tuners, which I don't think has ever seen play so far until they made Cool Tune, which is a deck with all tuners. So now now people are using the Sea Monster of Theseus, which is kind of cool to see.
Not gonna lie, at first I thought people were joking that this card is actually going to be played. I was like, yeah, sure. People are going to play that card.
I mean,
Absolutely.
you never know with niche fusion monsters. There's always a chance that super polymerization just randomly ends up being a really good card in the format because of it. So if there's anything that always has some potential, it's like those niche fusion monsters with like super specific materials.
Aha! First Fallen and the Virtuous activated in today's stream. That new card you are going to see a lot of over the next couple of weeks and months, because that will be some sort of a staple in all kind of different decks.
And it's going to take out the Zaylin here. Zaylin can only negate if it's Chain Link 3 or higher, because it can only respond to a card that responds to something else. And as the Cool Tune player is out of quick effects here, they cannot make the Zaylin stop the Fallen and the Virtuous. And I think even though the card will provide follow-up in the end phase, we are not going to see an end phase in this turn, as Victinium has seen enough. Radiant Typhoon taking a second win here in the second game, however, has gone first in both games as well. Gotta say that. As we see immediately the next Fallen and the Virtuous here for Skilla, which is the Draco Tail branded deck. So we're going to see the card in here as well. Going to try to take out that Tornado Dragon, which is, of course, a card that can potentially be really annoying for Draco Tail to deal with, because it can destroy your Draco Tail spells after you set them with your graveyard effects.
It's actually even more annoying than the Riser Detonator, isn't it? Because you can, on resolution, on an open game stage, just activate a Tornado Dragon, destroying one of those set K2 or Rao Draco Tails.
Which is why I think we're chaining the Detonator here to get the Eclipse Twins in the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
To bring the Tornado Dragon back, I assume.
Well, that is a very funny play, but you gotta be right, I think.
Technically didn't have to destroy their own Detonator for this, I think. Oh, no, they need the other material in the grave, right? They do need both XYZs in the grave. So now Tornado Dragon is going to come back and have the Eclipse Twin as material. And I guess they're just hoping. They really care.
Wow.
They really care about this Tornado Dragon.
That's crazy. Oh, but there is Maxi as an answer now. That was maybe the funniest mono I've ever seen. Oh, 3 cards
the
in hand
funniest
remaining.
mono you've ever seen.
It's up there, yeah.
I feel like
tell me a story that was funnier with Mourner.
I don't remember
from
a
the top of
specific...
your... Okay, there you go. I won.
Let me finish. I feel like the funniest Mourner of all time has to incorporate the effect damage.
Okay.
I feel like there has to have been like a funnier Mourner where like your opponent is on like 3,000 life points, summons Nibiru, you Mourner it, and then like they lose because you attack over it later or something like that.
I'll give you that. That does sound funny.
Like you might not remember it right now, but there has to be a funnier Mourner
Probably.
than that.
By the way, we saw for the first time also the graveyard effect of the Dark Ecclesia resolving.
Yep.
Whatever that last set card was there from Tai V on Team Meow, it is not there anymore. And that's why the card is so crazy. You send cards into the graveyard with Fallen of the Virtuous just to activate the card. Already get the value on the field to destroy a card. And then additionally, you put cards into the graveyard which force further interruption.
And Draco Tail is doing what it does best, which is fusing with a lot of card advantage, and especially going second if you resolve a Ketu like that. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, because I said the same thing when they were going against Radiant Typhoon, but
sure.
I feel like this time around, against Misurugi with one card in hand, surely we can close out this game.
Surely, and there's more engages flying in Duel C as well, so even though the score currently is looking really, really good for Team Meow, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually end up being tied after the second set. That is a very late roll on Lockbird from Meow there.
And also against Draco Tail, where it doesn't matter quite as much. Let's move over to Duel C, because I do think this one is probably just a matter of time until Draco Tail takes it. Whereas this one could potentially be more open. We are in turn 3 already, so Sky Striker looking like it has free reign over this this board, with no cards being on the opponent's side of the field, which was the Cool Tune, which was going second, which apparently wasn't able to establish a board through the Sky Striker interruptions. Now the question is, does Dominic find a way to immediately finish the game, or is Cool Tune going to get another turn?
We shall also not forget, Triple Tactic Talons was activated on the opening turn, so...
And I saw a lot of monsters.
Dominic at least knows 2 out of 3 cards in at those hand, maybe even all 3 of them. So he can be completely free for the most part in his decision making. And we know in recent times, Sky Striker has developed the power of being able to put 8,000 points of damage into one turn very, very easily. So I would not be surprised if they can pull it off there. Also, Draco Tail there in Duel A, almost done already. Only 2,900 life points remaining. One card being drawn.
And just casually up 9 cards to 1.
Easy. Easy. There comes Radiant Typhoon Eldam. Which, does that make it easier or harder to put 8,000 points of damage onto the field? It I feel like it makes it harder, right?
I feel like it makes it harder because now you have to worry about getting the main monster zone open again. So you have to make like some links that are not Sky Striker links. I mean, you can make Camellia with them.
You can, for sure.
But I mean, at this point, I feel like with Dominic knowing what's in hand, there's no need to finish the game this turn. So I think we're just going for maximum control here, which works. Don't always have to go for 8,000 damage with Sky Striker. We discard Mystical Space Typhoon.
Easy.
We can go in for some damage maybe and then link down the board, which is what we're doing.
I mean, we could have also just activated a million spell cards and then our Kagari would have been big enough to close this game out.
You quite literally need a million though to do that. We needed 28 more.
Yeah, come on. Easy, easy. Light work here on a first evening. But all right, that brings
Dominic decided
down.
not to do that.
Fair. Reasonable. But that gotta be... I mean, we could also make SP Little Knight if there is something interesting in the graveyard, but doesn't seem like it. Ooh, we go into Zeke before... Oh, okay. Zeke to banish our own Swen here. I see. Those are the technologies.
We need to clean up those Radiant Typhoon. That's something I found awkward with this deck sometimes. The Radiant Typhoon cards are great starters for Sky Striker because you can make Camellia with them and access your engage that way. But if you already have the Sky Striker engine rolling, like if you have like a Ray normal summon or something like that, it can be awkward to draw into them later. Like when you resolve your engages and you draw the Radiant Typhoon cards, it can be awkward because you like put them onto the field because you don't want them to be dead in your hand. But then also you have to get them off the field again, which can be awkward. But anyways, here, looks like Dominic has great control over the board unless a Miracle top deck saves Cool Tune here. I think we're looking at an equalizer. We're starting things off with Rotary. Reveal Rotary, not ideally what you want to see.
We're just going to take control of that monster immediately.
I mean, we know they have a second one, but maybe. We could also just destroy it if we have Fallen into Virtuous. We can return it if we have Lemnis Gate. I don't know exactly what tools Dominic has available. Looks like we are taking it. It's just I'm a little worried what if they normal summon now and we don't have other stuff that can be activated, but I'm sure Dominic has a plan for this. They know about the second Rotary.
Maybe that was the card that they weren't aware of so far. Okay, that is the Rotary now. But as you were already mentioning, there's plenty of options
and now we
to
return
deal.
That. Yep, and that's going to be both normal summons out for Ado here. And I mean, we could technically still chain Cool Tune Synchro maybe if we do that off the top, or we could have the Cool Tune Field Spell for an additional normal summon. There are ways to handle this situation.
I mean, Q-Tune Synchro, yeah, it would get us a little forward, but okay, yeah, it doesn't in the end. Because like then our Synchro monster actually ends up going back into the extra deck.
Yeah,
so
but you still trigger Rotary's Graveyard Effect to get like the field spell, and then if you have another Cool Tune, you can extra normal summon that. Not the case here. So it is going to be the equalizer. They were down 3-1, but they have made it 3-3 now. So we are going to head into a third set in this best of 3 between these two teams. And yeah, I mean, we're going to see what now Radiant Typhoon has to deal with.
What's missing?
Cool Tune.
Have they played against Cool Tune yet? I was about to say I don't think so either. That leaves us with Sky Striker.
Wait, no, Sky Striker.
Oh, they haven't played again. Yeah, no,
yeah,
you're
Radiant
right.
has to go against Sky Striker.
So that leaves us with, we had the Q-Tune mirror already, meaning we're going to have Q-Tune versus Draco Tail.
And Cool Tune versus Mitsurugi.
And Q-Tune versus Mitsurugi.
Yep.
If I would have to make one guess, I would say the Mitsurugi Raziel player is going to win the coin toss because that's what... I mean, also the Radiant Typhoon
They
deck
both won both
twice.
of their coin tosses. It's actually impressive that we're at an equalized score, even though I think the coin tosses are 5-1 in Meow's favor. So the DSF have been doing a lot of work going second, which is pretty impressive. We're going to see if that luck continues for the third set here, or if we're going to shake things up. No, first thing, yep, that's still Meow going first twice. Only Dominic is allowed to go first for Team DSF.
Ooh, and he stares down a Maxi being chained to his linkage.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Fubulos
Well,
here.
15 has a more charmy, at least, to the Ice Rise Eel.
Oh,
No, never mind.
That is not going to resolve. And that's what I love about 3v3s. Like, you get into those games, and immediately you have, like, 4 major interactions happening on all 3 matches.
I'm feeling so many things right now.
Wow.
I'm feeling so many things. I see a Cool Tune combo backed up by Crossout in Duel B. I see a Fuwalos resolving through Called By with Bell here in Duel A.
For real.
Duel C, we had a Maxi resolving.
That's crazy.
This is a real roller coaster of emotion right now.
It is. Now the thing, yes, against the Ryzia cards, the Fuwalos is pretty decent. Against the Mitsurugi part of the deck, though, that can play around Fuwalos quite well normally. But
yes,
when it's
but I
only
mean,
a
at this
small
point,
engine,
like, we've already committed into an extra draw from the Sword Ryziel, and we haven't even seen, like, here's the thing. If you have Mitsurugi cards in hand, they likely also have to give at least 1 or 2 draws.
yeah.
Right? Like Habakiri here is 1 draw at minimum.
So a very, very common Ryzia way to play around the Mulchami Fuwalos is to just simply set up a detonator and pray that it's enough.
It looks like that's what they're doing. I think they're summoning all of
a big detonator?
all of the Ryziels to make one big detonator, it looks like. Which, unironically, can work against Cool Tune. Like, Detonator is a good card against Cool Tune.
And hold on, let's quickly go over to Duel C, because so far, in all of the Radiant Typhoon games, we saw them comboing off quite hard, but now... Oh, wait. Oh, I thought it's the second turn already, but it's
they're
just...
going second. They just summoned the Varun off of the opponent's quick play spell. Which is
risky.
good, but it's at least not a Crosshair.
Yeah, that's true. But also they have invested another card, which was for Maxi, but it doesn't look like the Maxi resolved, huh?
Yeah, because they haven't gotten cards back.
Yeah.
They got 3 cards in hand.
That's
only.
what I'm thinking. So maybe they chained another linkage? But then the other linkage would still
No, the
resolve.
first one would still
Yeah.
resolve. They would have had to...
Oh, Fallen and the Virtuous was drawn, so we can get rid of that Varun now too, replacing the Fallen and the Virtuous in the end phase with that Albion, the Branded Dragon that we have just sent.
That is good, but also Varun has an effect to come back from the graveyard, so maybe not the end of the world. I'm more worried about the sheer amount of cards that Dominic has over what Yas has going second here. We're only going to have 4 cards after we draw.
Agreed. That is pretty tough. But let's see who's currently in the lead overall here. What would you think? It seems a little favored towards DSF.
I would say so as well, I would think. Like, I mean, passing on the 4 material detonator surely isn't ideal.
Yeah.
But it does depend on whether Cool Tune has a way to maneuver around it or not.
5 sets on the Sky Striker side. Oftentimes people in this matchup say Mystical Space Typhoon is a valid interruption against Sky Striker, but when they present you with 5 spells and traps,
yeah, you'd need
what
like
is one
a
Mystical
Harpy's
Space
Feather
Typhoon going
Duster
to
or
do?
something
Yeah.
like that, yeah.
Okay, we start off with the, in the TCG, recently limited Radiant Typhoon Chant, but here in Master Duel, still free and net free. And we are going to resolve that. Okay, so we are always in need of a Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard here, because we are not going to eliminate all of those 5 spells in the spell and trap zone from Dominic. So we want our monsters to be special summoned, and therefore we just maybe this is actually immediately going to grab us a Mystical Space Typhoon.
If you do need to have other starters for that to even work, though, because if you don't have another starter, you do need to add one here.
Ooh, and in the meantime, we also see the Fallen and the Virtuous on Detonator.
Yeah, we just overloaded the detonator with removal, it seems like. We tried to destroy it with Mix. It popped once or twice, and then we also used Fallen with the Virtuous, so now it's finally gone. And Cool Tune can go in, it looks like. So Duel A indeed looks really strong for the Cool Tune player. Whereas this duel also looks really good for Dominic. We do have a Sheena, though.
Hold on.
Sheena on the entire back row is absolutely massive.
That's crazy. So
You don't see that very often. In most matchups, Sheena just bounces all the monsters, but
For
against
sure.
Sky Striker, it's so good to bounce all 4 back row. The Widow Anchor is not going to get bounced.
the thing here is, you mentioning the Widow Anchor, we will not be able to dodge the Widow Anchor here. So our Sven will
No.
still be negated on resolution.
Yeah.
How much more engine do we have in hand is the question here.
We need at least one more.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we are in big trouble.
That is very true. And do we have that? Now we can actually special summon all of our Radiant Typhoon monsters as well.
Oh, we're in the battle phase now. Is this a good or a bad sign? Are we just doing this to bait the 0?
We might be, to be honest.
But they don't even have to activate the 0. If they have Ray Engrave, well, they do anyways. Because I was thinking if they have Ray Engrave, they can just let it happen, bring back Ray, and then bring out another 0.
They probably don't have Ray, right? Because they did activate linkage in the draw phase when that Max C came around. So
Maybe, yeah. Maybe not.
very likely to not have Ray in rotation there.
In which case, this could be a nice play to get rid of the 0 pop, which could end up being the last disruption of the turn here. However, I feel like the goal when you go Sheena on 4 spell traps is always you want to win that
Yeah.
turn if you can. And if not, then, well, you return the cards for now, but they're going to have access to them again next turn. And it looks like we actually don't have another way to start playing here with Radiant Typhoon. So we're just going to give the Swen back in the end phase. But that is almost certainly a winning position for Sky Striker here. I find it very hard to imagine it going any other way. As we also see Cooltune finishing out Duel A and giving the lead to Team DSF. They were down 1-3 just a few minutes ago, and now they're up 4-3, essentially winning 3 games in a row. The good news for Team Meow is that it's looking good for the Cooltune duelist in Duel B.
Yeah, and they have just ashed a K2 Draco Tail there as well, so that is even further reason to believe that they might be ahead in that game, but look at that hand from Dominic.
Yeah, it's
8 cards in
It's
hand.
not going to matter if Dominic wins this game, then the series and the match will end in favor of Team DSF. We're going to turn Ray into Amatsu here. I think we're just collecting some Link monsters in the graveyard for maybe a Lemnis Gate.
Also, this could, of course, be Azalea, immediately threatening one of those set cards there on Ya's end.
And slowly but surely, we are whittling down on the resources for Radiant Typhoon here.
Yeah, we just go after one of those set cards. It was a super polymerization, which we could have never really activated, right? Because
It's
it was
really hard.
Ray and Rose,
Yeah,
and then
it's-
Amatsu and Rose.
It's really hard to use that against Sky Striker. It's good in a lot of other matchups like
Yeah.
Cooltune, but against Sky Striker, it's not great.
That is very true. If Dominic would have gone with the Rose into the Amatsu, they would have had a spot to activate it.
Yeah, but they have no
also
cards
they
in
have
hand.
no cards in hand, yeah.
I assume they just set it as like a bluff. And actually, Dominic doesn't even see the need to go for game here unless we already have like 2 or 3 linkages in hand. We are going to crash the Azalea into the Swen. We can use the effect to destroy the monster here. Could have also let it go down actually and bring back Ray from that, but
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
it works either way. I mean, yeah, they were down to 1 card here total, and Dominic has a lot more than 1 card.
And I mean, when we go into 0 here, probably just want to make sure that our Ray effect... Oh, we do not... Oh,
This is game. If the set card is not an interruption, this is game. Because you go Kagari, add back linkage, attack for over 3,000. Then you go linkage into a 3,000 0, that attacks for 3,000. And then it tags out into Ray and Rose. That is well over 9,000 damage.
well over, you're so right. And it seems like Dominic is exactly trying to execute that.
Because the Ray can
Cancel
also
linkage.
still tag out later, so...
We haven't even gotten to that, you're right. There's 0. No need to use the summon effect. I mean, we could even use the summon effect to just get another linkage and
That
then...
would also be game, but this way we also destroy the face down in the
Yeah.
process, just in case. I don't know what it could be at this point that hasn't been used yet, but it looks like it's not gonna save Team Meow here.
It is so iconic. Dominic has been playing this Sky Striker
it's
deck
double.
double super polymerization. Interesting that they said both.
Yeah, I was
actually.
about to say the same thing. At the same time, like if you only set 1, it immediately gets destroyed. So
Yeah,
you might
fair.
as well, I mean, at least 2 sets look threatening. I feel like that was the idea. Really unfortunate hand there, you gotta say. Going second against Sky Striker, double super polymerization. Not the greatest card to have against this matchup. If they had a more engine-heavy hand next to the Sheena, I would say that was really, really good.
Probably. Yeah.
Also, the Fallen and the Virtuous ended up being pretty important, I think, because if they didn't have that to remove the Varurun from the field, maybe the Sheena could have already messed something up on the first turn of the game, right? So, yeah, anyways, we do see Sky Striker winning against Radiant Typhoon, which is something that I love to see, of course. But in general, we also saw a resurgence of Draco Tail in this match, which is something that I'm really happy about. It's one of my favorite things about this new pack and new update is that Draco Tail is back on the menu, I feel like. I mean, it's been a deck that's been really strong for the December Duelist Cup, but then after they limited Rahu and Lucius, it fell off pretty drastically, I would say. But now it's back.
It very, very much is back. And it may be stronger than ever before, to be honest. It's not just back with the White Albas now.
Yeah.
It's so good. It has a different layer to it because I feel like before the release of this card, the deck was very, very much centered on the trap cards that it sets for interruptions.
Yeah.
But now the monster pod is just doing so much more with also having more ways to make use of your Cartesia, Ecclesia, such a powerful card as well. So overall, I feel like the ceiling of the deck just went through the roof, really.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that Draco Tail has struggled with sometimes. You know, it was looked at, I mean, always a good deck, but it did have the downside of, well, sometimes it's too counterable. As we jump into a classic matchup of this upcoming format, I feel like it looks like we're working with Branded at the top here and Branded Draco Tail at the bottom, with Fallen of Albaz resolving its fusion effect right now, which is looking pretty strong. This matchup, I would say, typically is a little bit favored for Draco Tail, simply because the Draco Tail trap cards are they're basically tailor-made to defeat Branded in the grind game, right? You got Draco Tail Sting, which can banish not 1 but 2 resources from the Branded graveyard, which is really, really good in this matchup because even the spell cards for Branded provide good grind game, like High Spirits, Opening, Retribution, and of course the monsters.
And you gotta say, those two players here, Fata and Dani, they got the memo, right? Because they have the Fallen of Albas made, they have the sleeves, they have the avatar, they went all in. They probably both got the bundle, and they are happily showing off.
It's even the Despia Theater field, right?
Yeah.
On both sides. So, yeah, we got some real
they are
Branded enthusiasts here.
Dedicated to the project. So, okay, we now also got overall score, and for a second, I was a little bit bamboozled because we went from Team Meow to now Team Meow, which is,
right. I didn't even see that.
Pretty similar, but looks like Team Meow, Team Meow, is struggling as they are down. Wait, no, they're up 4-3 here.
Yeah.
So maybe they're actually okay. But in this game here in particular, I like Team EGS's chances in Dani because we are just resolving that.
What Mirror Jade? What kind of Mirror Jade? The regular one. Come on.
Special prize for the first person summoning an extended art Mirror Jade tonight. Coming straight from Joshua Schmidt himself.
It's hard to exactly say who's ahead here, because it's always hard to judge with Branded without seeing the graveyard and knowing what's happening in the end phase, right? Because there's a chance where in the end phase, the turn just passes over or 5 things activate.
Very true. I'll make the bold call, though, to say I feel like we're not even going to see an end phase here. I don't know. Depending on what the last card in hand there is for Dani.
Really?
If this is like a Rahu Draco Tail, maybe it's all over this turn.
Maybe we can even banish the Ecclesia now with the Mirror Jade and then make Alba Lenatus, because the other 2 are dragons.
Oh, you're very right, and that's almost 8,000 immediately.
And I mean, that card should be pretty standard, actually, but that is not quite enough damage. Yeah, they need another way to put some damage on the board.
But I like that. Also, just on a side note, in Duel C, we do have the matchup of Kurtune versus Radiant Typhoon, which seems like Radiant Typhoon really is one of those free decks that players are trying to play, and you mentioned it. Albelenatus in its very special summoning mechanic being just a contact fusion with all dragons, or as many dragons as you like on the field. And that is very close to game, but not game.
Yeah.
And now...
This is the thing. If there's any deck that can win from this position, it's Branded, because the end phase, you never know. Never know with Branded.
Yeah. Okay, we start out by activating effect in the end phase first.
Yeah.
Albion, that's a good sign for Dani.
Yeah.
But what after that? How many effects does Vata have? Vata, only 1,400 life points, but maybe... Oh, Ecclesia. Okay. So Dani is well equipped in the end phase too.
Yeah, I mean, the branded cards are in both player decks. Rind Brum for Fallen of the White Dragon. Okay.
Okay. Brings back Fallen of the White Dragon. I would assume we have not used that effect yet this turn. There we go. Ooh, that could be a nice... Oh! Was that the timer? That must have been the timer, right?
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, I mean... That is an issue that Branded can have.
So it all comes down to this duel. It is Gag
it's
versus
so
Aqua.
funny that that's the first Branded match we have on the day.
It makes sense though, right? That deck is such a powerhouse. It does 1,000 things every turn, and in every end phase even more.
It's a deck that's going to require a lot of practice.
Oh yeah.
Like you need to be sharp, you need to be quick with it, even though you have a lot of options, which makes it even harder. But yeah.
I will say I might need a bit of practice with it as well. Otherwise I might be very, very, very in danger to have the same happen to me. All right, but that makes it an overall 4-4 score here.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, I think so far both games in this set have gone to Team EGS, so they were down 2-4. They had to win all 3 of these games, and maybe they are going to. We'll see. I mean, it's still up for grabs here, it looks like. We're in the middle of something here, as the Vararoon is going to place the Zalen into the Spell Trap Zone to get rid of that. But it still looks like this could be anyone's game. Because so far Radiant Typhoon hasn't really established much, and I'm sure Cool Tune has follow-up here.
Ooh, Mystical Space Typhoon now probably denying follow-up for Gag, as that is going to get rid of that almighty JJ Q-Tune. And now the important part about Mandate comes in. Mandate negates permanently, so that RS next turn is not going to be a threat anymore.
I mean, they can run over it now anyways, which is...
true.
But it's like, it still matters because it was huge.
Yeah.
It was 4,100 down to 17, and now even Swen can run over it. And now we've eliminated the JJ Cool Tune as well, which is a great resource in the grind game for Cool Tune.
Setting a monster
Okay,
there.
what is that?
Mulchami Fuvlos, gotta be, right? What else could it possibly be?
Right, probably right, yeah.
Setting Fallen the Witches in the end phase 2. There you see it. In those grind games, in those games that come down to the wire, this card is so incredibly strong because, yes, Q-Tune has follow-up and oftentimes they can come back on that third turn. But when you give them another thing to play through, all of a sudden it becomes very, very hard.
And Fallen in the Virtuous also is a particularly strong card against Cool Tune because you can choose so many different things you can do against the matchup. You can destroy RS in the draw phase.
Yeah.
You can also hold it to dodge on destroying your own card when they try to negate with RS. You can try to out Zalen with it. You can try to chain block Zalen with it. And then on the follow-up turn, you can prevent JJ Cool Tune or something like that. It is such a phenomenal card in this matchup.
Absolutely. So we do go ahead and resolve Radiant Typhoon Vision now. Looking for more interruptions here, possibly on Aqua's end.
I mean, could find something like a Droll Lockbird here, maybe? If we decide. But we could also decide to add from Grave to play around it, which we are doing. Nice play. But we could also now trigger maybe Vararoon, Phonix. No, nothing. Okay.
Ooh. That seems dangerous. Felt like an invitation to just use the Fallen Individuals on resolution on that one monster on the field. On the other hand, though, they have used Rotary, they have another normal summon, so it would have really not done that much. But now you have the RS problem again.
Yeah, and with the Fallen and the Virtuous basically being the only set card on the board, they can chain it here, but the RS is just going to stop it.
Don't forget about the set monster.
Right, okay, it's not the only it's the only set spell trap on the field. My bad.
That's true, but we can just negate this now. And we're negating Fallen and the Virtuous. And I think we did set the monster because we are below 3 minutes in time here in this overall match. And we are ahead in life points for Team Meow, so we just wanted to put as much as possible onto the field. But now with that Swen in attack position...
the little Swen in attack mode might become a problem.
Here comes Q.
So like this game, honestly, it's very much favored for Cool Tune, I feel like, here, even with the timer aside.
It's also funny how putting the Zaylin into the spell and trap zone of Gek actually worked out favorable here for them, because now they could just destroy the Crusea as they had the Zaylin in their own spell and trap zone.
Yeah, it is still a good move to put a synchro there, because I don't
sure.
think Cool Tune can get that back. You'd have to like play Cool Tune with Fallen into Virtuous yourself and then destroy your own card in the spell trap zone. Because if the Zaylin goes to grave, you can bring it back. That's not difficult. B2B can bring it back, Q can bring it back.
Yeah.
But if it's in the spell trap zone, it's a different story.
Very different story. And, oh, that's a big synchro summon.
Yeah, that's a B2B, so I don't think I don't think the timer is gonna matter in this one, because it looks like Gek is setting up for massive damage here with the B2B.
Put that set monster back into the hand, where it belongs. Oh, we're seeing the super... Those were not the draws. If they would have gotten access to the super polymerization on their turn already, that would have been such a strong card to set.
Yeah, a little late to the party with that super polymerization, and now B2B attacks again, then Q attacks twice, and then they're going to use Cool Tune Synchro to perform the Synchro Summon in the battle phase. So no timer win needed here. This is just game naturally for Cool Tune here. Just activate Cool Tune Synchro, get mix, make remix is going to be good enough. Plenty of damage. It's actually surprising sometimes how efficient Cool Tune can be at pushing huge amounts of damage, even though it's typically more of like a... At least it feels like it's supposed to be more of like a low to the ground control deck, like manipulate your opponent's top decks and stuff like that. But then randomly sometimes it can do absurd amount of damage because B2B allows everything to attack twice. And yeah, it looks like Team EGS back against the wall, 2-4 down, wins all 3 games in this final set and takes the match and moves on to the top 16. Impressive stuff. I mean, we didn't see how the first couple of games in this match were going, but they were very, very well executed here in this third set. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty good stuff.
What was the deck lineup there again from what we could see? It was Q-Tune plus Branded Dracotail plus... What was the last deck on? I don't think we saw it, right?
That game was already done when we joined. I'm pretty sure.
And then on the other end, we also had Branded and Q-Tune.
And there was a Radiant Typhoon
somewhere.
Wait,
you're right. True, there was a Radiant Typhoon.
Yeah.
We didn't see Q-Tune on their end. Yeah.
No.
So probably Q-Tune was the third deck.
It could be.
But overall, I think we got a pretty good understanding of how the format is going to look moving forward, with some branded decks, Branded Dracotail or Branded in its pure form. Of course, still Q-Tune being one of the best decks, and Radiant Typhoon also next to Sky Striker, the spell decks of the format, having a heavy role in the format still.
Yeah, and so far, counter, 1 regular Mirror Jade, 0 extended arts. So we're still waiting for who can be the first extended art Mirror Jade. We're potentially going to find that out in the top 16. I'm sure it was not the last Mirror Jade of the day.
Hopefully.
We're going to go to a short break. I hope you're all enjoying the Challenger Cup so far. I hope you're all excited as we are for these new cards. So we'll see you shortly with the top 16. And welcome back, duelists. Lampy has been replaced with Ibris for this round. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Not unfortunate.
Very, very nice to be here. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, of course. And thank you very much, Joshua Schmidt, for allowing me to grace your channel with my presence.
Always, always. Okay, so I already talked about it with Lampy. So far, our account is 1 regular Mirror Jade, 0 extended art.
Oh, well.
We're going to try to see if that changes this upcoming round. But so far, we've seen a healthy mix of existing decks and also new decks with the new support. You know, we've seen Radiant Typhoon and Cool Tune still going strong.
Yeah.
But we also see, you know, of course, Branded entering the fray and Branded Draco Tail maybe making a comeback, which is really exciting. So, yeah, I mean, just no Enneacraft so far.
No Enneacraft so far, indeed. But when you mentioned the branded cards, so I think it is important to note that not only did they get support within the archetype itself, but also the Fallen and the Virtuous doing a lot of work for the likes of your Sky Striker. And I'm also curious as to why we're seeing the resurgence of Radiant Typhoon now, because in last month's Challenger Cup, it was not really that popular. It did kind of fall out of favor quite a bit. Are the new cards helping them too, or is it just the meta and their matchup into Branded in particular that's...
I think it's a little bit of everything. I mean, the Fallen and the Virtuous, while it is a good card in technically any deck, is particularly strong in Radiant Typhoon because it really values the quick play spell aspect of it, you know, being able to just recycle it as well with the Radiant Typhoon mandate. You can essentially keep the chain going even longer than in other decks, because other decks are limited to 3 copies of it. Radiant Typhoon isn't, but also it being like a way to trigger your Radiant Typhoon other card effects to summon like Crocia from hand is really neat. It does have no issues with the extra deck space as well, so it makes sense in that way. But also, it does have a pretty solid matchup, I think, into both Branded and Branded Draco Tail, as well as Cool Tune. So I think Radiant Typhoon might be like a little bit of a sleeper pick with the added benefit of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and I think that is good to see. Even a deck that didn't get direct support in this pack, just making its way back into the format, just because the environment has changed, like the decks around it.
Yeah, I also quite like it just because Sheena makes for a good clip every time it comes down.
That's an awesome card. Like, that card is so fun to just see. As we do see our top 16 bracket now for the first time. It's always the top 32, a little bit hard to fit it all into one bracket, but here are our teams for this top 16. Of course, our reigning champions, so to speak, from last month's Challenger Cup, also still in contention here with, I believe it was Team DSF, which we've already seen in top 32. Now we are jumping into our top 16, and we do have someone who I have very high hopes for, who's going to show us a hopefully an extended art Mirror Jade, which is Abo. Mood here on Branded. This, I think, is probably the best day in Abu Hamoud's year so far. He was so happy when he woke up this morning, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And now seeing the Magnamut in response to the effect Vela that came down on the card.
Early glance.
So I do also just want to look really, really far forward to the World Championship this year, because we are playing with the shared card rule, and I do wonder if Fallen and the Virtuous becomes a legitimate pick for these decks.
I think it can. Here's the weird thing. Sharing Fallen and the Virtuous alone isn't enough, because you do need the extra deck targets for it. Ecclesia is only a one-off, so that's fine. You can just play it in 3 decks without actually having to share it. Albion, the Branded Dragon, is a little more iffy, because you kind of need that. Like, if you're playing Branded or Branded Draco Tail, they often want to run 2 copies of it, which means that you can only play 1 additional copy in one of the other decks, and the Fallen and the Virtuous package is much weaker without the Albion. So I'm not sure if it qualifies, but there's definitely ways to make it work. Maybe some creative ways to make it work. Maybe like Maybe you share Fallen into Virtues, you play it in 3 decks, and then each deck gets 1 Albion, 1 Ecclesia, and 1 Dragon that devours the Dogma. That can work, but it's really hard to play Branded then, because it's really hard to play Branded with 1 Albion.
Regardless, we now have a branded deck alongside the Sky Striker deck, so I wonder if at least tonight we are seeing that shared card, or if indeed it is Sky Striker
in
without.
this constellation, it could also just be like 2 Albions in the branded deck, 1 Albion in the Sky Striker deck, and then, well, Fallen into Virtues in just 2 decks, which is less efficient when it comes to shared cards. You know, you don't have the card in all 3 of your decks, but it technically works. As we see Magnet Warriors here from Sugi. Yeah, Duotarion is the card that searches the card that searches the card in Magnet Warriors. It's an interesting deck that was really, really dominant before this pack. The Magnet Warrior deck was up there, honestly. Probably top 3 in terms of decks between like Cool Tune and Sky Striker, who were dominating the ranked ladder.
Let me take a look at Duel A, however, as I believe that was a super polymerization into the
Abu Hamoud's board, yeah.
Yeah, the branded extra deck monster unofficially is.
It's weird because I'm not even sure what we're working with here on the side of Abu Hamoud, because it's not a great start for Branded to go with Cartesia normal summon and activate its effect. It makes me wonder if that's actually Branded Draco Tail. And of course, the fusion got foiled by the effect Veiler. And now now the Super Poly was a really creative way, I believe, to take the Cartesia off the board. Even though it's mostly used for fusion summoning, it is a tuner. So being able to combine it with the Q for the Theseus makes it so that Abo can't use the effect again on this turn, because of course it is a quick effect.
Yeah, the Sea Monster Theseus, of course, really, really helping out now with this Cool Tune strategy. Cool Tune going to continue to extend here. 3 cards in hand for Abo.
It's funny because typically the Theseus is supposed to be summoned with Super Poly against Cool Tune, but they just now Cool Tune used Super Poly against Branded
it's good
to
for
make
the mirror.
Theseus. Yeah, I mean, that's why they're playing. It probably, I don't think they expected to Super Poly a Cartesia into Theseus today, but here we are. Ash Blossom on Mix will put them down to just 1 card in hand. So, and if that card isn't good, then this is potentially turn ending. I mean, they can not make Zalen here because Zalen does require a Synchro monster as material.
All right, let's look at Duel B on the other hand, as we have another branded duelist. This time facing off against Sky Striker with 4 cards set face down in Spell and Trap card zone.
Oh my god, yes.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, and that is a Fallen and the Virtuous being chained here to try and get that 0 off the and Cooltune has 3 cards in hand still, so they probably do have follow-up.
I'm liking the dual mate diversity that we have going here, by the way. With a good
Shureik,
selection.
I see a Snatchy.
Dual B is what? Let's look at Dual B because
SP, I think.
nice. There we go. Good mixture. That being said, where is the Albaz? Where is the Albaz that turns into Mirror Jade sometimes?
Does it?
I think so.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
We saw a branded versus branded Dracotail game the previous round where both had full equipped like Albaz made, Despia field and everything, but I haven't seen the Albaz transform into the Mirror Jade.
Is this an SP Little Nightmare match?
Yep.
Anyway, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Let's focus on what's going on the
Well,
field.
Technically, that's part of the field, but that being said, it was branded Dracotail in Duel A. Let's not make production switch again, though, because Duel B still heating up here as the Sky
Yeah.
Striker is going to be facing off against another branded here.
I'm surprised to see Abo on branded Dracotail though. I don't know. It's like that was the one player I expected to be rocking up with pure branded here. It still is a really cool deck, but I'm still a little.
You favoring pure branded for Road to Worlds qualify, I think?
It depends on your matchups. Like I said earlier, I think branded has a better time into Cooltune and Sky Striker. So I think branded Dracotail, it's the weird thing because branded Dracotail gives you an edge against other branded players, mainly because of Dracotail's Sting, I think. But if you're mainly expecting to play against Cooltune and Sky Striker, I think you're better off playing pure branded, in my personal experience. Because I think the Dracotail cards really struggle against Cooltune because they have a really easy time negating your normal spell cards.
Can we look at Duel A, sorry, very briefly? Dracotail Arthalion now coming down. Does it get the return to the hand? It should.
It's looking really good for Abu Hamud here.
The card description is blocking the mate, but I'm pretty sure I can count on Abu Hamid to have the branded representation here. That being said, yeah, really, really good game state for this, despite having to deal with the sea monster.
Yeah, I mean, the Super Poly, even though it looked good there, I feel like it wasn't, like in hindsight, it wasn't that great because we took away our own monster. So technically, we didn't even generate
Mirror
card
Jade.
advantage. Oh, that's cool. What's the condition for it to transform? Like accessing the extra deck?
Don't quiz me. I use Slime Wingman.
Okay. Oh, that is cool though. I like that. I like they already did that with a couple of other ones. I think
it's
Ray,
entering the battle phase, but I'm not 100% sure. That might be an urban myth, but I
think for
yeah.
Ray, it's when you summon from the extra deck or when you attack. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I forget, but Ray also does that.
IP and SP have.
All right, we have hit
Anyway,
Branded's. We have hit Branded's favorite phase, which is the end phase, and we're resolving a bunch of cards. Suddenly, see, this is what I mean. We looked away for a second, and all of a sudden, the card advantage script is flipped.
We also have 2 duels already ending, by the way. So
and this is
T2A looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Branded needs to do some work here, and I mean, I do think it's favored in this matchup. But look at the card advantage we're generating in this end phase.
Yeah, adding the Fallen Virtuous to the hand. Is that Quem in attack position
Yeah,
there, along with the Fallen the White Dragon?
there, but Quem was negated by Widow Anchor earlier, so I
Okay.
think that is not online at the moment. But still, the crucial thing about the Fallen and the Virtuous is that you often end up adding it in the end phase.
Is that Lemnis Gate?
Yep.
Yeah.
You often end up adding the Fallen and the Virtuous to your hand in the end phase and then immediately use it, send another card from your extract to the graveyard, get the free pop basically, and also trigger the new card that you just sent. So it's just piling up card advantage over multiple activations. It's an interesting spot to activate the Lemnis Gate. We're trying to return stuff to the hand, maybe the Quem, because we don't want to deal with that next turn.
Gonna
Just
actually go for the full and the
Albaz.
white.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Because the 0 is going to take care of the Quem, I see. Is that the end of the end phase for Branded? I'd be surprised. Not even the end of the end phase for Sky Striker.
Nope. And then we have the Ray now, but crucially that rose in the main monster zone.
Yeah, but we are going to be able to link into a Kagari in the end phase here, which is going to give us a engage. And the reason why we do this in the end phase is because this way we can do another Kagari next turn. And it actually is the end phase. Branded is done. And Branded has an open board now.
Can we make 9,000?
Easily, yeah. Should be.
Easily.
If there's absolutely zero interruptions from Branded here, then
I expect
yes.
a Bestial at least. Come on.
The thing is, like, most of the hand should be known because I think most of it was like
One
added.
is the Fallen and the Virtuous, one is the
Fallen of the White
Albaz.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Something was probably added with some like High Spirits or something, or Cartesia, Ecclesia added back to the hand. So there's a chance that all of it is actually known to Grass here. Making Zeke is interesting instead of making... I guess you don't want to make 0 first. Okay, so now we're going to go Linkage, Kagari, add back Linkage.
Do you see the line?
Yep. So Kagari adds back Linkage. Linkage makes 0. And then 0 attacks and then tags out, which is way over.
Certified Sky Striker enjoyer by my side here.
Yeah. It's 3,000 from the Kagari, then 3,000 from the 0. And
I think
then
you'll find it's 3,100. No, it is 3,000. Okay, yeah, you've... Okay, I'm sorry I doubted you. All right, Kagari. And then? Ace equals 0.
This is over 10,000 damage easily.
Unless
Unless what?
unless we have something from the branded player. There's the Rose, 1,500.
And that's
And
gonna
that-
end the game. And we still had 0 tag out into Ray and Rose for another 3,000, and then the Ray can still tag out into a Hayate for another 1,500.
Yep.
So we had a lot left in the tank there.
A clean finish and a clean 3-0 sweep in your
Yeah.
first round here for Team T2A.
And that is an impressive start to the series for them, even taking down, I think, one of the harder matchups in the current format, which is Sky Striker against Branded. It's not an impossible matchup, as, I mean, Sky Striker went first with a pretty good board there. That's definitely going to help if you have a strong start. But I think especially if Sky Striker is going second in that matchup and you just allow... It's basically... The matchup is a lot about like who gets access to his resource grind game first.
Yep.
If like Branded is allowed to set up first, then Sky Striker has to like break the board, but then also deal with the follow-up, which is oftentimes difficult. If it's the other way around, it's the same thing, right? Like Branded is trying to set up while Sky Striker is already on the board, already has follow-up secured, already has resources in the graveyard, already is resolving all of the engages for bonus draws and stuff like that. And then it's really hard for Branded to survive the follow-up turn. But yeah, well executed.
Yeah, and we talked about the pure branded matchup into the Cool Tune, into the Sky Striker, but talk to me a bit more about Sky Striker with Fallen and the Virtuous and the new kind of variants against Cool Tune, the other big kind of meta threat right now.
I think Cool Tune is by far Sky Striker's best matchup, and I think Fallen and the Virtuous plays a major role in that. I do think the card is very, very strong against Cool Tune. I already talked about it with Lampy earlier, that like the uses you can get from the card in the matchup are just so versatile. There's so many. You can destroy Zalen with it. You can destroy the RS with it because it's main phase only, or you can wait until your opponent tries to use the RS or the Zalen. And when, in the case of RS, let's say you activate Engage and they try to RS to negate it. RS targets.
Yep.
So you can just Fallen into Virtuous, destroy your own card, and then the RS can't negate it because it's gone.
Yep.
If your opponent tries to like let's say they have a Zalen and you activate Engage and they chain Cool Tune Synchro. Well, chain Fallen and the Virtuous. Now the Zalen cannot negate the Engage anymore because it's too far away on the chain. They can negate the Fallen and the Virtuous, but you don't care about that. You're resolving your Engage. Also, the Fallen and the Virtuous sends for cost, so it's already done its job. You get the value in the end phase anyways. And since Sky Striker is a really grindy deck in general, very, very often you're not going to end up going for game when you're going second. You're just going to try to pick apart the board. But that also means you're going to have to make your own board to deal with their follow-up. And I think Fallen and the Virtuous is perfect at that because it helps you pick apart the board, but it also automatically generates an interruption for the next turn, which is exactly what the deck wants, pretty much.
Yeah. And now, with these decks that we're seeing, the kind of newer variants, mostly thanks to the implementation of the branded cards, there are a few kind of conspicuous absences compared to last month's. Of course, we are still seeing the Magnet Warriors, although slightly less.
Definitely.
Another one was the Elf Note build that we saw last time with the Fiendsmith cards in particular.
Yeah.
Why has that kind of fallen out of favor here?
I don't actually know if that one has much to do with the new cards. I feel like that was a deck that was already falling off naturally. At least from my experience in recent weeks, I feel like Cool Tune and Sky Striker have been pretty dominant in ranked modes, especially at the top level. It's just that at the moment, a lot of decks are actually quite solid when they're going second, whether it's Sky Striker with great power spells or whether it's Cool Tune with all the interactions from hand. And Elf Notes is just one of those decks that is a little bit more dependent on going first, a little bit weaker into stuff like Maxi, Fuwalos, which is just like, if you have other options available, then you'd rather take those.
Is this a branded turn 1 play?
That's what you get for playing Draco Tail cards in branded, I guess. Sometimes
I told you the Albaz mate transforms into Mirror Jade.
I didn't. I believed you. I just had.
You made me doubt myself. I wonder if when getting that, Abba was able to get the extended art Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon. Will we see it? I guess with 2 cards set face down,
in this game,
maybe not.
In this game, it feels unlikely we'll even get the Albaz to transform, because whatever the condition is to make it happen, Abba is not really making anything happen right now.
Made Ash Blossom happen, which stopped something else from happening.
We are going to try to stop the beta from accessing a Magnet Warrior from the deck here, because, I mean, of course, when you are in this spot with any deck, really, and you're going first and you have no plays, you're really going to have to try to buy an extra turn to find a way out of this one. We're going to summon an Emancipator Researcher here. Little bit of a gamble here, trying to reveal the top 5 cards of the deck to try and find more rocks to summon.
Find Block Dragon.
That's not that. Okay.
No?
No,
Not helpful?
I mean,
I saw Emancipator and it made me, you know,
they
throwback.
are eventually going to try to find Block Dragon. They
See?
do play it. They do play it. But with the Researcher, if you find Block Dragon, you can't summon it.
Never mind.
You're typically, best case scenario, you're trying to find a level 4 with the Researcher, because that's something you can summon and then later on eventually find Block Dragon via Gallant Granite.
Yeah. Speaking of finding things, by the way.
Abba is thinking really hard. I think there's probably a Fallen at the Virtuous face down. We're just trying to think on where to use it. I think the Researcher is a good Fallen at the Virtuous target, though.
Well, let's take a look at Duel Lane in the meanwhile, however, as other cards seem to be unfolding there. The Cool Tune Field spell actually going to resolve by the looks of things.
Yeah, we've joined this game, looks like just a couple moments after the Rotary has resolved. So at this point, Hipster already knows the hand for the opponent here. And, I mean, of course, both of these games actually looking pretty good for Team BHT, which is crucial because they're down 0-3, so they need some wins here. And it's looking like this game, as well as Duel B, are looking in their favor, whereas on Duel C, we do see T2 going first with Cool Tune as well. But they do really need to put in some work here.
Yeah, even if the team split the wins in this round, could we see a Cool Tune 2-0? I guess we're going to find out shortly.
Yeah, I mean, both Cool Tunes were going first, and in this case, Hipster knows about the hand for Grass, which we didn't catch because we were following the other game, but we're going to find out momentarily how good this hand is for Grass, which I believe was the Sky Striker player, which is one of the best decks against Cool Tune to go second with. As long as your hand is solid, of course. You can still have a weird situation where your hand isn't great, but if the hand is good here, I do expect that we can put up a real fight for this Cool Tune board.
There is the Zalen the Shackled Dragon that you highlighted as being a good removal target, however.
I mean, it's essentially Cool Tune often is trying to look at the opponent's hand and then try to stop the 1 or 2 most important cards. Sky Striker is really good at preventing that though, because I mean one of the best things against Cool Tune is also just drawing more cards, because then they don't know what you have anymore. Which Sky Striker is obviously really good at.
Indeed they are, as we now have the Cool Tune Remix effect resolving.
Yeah,
or attempting to resolve.
That is going to try to add back a tuner from the grave to hand, as well as summon one from the graveyard. This can vary in quality depending on what kind of first turn they had. It's possible they summoned like Ash Blossom with Q and are trying to add that back right now, which is probably one of the strongest things you can do with Cool Tune Remix, is add back any sort of hand trap. And here we're going to go with Radiant Typhoon Vision to try and draw cards. And this is what I meant earlier. Like, this is where Cool Tune loses the advantage of perfect information. If you let this Vision resolve, they're going to have 2 more cards in hand that you have no idea what they are, which makes it a lot harder to plan your interruptions.
Sky Striker Radiant Typhoon with a small branded engine. Nice.
Yeah.
All good spell cards in one.
It's basically just... usually it's just Radiant Typhoon Vision, and I mean, yeah, you can call it Sky Striker Radiant Typhoon branded if you want to. If you really, technically, you're correct.
Yeah. Usually just Vision and Mystical Space Typhoon, or not?
Yeah, usually just
Nice.
that. Sometimes even no Mystical Space Typhoon, just using Vision for the draw power. It's just that
And fills a spell in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, exactly. The one copy of the Mystical Space Typhoon is nice sometimes in case you draw 2 Visions, because you can use each effect once per turn.
Or in case your opponent has a face-down spell or trap card.
Sometimes it's just a good card, yeah. Alright, Zalen gets negated by Widow Anchor, Radiant Typhoon Vision resolves, and that sets us up with 3 spells in the graveyard immediately, as well as 2... There's the Mystical Space Typhoon. As well as 2 new cards in hand that Hipster does not know about, and indeed, there is an Ash Blossom in the graveyard as the target for that remix, so that is going to go back into the hand here.
I think Abu Hamid might be losing Duel B. Let's just quickly take a look at that, as there are a few direct attacks coming through. That Albaz is not going to get to transform. That extra deck is not going to get to be delved into. Although, 50 LP potentially left.
50 is funny. I've seen people come back with 100 life points. I don't know if I've seen 50.
Give him the end phase. Branded can do it.
50 life points. No. There's in this match alone, we've seen 3 very different uses of Super Poly.
Yeah.
We've seen Super Poly on 2 of your opponent's monsters. We've seen Super Poly on 1 each, and now we're seeing Super Poly on 2 of your own to go for game. That's very funny. But yeah, that is going to be the win here for Tsugi, as Abu Hamid just opened set 2 pass, which is not a great opener, of course.
Yep.
And Magnet Warrior is able to take it. Let's go back to Duel A and see how Sky Striker continues to play into this Cool Tune board. Remember, the Zalen has already been negated. Upstart Goblin resolves. Ash Blossom, I think, is still in hand for Hipster. 5 cards in hand for Sky Striker, though. Can we make this work? There's Engage. That seems like a prime Ash Blossom target.
Yep, 3 spell cards in the graveyard already as well, thanks to the earlier Vision play, but there is the Ash Blossom, as you mentioned.
Any Called by the Grave or any cross out? There is a Called by the Grave. I wonder if this is something Hipster knew about, or if...
Ooh, okay. So going to stop the Called by the Grave?
That hurts. That hurts a lot, actually.
That maybe secures the comeback for Team BHT in this series.
Yeah, they might be walking away with 2 or 3 wins to make the series a lot closer than it was beforehand.
That was a very dramatic 50 LP claim, by the way, as I did see 5 monsters on the field at the end there, but hey.
Ooh, talents.
The card that you shared in 2023, unlike other teams, and therefore won the whole thing. I remember.
I do too.
Yeah.
All right, we need to talent draw here, though.
Quantal playing Sky Striker back then.
Right, yeah.
Good times.
It's funny, yeah. He was actually the Sky Striker duelist, not me.
You played Dragon Link.
Yeah.
And?
Naturia Runic.
Oh, yes. The classic.
Give me back my fountain.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if you can be trusted.
I can be trusted with a second copy of Fountain. Give me a 3rd tip while you're at it.
Well, going to give 2 cards to Grass there, opting for the draw power. And actually, speaking of draw power, there we go, Upstart Goblin.
We still the crazy thing is we still don't know if they have Sky Striker engine access here after all these draws. That's all, and I feel like that's all they need. Like one engage resolving here or one Ray successfully resolving could already be all they need. But we don't know if they got it.
Tri-Brigade Mercuria actually going to go to the graveyard in Duel.
There's Ray. There is Ray.
There is super polymerization.
This is someone here is sharing super polymerization, right? Is it Team BHD? I feel like we've seen super poly in like all of their decks.
It feels very like legitimate as an option, to be honest.
It's fine, yeah, because you also just need one of each target, like one Mud Dragon, one Garura, one Theseus.
Honestly, I'm intrigued to see what it becomes of it at the World Championship this year. If indeed Maxi is at 1, if it becomes a legit option for.
I mean, it's
like
it's definitely, there's a variety of cards you might see instead as the shared card, like Fallen at the Virtuous, Super Polymerization, Molchami for Wallows. Because really, like sharing a one of really doesn't feel that efficient.
Same for Called by the Grave to an extent as well. So I imagine it would be like Ash, Blossom and Joy Spring, and maybe Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, those are all options. Yeah, it depends on what the format is exactly by the time. Could be Ghost Bell as well. That's a really popular card right now.
True enough, we did see it turn the tides on this one by stopping that Called by the Grave, but 3 cards in hand still for Grass does mean this is not quite over, although the Cool Tune clip now gonna come out and Synchro Summon.
I think we're just making RS here to make sure we can cover another potential engage or anything of the likes.
You know, between Cool Tune, Branded, and Sky Striker, we have Synchro, we have Fusion, we have Link.
Already exceeds that.
Well, hey, Ryzeal.
We did see Ryzeal previously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just barely enough here for Cool Tune, but you can really tell how hard this matchup can be for Cool Tune because like they're down to the wire. They're down to 0 cards in hand. They had one last disruption and basically no follow-up. So if Sky Striker was able to just get one play off, like if that Super Poly wasn't there basically, I feel like they had a really good chance here. And even this, like if this Widow Anchor successfully takes the RS, they might be out of, like if they don't draw a tuner here, or if the set isn't Cool Tune Synchro, then they might not have a great play here. They might just have to end phase.
In the interest of
they did draw a tuner.
Totally derailing your great analysis, I will also say that Pendulum as a summoning mechanic is there too, and your favorite Pendulum monster is in this newest pack alongside the other Archfiend cards, Archfiend Eccentric.
That is my favorite Pendulum
I knew
monster.
that. No, genuinely. See? I know things. And there is Branded Fusion now in Dulcie. There was Branded Fusion.
Okay, now with a top decked mix here, I do think we're gonna see Cool Tune walk away with this one and take down one of its hardest matchups. Yeah, but let's take a look at how Duel C is gonna finish. However, I have a feeling that we are going to see a win from Toast here. It's looking extremely good for Cool Tune. So Cool Tune walking away with both of these games here, which is going to bring the series to a 4-2 lead for Team T2A, which is going to be, I mean, the best possible position for the third set, besides immediately winning the match in set 2.
A cool 2 for Cool Tune this time around, but it is T2A with 4 in their pocket. I don't know. 4 in the pocket. That being said, T2A now, yep, it is on Toast to close this one out.
We are in end phase here. Fallen of Albaz is summoned. Fallen of Albaz Confuse. Hold up, maybe I spoke too soon.
Maybe we see Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
We do not. Just another one of those things that the Fallen into Virtuous can do is destroy Fallen of Albaz so that it cannot fuse. But this could have been our chance of seeing the first extended art Mirror Jade today.
Yeah.
And it's been denied by another card from the new pack, but that is what it is sometimes. And that is going to be the win for Cool Tune in this one. And Toast is bringing them super close to the top 8 here. All they need is one more win in the third set, but we are getting a third set.
Yes, indeed we are. And it will need to be a clean sweep in favor of the team that is not Team T2A who got the clean sweep in that first set.
Yeah, which we already saw earlier, actually. There was already a reverse sweep, basically, in the top 32. There was a team that was down 2-4, and then they won all 3 games in the last set. Let's find out in a moment whether this team is going to be able to do the same thing, or if Team T2 is going to be able to win this series and move on to the top 8.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And actually, before that top 8, we will have a special announcement for you guys. So stay tuned for that, as we firstly have quite a few more games in the top 16 to bring your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this series pretty close, despite obviously T2A having a clear lead. And I think part of that can be attributed to the fact that we are seeing very, very similar deck lineups from both of them.
Yeah, I mean, and so far, I will say, especially in the second set, the shared card super polymerization really put in work.
Yeah.
It decided multiple games in different ways. I mean, of course, in one of the games, it was just used as a way to close out the game with the remaining 50 life points. Just fuse your own cards and attack for game.
The Flux Oxenfeld, I think, making an appearance there.
Yeah, which is not even the Mud Dragon. Yeah, but then in this other game, it made the Mud Dragon against the what was it, the Sky Striker deck to take away to take the Ray off the board before it could even use its effect, which is interesting because I'm just now noticing that's a toggle issue, because if you normal summon Ray, you technically have turn player priority to tribute it to make the 0, but them not playing around Super Poly, I think they were not toggled on.
Okay.
Because then if you're not toggled on, if you're just toggled on auto, if you normal summon, then priority passes to your opponent.
Technology.
For that Super Poly. Yep.
Professional Sky Striker player.
That often matters, actually. You'd be surprised how that also
I don't
matters.
doubt it.
That also matters against stuff like Mirror Jade, for example, because of course it's a non-target banish. So if you normal summon Ray, if they have the chance to activate Mirror Jade first, even if you chain Ray, the monster gets banished.
Abahamid off to a better start here, in the sense that going second and not having to just set 2 cards.
So going second is a better start. All right.
Nadir Servant. Actually, is this a branded mirror match? Well, definitely it is a branded mirror match.
Yes.
Nadir Servant now coming through for Bomb.
Which is not your ideal start, but if it does resolve, it does still give you the full setup. So I'm a big fan of Nadir Servant in the branded deck, even though it does lock you out of the extra deck immediately. So in other words, we have Team T2 going first in the other 2 matches, which I'm looking at good openers for both of them. We have an Engage as well as a Cool Tune combo resolving.
Is that Ghost Mourner and Moonlight Chill in Duel C?
Yep, that is a card that is somewhat popular in Cool Tune at the moment, and it's going to resolve on the Track Maker there. As we reveal a pretty solid hand for Cool Tune going second there. We have an Ash Blossom and 3 engine cards. But at the moment, now Bomb is resolving that Nadir Servant by sending an Albion from the deck to the graveyard. And in a couple of steps, this Nadir Servant is essentially going to lead Branded to the full setup, even without any extra deck summons, which is one of the, in my opinion, one of the weirdest, but also one of the most fun things about this new version of Branded, of how much it can actually get done without even summoning from the extra deck. Because all you need to do is just send your stuff directly from extra deck to grave, and you're good.
Come on, Mirror Jade. You can do it.
Not this turn, because they're locked out of it.
All right, with Branded doing branded things in Duel A, let's take a look at Duel B as Sky Striker Ace Kagari makes an appearance.
It looks like we started this game off with Engage, which is of course nice to have, but at the same time, it also means we are not drawing cards yet because we don't have 3 spells in the grave. Unless there was a Radiant Typhoon Vision activated in draw phase, then we could have 3 spells already. In which case, this would be basically the best possible start.
Okay. And there is the Widow Anchor being added to the hand.
No draw, though. Yeah, so there was no...
No, Upstart Goblin, Upstart Goblin.
Nope. 8,000 life points on the other side.
Yeah.
All right, there was a small response window there. We add back Linkage. Maybe afraid of a Droll and Lockbird. They're not taking back the Engage from earlier. Which is, in the long run, I mean, it's better against Droll and Lockbird in the short term, but in the long run, it's going to be 1 less spell in the graveyard.
Duel A, we see the one of Max C actually looking to make a difference here.
Nope, never mind.
Oh.
It's been ashed.
That being said, forcing out the Ash, not Not too bad. I take
Yeah,
the 1 for
I mean,
1.
it's
that's one less
sometimes-
Ash for my branded fusion to worry about.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes when you're going second, it's okay to trade the Ash Blossom 1 for 1. It's just, and especially if you have a Mo Charmy.
Yeah.
We have another engage here. That also, does that draw a card yet? Not yet either, right?
I guess we're about to find out. It seems to be resolving, so.
Yeah.
Cool tune mirror match in Duel C.
Here's a Shark Cannon.
Again, just as a reminder, T2A only need a single win across these 3 duels. Looks very likely that they'll be able to get it, looking at the state of Duel C, but still, anyone's game here. Skyscraper Ace Shizuku making an appearance. First time I've seen it so far in this set of games.
Yeah, it's not the ideal thing to end on. It is, I would say this is a very moderate Sky Striker opener. I mean, it's of course, it's better than not having a play, but it's like, it's very, very beatable. Let's say it like that.
Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I
However,
think
we
this
do
is
have a
this is the
four-chain
one-
link.
This is the one that I feel like could end up being the decisive one, because if Cooltune is not able to win this one going second, then this is already the end of the series, and we could be looking. This is also looking like it's the one that ends first. So there's a chance that if Toast wins this one, that we very early on know the end or the winner of the series already. Because I can tell you that much: branded versus branded Draco Tail is going to take longer than Cooltune versus Cooltune. And anything where Sky Striker is involved also probably takes longer than this one.
Yeah, Loudness War now coming out. Cool Tune Synchro, Ghost Bell, very, very long chain.
Yep.
Not the longest, but, you know, pretty solid. That being said, now we do have the Rekko activating the effect, just trading back and forth. One of these duelists does have 2 cards in hand, but right now the field looks much better for Toast.
And also Toast, as the player going first, was able to see the hand for Hipster, so they know exactly what kind of options they have available to extend here. And I'm assuming they're getting ready to stop those. So here's a normal summon of Rotary.
Team BHT counting on Hipster here to keep their tournament dreams alive.
Oh, that's not great. We're using a Rotary with Ghost Ogre in hand, but there's a very neat thing that Toast can do here. So Rotary has a very special trait to it, where it says look at your opponent's hand and then you can add, which means if there's no hand to look at, you also don't get to add. So if Toast is aware of this here, they can chain the Cool Tune Clip, which is the last card in their hand, to empty their hand, and as a result, which is what they're doing,
There we go.
the Rotary
The search doesn't happen.
will not search. Yes, there's no search from the Rotary. There will be a search from the Trackmaker, but that one card is unlikely to make a difference. I feel like they really needed both searches here to make anything happen. And the clip, of course, also can make an RS here, which is just another form of interruption for whatever this Trackmaker searches, essentially can be negated by RS.
How are you going to call yourself Hipster and then play the most popular deck in the format? Well, I would like to know.
You can ask them that later, yeah. It's a good question, though. I don't have an answer for that. All right, Clip is going to activate for a random extra deck banish. That hardly matters, though. I think we hit a fusion monster there. And yeah, I mean, that is the end phase, and that is going to be Toast walking away with the win here in this Cool Tune versus Cool Tune matchup.
Yep.
And that-
T2A.
And that is going to end this series early. The other 2 games are still up for grabs. However, this is the 5th win for Team T2, and that is going to secure their spot in the top 8. And I feel like, if I remember correctly, I think it was Hipster winning all 3 games on Cool Tune there. I'm pretty sure.
Rather, Toast winning all 3 games on.
Oh yeah,
Cool
that's what I
Tune.
mean. Yeah, Toast was the T2 Cool Tune duelist. So yeah, Cool Tune going strong still, even with the new cards in the mix here. I want to say we've seen a pretty
mix.
healthy, no pun
Yeah,
intended.
okay,
but
pretty healthy.
I noticed it while I said it as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty healthy and diverse format so far. Even though Cool Tune is still obviously one of the top decks in the format, I think we're seeing Sky Striker seeing good success. We saw Radiant Typhoon seeing good success in previous rounds. We're seeing Branded. We're seeing
Magnet
Draco
Warrior?
Tail back in the mix. Magnet Warrior was able to take a couple of games as well. So I think, and this is also something I'm experiencing in the TCG at the moment, where we have similar decks at top contention or top competitive level. It's a pretty diverse format where a lot of decks can do well because none of the top tier decks are so far above the rest that they're like impossible to beat, right? Like Cool Tune has counters, Sky Striker makes a breakable board, Draco Tail boards is something that you can handle. Branded is a strong deck but beatable, as we saw multiple times already. And I like when that happens. I think there's a lot of back and forth as well in formats where decks make quote unquote breakable end boards where like it's not like, oh, if I let them play and they make a board, they automatically win. There's not very many decks like that in the format right now, and that always makes for very interesting gameplay, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you highlight the Draco Tail because I think with that arriving around that December timeline ahead of Yummy in January and K9 in February, the fact that it's outlived its contemporaries at that highest level is very interesting. But I'm also very keen to hear from you as to your thoughts on your Yummy variants with the Mitsurugi potentially, but also that K9 Vanquish Soul that we saw perform so well in last month's Cup.
I actually think K9 Vanquish Soul is still a viable deck. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a single one yet. It might just be this like, it's kind of like new toy syndrome because K9 is typically not a deck that plays the Fallen into Virtuous.
Luna Light.
That's still going strong. I mean,
I like it.
Double Liger Dancer is nothing to scoff at. So Pierre facing down double Liger plus SP here with a face down card, so that's rough. Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of decks like Luna Light, like Vanquish Soul, that are still completely viable.
So I think Luna Light, especially within a given format, when people are not teching specifically for it being the deck to beat in the format, that's where it can really unleash because there's no hard counter to it. That being said, super polymerization is a thing.
Boy, you can't out Liger Dancers.
That's true. What can out Liger Dancer?
That's getting me to my point, which is like one of the awkward things about Luna Light right now is that a lot of the decks in the format right now naturally can out Liger Dancers. For example, Cool Tune can make a really big RS to attack over it.
Yeah.
And you can even protect the RS from the Luna Light destruction effect if you put a Loudness War next to it. Because Loudness War makes tuners indestructible. It doesn't help against double Liger though. But the same is true for every branded variation. They can out Liger Dancers with the help of Titaniclad, which is unaffected and really big.
Radiant Typhoon Vision now hopefully going to do something here. Sky Striker presumably into potentially Radiant Typhoon.
If this is Sky Striker, they're in trouble because that has a very hard time outing Liger Dancers.
You've never seen a Kagari get above 3800
Well, I've
attack?
seen it. No, I've seen it get big enough, but then the Liger just destroys it.
What did we just send from the hand to the graveyard?
Branded in High Spirits. It's branded.
Okay, yeah.
Branded with a Radiant Typhoon Vision package, which is really cool because Branded naturally has a lot of quick play spells.
Yeah.
So you can just use that as additional draw power for consistency as well. I really like that. That's cool. And that does mean that I do think Pierre does have the means to deal with the Liger Dancers in some capacity. It's going to have to be very slow and one at a time because the way, basically, unless they're playing something that's very unusual, the only way to really out a Liger Dancer is Titaniclad, which has the effect of it gains 100 attack times the level of its fusion material times 100. So if you make it with just high enough level monsters, it can be bigger than a Liger Dancer.
Yep.
And it's unaffected by monsters special summoned from the extra deck, which of course the Liger Dancers are. The problem is that that only lasts for one turn. So you have to go through the motion. You summon one Titaniclad, you attack a Liger Dancer, then you have to go through the motion of putting the Titaniclad back into your extra deck. There's different ways to do that. And then you have to resummon it again. So it's a process that takes multiple turns.
Interesting that we're seeing Branded here because the teammate in Duel C seems to be on Draco Tail, as we do have the Mysterion coming through too. So
how
is this a case of the...
How does Fallen of Albaz work with the Sheer card rule?
Oh, because of the
Because
name.
Fallen of the White Dragon is the same as Fallen of Albaz. So if I share Fallen of Albaz...
That card is really big, but cool. Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Yeah.
I
Don't avoid my question.
well,
You don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer, but there is Fallen of Albaz. Just that card is really big. Let's focus. On
Okay,
that.
yeah, that's more important, anyways. Yeah.
It did fill the screen quite majestically.
Okay. I would assume this is just
the
an
level of
assumption.
analysis you're going to get from me.
That's fine. I would assume, this is just an assumption, but I would assume that if you designate shared card Fallen of Albaz, you can play both Fallen of White and Fallen of Albaz in multiple decks. It's kind of how it makes sense, doesn't it?
Does that only apply when it's on the field, though? Is this
No,
not,
that's
like,
even for deck building. You can't play
Okay.
3 white and 1 OG.
Oh, sure. Okay.
That's why
Like
I'm
Harpy Lady 1, 2,
exactly.
3.
That's it's the same thing. That's why I'm thinking like maybe it works that way for share. We've never had this case, so
Oh.
I don't think we have. I mean, I don't think anyone has ever tried to share Harpy Lady 1. So
Well, there is Lunalight Liger Dancer now coming through. Is there a response? Talk to me about Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, because
yeah, that card is awesome. It's a level 8 synchro that summons any monster from the deck that mentions the Fallen of Albaz or is the Fallen of Albaz itself, which basically tutors out Quem, Cartesia, whichever one you need basically for any situation.
Yeah.
And it does so by banishing itself until the end phase, and that's a quick effect. So you can keep doing that over and over. Like your typical first turn combo is going to be summoning it, banishing it until the end phase to get like Quem.
Yeah.
And then in the end phase, it returns, and on the opponent's turn, you can do it again to get like Cartesia or something like that. So it
There
really
is a
provides a lot of
Cartesia.
value in the long term. All right, there's Cartesia.
there's
to
another
summon itself
banish
from
until the
hand
end phase.
with the SP. Yeah,
Yeah.
Not going to banish until the end phase here. We have Super. Oh, that's Mirror Jade. Hold up. Hold up.
Do we get to see it? Do we get to see it? Is it the extended artwork? Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade
Don't
Dragon.
announce it like that. What if it's not?
Yeah. Then I'm sad.
I mean, it is.
I would say it's resolving, but it's super polymerization, so it kind of has to.
Watch it be Lubellion.
Angelica's Angelic Ring, however. Yeah, let's see. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it
there
is.
we go.
Ooh, it even got some special effects going on.
Yes, new artwork, new effects. Let's go. Mirror
So,
Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
So Lunalight Liger Dancer states it's unaffected by all other card effects except for other Lunalight cards. Doesn't state extended arts though.
Thank you.
So can the Mirror Jade banish it?
I think this is an easier question for me to answer than the one you had about the Albaz shared card rule.
Maybe.
That being said, speaking of Lunalight Liger Dancer, the effect is now being activated.
I think it was Royal. It could. I think a Royal extended hot take. Royal extended art Mirror Jade should destroy Liger Dancer.
Thank you.
Agree?
I don't think I'm allowed to agree. Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, though, going to activate its effect in response.
There's the Titanic Clad, but it's not supposed to be in the graveyard. It's supposed to be on the field and big and everything.
Yep, there goes the field. Except for the two Liger Dancers that are, of course,
Yeah, I think
unaffected by
I
card
think this
effects.
is one of those things. See, we're gonna find out if it works in the end phase. This is one of those instances where I think one Liger Dancer is actually quite easy for Branded to out, but when there's two, even though you hypothetically can, it just ends up being hard in practice because they just the Raigeki effects are really strong. All right, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon coming in with its second effect. If normally you want to just banish it to get its effect, but if it ever hits the graveyard, it can shuffle a card from the field into the deck by shuffling itself and the fusion from the grave into the deck.
Do you think going for the face down there was the correct play?
I mean, what else are you going to go for?
True.
The tiger, I guess, maybe. But I'm going to be honest with you.
All right, fine.
Unless the extended art Mirror Jade actually destroys the Liger Dancers, this is just going to be game next turn no matter what.
All right, let's look at Duel C, as we do have another branded set of cards being used. There is the Droplet.
And we do see the Ecclesia here on the field for Dani, which does mean we're seeing Branded Dracotail paired with Branded. So that means there's got to be some shared card magic going on with the Albaz. Because, you know, there's no way. I mean, we can play one Ecclesia in both of those decks. That's no problem. But we need multiple Albaz and multiple Fallen at the Virtuous. Like, are we sharing Fallen at the Virtuous and Branded Fusion? Probably not. Branded Fusion's at 2, right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure
sorry.
it's at 2. So you can play one each. That works. You don't have to share it for that.
Fallen of Albaz now making an appearance.
And being met with its biggest enemy once again, the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Can be your angel, can be your devil.
Yeah, kind of fitting with the artwork as well.
Duel B, on the other hand, the loudness war does continue there as the Cool Tune deck is doing its thing. Let's look at Duel B.
It is turn 2, so it looks like we have successfully stopped the opponent with Cool Tune, and we are about to... Oh no, we're playing into this board. Okay, never mind. I thought it was the bottom player's turn.
Oh, I didn't notice, but this series is actually 3-3, by the way. So
yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah. Reset to a best of 3 here. You've been there.
We have been there, yeah. The Duelist Genesis is a card that you don't see in every Cool Tune deck, but it is a pretty neat replacement for the Synchro Overtakes that were somewhat recently limited, because it searches, well, exactly that card. It searches any spell that mentions or that has Synchro in the name, which is Synchro Overtake or Cool Tune Synchro. And in this case, we are going for Synchro Overtake here.
We did have one duel finish, though. Duel A was able to come to a conclusion, as I believe the Luna Light was able to take it.
That writing was on the wall, and Luna Light is going to bring their team ahead here.
Yes, Luna Light will bring the team ahead, but can Synchro overtake?
Nope. It got ashed.
Do
we have another way to extend here? It's looking grim otherwise.
Well,
nope.
actually, that does mean that it'll probably come down to Duel C. So let's... Okay.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. I think it is Team EGS winning here. So it looks like Pierre lost to Lunalight, but the teammates have got his back with winning Duel C and Duel B. I mean, there's only moments away from this one, I suppose. It's not technically over yet, but it is only a matter of seconds, probably.
Yep, there is the Cool Tune.
And even with that one last Fallen and the Virtuous, I do not think this is going to be enough to withstand this pressure from Geg here. I mean, all you need to do is synchro away the Rico, force the Fallen and the Virtuous activation in the main phase, because RS can negate it then. Or Zalen, if it's channeling 2 or higher.
All you need to do. Synchro summon. And attack for game.
B2B. So this is 10 pi numbers of damage, basically. Because the RS can attack twice with 5,000. So that's 10,000 damage alone off of that card. And the writing is on the wall. And we surrender here. And Team EGS takes the series and moves on to our top 8. Impressive stuff. Especially considering this is something we talked about that earlier with Lampy as well. I wasn't sure if we were going to see a combination of branded and branded Draco Tail, but we did. And that's interesting to me, because to me that implies at the very minimum we're sharing Fallen of Albaz.
Yep.
You have to. Fallen and the Virtuous, you could potentially get away with splitting between the two decks, because Branded Draco Tail can get away with 1 copy.
Yep.
And Branded can get away with 2 copies. That's possible.
And Branded Fusion.
Branded Fusion, you would do 1 each. Ecclesia, you can do 1 each, no problem. Albion, you can get away with as well. 2 Albion in Branded, 1 Albion in Draco Tail. That works. So yeah, technically, in order to play both of those decks, you only need 1 shared card slot for the Fallen of Albaz. Assuming it works like the way I think it works, where if you say Fallen of Albaz is my shared card, you can play 2 white in each deck and 1 regular in each deck.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. It doesn't work for 3 decks. That's when it falls apart, because then when you need when you need more copies of each of these. Like you need more copies of Fallen and the Virtuous and Albion. But an interesting concept for the World Championship potentially. Something to keep in mind for sure if those decks are still relevant. I mean, we're talking still like I think 2 months from now,
something like that.
So there's always a world in which stuff changes until then. But it's an interesting idea, I think. But
yeah, and definitely looking a little bit closer ahead, all of these legitimate contenders for that Road to Worlds qualifier as well. That being said, earlier in the stream, we did allude to 2 special announcements tonight, and I did have a brief conversation with Josh about Elf Note. Now, we do have one announcement for you, first and foremost here. The other one will come later, just before the finals. Let's take a look at this season's spring final game map. It's Elf Note Tinia.
Tinia, okay. Nice. That is a good looking game mat, and that is what players win at the spring finals, right? Which is something that you qualify for via the regular Challenger Cups.
Exactly.
You will get some points if you do well in the Challenger Cups, and then I believe it is the best performing players of the season, just basically at the end of the season with one big tournament to basically celebrate the end of the season and find the season's winner, where players are going to receive the season's playmat. That's cool.
Exactly that. So yeah, players throughout this season will play towards that final tournament, and that final tournament will indeed reward this Elf Note game map. That is your first announcement of the evening. We do have another one later, just before the finals. But hopefully you guys all enjoy seeing that Elf Note game map. Hopefully a few of you will be able to win that too. No doubt some of the players we're watching tonight will be some of those players competing for it.
We have a lot of strong names in contention who are probably going to walk away with some of those Elf Note Tinia playmats at the end of the season. But we are not at the end of the season yet. We're not even at the end of the tournament yet. We are headed into the top 8. So I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. We'll go on a short break, and then we'll be back with the top 8.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage here of this beautiful Road to Worlds Challenger Cup. And we are all the way into top 8 now already. Have been slowly working our way through the rounds, and we've seen plenty of Branded, bunch of Q-Tune, lots of Sky Strikers. Any expectations for this round in top 8, Ibris?
Well, I'm expecting to see Sky Striker again, of course.
Okay.
Branded, potentially the Drake Tail Branded and the Branded, like we saw in the previous round. That was cool. Magnet Warrior, I think, also a little bit slept on. Super Polymerization really putting in the work so far today. Now, answer me this, Lumpy.
Please.
The chat may be thinking it too.
Okay, okay.
We're in top 8.
Yes.
Is Josh still in?
I don't think he is. He might be having dinner right now, but I have good news for you. Josh, Jonas, very similar. I think we're going to be following Brona's team here for top 8, as you can see him there in Duel C on the bottom. You mentioned Magnet Warriors. I think Brona's actually is a big enjoyer of that deck.
I've been seeing him playing the Magnet Warrior Fiendsmith variant.
Yes, very much so.
I think he plays every Fiendsmith variant, actually, so...
But also he has been playing a lot of Branded recently, and I mean, Branded now with the new cards from today's set are going to be really desired to play as well. So if I would have to make a bet, I would say Bronas is probably on some kind of Branded deck today. But let's focus on what is in front of us right now, as we have Team FOD versus NSJL. And looks like FOD is enjoying some Radiant Typhoon gameplay.
Yeah, they're pretty much getting free run of it so far. We have the Mystical Space Typhoon now coming down as well. Predaplant, Vertian Anaconda, you have to imagine that is a branded deck on Duel C as well. The Drake-Tail Branded actually being faced down here. Ash Blossom Joy Spring. There is another Ash Blossom Joy Spring in Duel B. So many Ash Blossoms. None of them in Duel A. Again, just there having free run of things with this Radiant Typhoon.
It is scary here, though, in Duel A. You have NSJL player 1 with the name tag Man. Then they have the icon being the man with the mark. Please be my beloved Apophis deck. That would be... like every tournament should have an Apophis deck.
One Challenger Cup final for last year, remember? It was Vera playing Man with the Mark, yeah.
He did. I mean, in an impressive way in the finals, or semi-finals and in the finals, but in the end, just having every counter trap imaginable in the game to close it out. That deck has been hit to some degree in the recent past with, for example, Treasures of the Kings going semi-limited. Still a very valid strategy, though.
Indeed, and you mentioned Man, but there is Mandate following up on the Crossair here from the Radiant Typhoon deck.
Very solid setup, and if it is Man, I got bad news for player 1 here from NSJL, because that is the hardest matchup you could ever imagine, to go up against a deck that has free access to Mystical Space Typhoon every single turn when your whole deck revolves around setting powerful trap cards. That is not the matchup you want to see.
FOD with 3 Albaus mates, by the way, but only 1 branded player.
Of course. I mean, you have shared cards, so you cannot afford to have multiple. When we're looking at the decks, it is confirmed to be Draco Tail in Duel C with the branded cards, and we do see Q-Tune going off in Duel B. So what is left there? Let's go over. Let's go over to Duel C. I want to find out what Bronas has brought to the table today as we are starting off his turn now. I'm calling some kind of branded cards, but who knows?
Albion the Sanctified Dragon, of course. I believe that came out in December 2023 in Master Duel and was pretty notorious for the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare situation that it continued to cause. But that being said, it's a whole different kind of use for it this time around. Drake Tail Phimena from the hand as well in response to this Ecclesia. Ecclesia, though, Max C now going to come through. So we're going to draw a card every time there's a special summon, unless there's another response from NT-Human. NT-Human?
The player free. Let's keep it simple. From player free from FOD. It was an interesting timing on the Phimena effect there, because immediately chained to the effect of Ecclesia, we went for that Phimena effect to fuse. Solid explanation here, though, as we do bring out the Secretarian Dragon, and Secretarian Dragon just prevents those dragons and spellcaster monsters to activate their effects on the field, and with Ecclesia, there is only going to be dragons coming out from the deck. One dangerous game we're playing here, though, as with Fallen and the White Dragon, we are like very, very able to go into super polymerization and all kind of shenanigans. So not sure for how long that Secretarian Dragon is going to stay on the field there.
Yeah, K2 Drago Tail going to join it on the field. However, here set there, but it's still Bronus' turn, still Bronus' time to see if he can out this field. Now, with those traps from the Drake-tail deck being set to just add further disruption, I do think that this branded Drake-tail is actually probably in the better position here. But it's still not over, and we do have...
We do not even need super polymerization. That's what I was thinking. We gave our opponent, we gave Bronas a way to just use our monster. That we have something. We invested so much into that Secretarian Dragon. We basically used 3 cards from our hand to bring it out, and Bronas immediately could out it. He didn't even need to activate the effect of Fallen of the White Dragon, and therefore that is a crucial Albalenatus here.
Yes, indeed it is, as it does manage to salvage the game state for Bronus here, as he does look to extend here with the Cartesia from the hand. Albion's effect is going to bring back the Secretarian Dragon, however.
Okay,
so
yeah, that's good.
Yep, Maxi going to give a card over.
Maxi coming onto the field giving a card is kind of funny. That is a fair exchange there, if you ask me. Also, I don't think we have seen it at all yet today, but Duel A, it wasn't the Apophis deck, but it is actually Vankersoul K9 that they have brought here.
Let's take a look at Duel A, because, yeah, as you mentioned, this was something that we spoke about with Josh earlier. Vankersoul K9 still a legitimate contender. It's just not something we've seen too much of so far today. And, yeah, so far seems to be doing okay, but the Radiant Typhoon was able to play freely.
They were.
Typhon?
That gotta be Typhon. There is no other monster that could come out of this, as there was only one monster.
Starslayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis. This is a card to turn things around if I ever did see one, but there is the Fallen and the Virtuous, and there is the game now in favor of FOD as they open up this one. Not a bad way to go against a reigning world semi-finalists team.
I mean, one of their members.
Would you say
we will give it to them? Yeah, sure.
World semi-finalist?
I think you can say it. I'm okay with it. But what I'm impressed by is the win rate of Radiant Typhoon today. Like all the rounds that I've seen, Radiant Typhoon was putting up numbers. They were winning left and right, and they're winning here again. Maybe it is a little bit influenced by them winning a lot of coin tosses as well, and then just converting that advantage into actual game wins. But I'm impressed so far by the Radiant Typhoon players in the tournament. And it also seems to be the theme that most teams are going with Q-Tune, a branded variant, either branded or branded Dracotail, and then Radiant Typhoon seems to be the most common choice in third place.
Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker,
yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, both options, but I feel like we've seen more Radiant Typhoon at this point. But this is Q2. I mean, the combination for Team M and NSJL is just Vankersoul K9 in that third spot. It is branded, Q-Tune, and then Vankersoul K9, which also does make sense, to be fair.
We saw Albion the Sanctifier Dragon in one duel, and now we have the Gimmick Puppet Mate. Although it's not Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but still, you know, throwback.
The puppets are out. Q-Tune Loudness War is very, very cool in its way that it can, in response to an effect that the opponent activates, banish one of your Q-Tune monsters from the graveyard and then execute their effect that would normally be used when it is used for a synchro summon in the graveyard. So I didn't quite see what we copied there, but it might have even been the Track Maker, which would allow us to just put one monster back into the extra deck. Let's see.
Indeed. And now we have another synchro summon coming through, the Track Maker. Makes 6 for another Loudness War here.
Was it Mix? If it was Mix, we can... Oh no, it was Rotary. I see. Rotary just putting back something from the graveyard. That's not amazing. I think maybe because we chained with the back-to-back, I think we made sure that there were no cards left in our hand, so the Rotary couldn't look into the hand and then search. I think that was very smart from Shurek here from player 2 of Team NSJL. And in general, you gotta say, going second in the Q-Turn mirror match, not as much of a disadvantage as some people might think, because I've seen plenty of very well executed going second turns from Q-Tune players in the Q-Tune mirror, being very successful in still winning the game. And I mean, that almost on its own is winning them the game here.
Yep, unless we have...
Oh, this needs to be a crazy top deck.
Oh, okay, that was all within Yami's turn, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the writing is on the walls here for this one. So let's look at Duel C.
Let's go back over to that Duel C, where Bronas is still working his way through the field of player 3 from Team FOD. But, I mean, that's a lot of monsters, but the Secretarian is still on the field. The Secretarian is still on the field and giving a lot of headaches to Bronas here. Oh, and now the Nibiru, the Primal Being. A lot of decks are not even running that card anymore. But player 3 has said, I want to have it. Good response here, though, with the SP Little Knight, as we are...
Yeah, we guarantee 2 cards back in the end phase, at least.
Yeah. And running that Nibiru in the first place is kind of interesting, because against a lot of the decks in the current metagame, it's not really that great. I'm looking at Q-Tune. They're looking into your hand, they see the Nibiru, they don't summon 5 times even. I'm looking at Sky Strikers, a deck that has problems even to summon 5 times in one turn.
Grungignol, the Dust Dragon in the graveyard, however, should be able to help extend a little bit further, getting the Ecclesia from the deck here. Ecclesia now having the effect resolve for the first time this duel as well. Does mean we'll get the Fallen and the Virtuous to the hand. Suddenly, despite it not being the end phase quite yet, Branded looking pretty good here for Bronus. Triple Tactics talent as well.
We are going to look at that last card in hand, and that is a 5 mana that will not be there for much longer, as it is shuffled back into the deck. And, well, Bronas going second is going all in here. The thing, though, is in the end phase, we're looking at a Branded strategy on both ends, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is a lot of resources coming back to... Oh, look at this. Okay, so Fallen and the Virtuous in most decks only gets used for the first effect, where you are destroying something on the field.
Yeah.
When you have access to Ecclesiars in your deck, and Branded of course does, as we have seen Bronas summon that card and is now going back into the hand here as well, you can also use the second effect of the Fallen and the Virtuous, just summoning a monster from your own or your opponent's graveyard. So we just took care and took over that Albion the Sanctifier Dragon here on Bronas' side. And the thing is, we couldn't even return all of the monsters with SP Little Knight there anymore, because we had so many monsters on the field already. That's crazy.
Suddenly looking pretty good for Bronus here, to be honest.
Real?
K2 Draco Tail.
Oh. Do we have a response to that? We drew so many cards. Surely we just have an Ash Blossom for this. Surely, right, Bronas? You don't want this to resolve. It is resolving. But before it can, we are going to... Oh yeah, that's smart. That gives player 3 on FOD's team less ways to fusion summon.
Yeah.
Because that requires them to have another fusion, a monster that can be fusion summoned in their hand, which could basically be any monster. But if it's not a Draco Tail monster, it doesn't generate much value. Let's see. They're searching Pan, which surely means that they do have another monster to fusion summon with here. Oh, it's Pan and Urgula. That's a perfect combination here even. That's huge.
They will make Arthalion, which will of course return the cards back to the hand.
We did use 2 materials from our hand, so we get to go after 2 cards. Either trying to recycle resources from the graveyard, and yeah, we did target the Fawn of the White Dragon. We could also try to bait out the Dark Ecclesia, but no, we want to exclusively target cards in our own graveyard, as we also target the Draco Tail Frixel there. Oh, Pan is going to activate. The thing about the Draco Tail cards, they don't target, so they are so tricky in how to respond to them. Like, Bronas now basically needs to activate the monster effects that he wants to resolve this turn.
Yep.
Otherwise, there is a chance he is just going to lose the monster that he's trying to activate. Okay, that Sanctifier is good though, because one of the cards that player 3 is trying to take back from the graveyard to the hand can now just be special summoned onto the field, meaning, yep, there's the Frixel that they were trying to add back, and there is a Fawn of the White Dragon, which they also tried to bring back. So both targets for Arthalion are now on the field, not in the way that player 3 wanted that to be.
There is the second Arthalion that you did mention, though, and there is Draco Tail Flame now being set face down too. So the Draco Tail not looking too terrible.
Okay, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon still gets destroyed by the Draco Tail Pan. What? So we know there is... Oh wait, no, we do not know
What
there's
could be
a
in the
Fallen
hand of
Witches.
Bronus? is the question.
I mean, we added back Ecclesia. I think we also added back Cartesia, so we know 2 cards in hand. The other 2, I don't think are known. The problem now with this is we gave them Fawn of the White Dragon, so they can use it, and they are making good use out of it by using its on-summon effect to bring out the incredible Ecclesia.
Okay.
Super polymerization.
Maybe that's why we
though.
gave it.
Possibly. And now, this is a very, very good moment to go for... Oh, yeah. This is the dragon that devours the dogma, I'm pretty sure. Look at this.
Nice.
This is why super polymerization is even crazier nowadays in Branded, because with the release of this card available from today on, you can actually fuse away 3 monsters at once. And when your opponent is the one controlling the Fawn of the Albas or Fawn of the White Dragon, which is treated as Fawn of Albas, it can all 3 be their monsters.
Yep, very, very strong in the mirror match. And of course, something you'll come to expect to see during that Road to Worlds qualifier later in the month, you have to imagine. Now, Draketail Urgula in the graveyard, though, does mean this is not totally doom and gloom for FOD here, but there's a good chance that it may very well be Bronus able to turn this one around and maybe able to close this one out here with that super impactful super polymerization.
Super impactful, you say, and yeah, it really feels like super polymerization in that format is going to have a major role, as it really has great applications against different kind of matchups. It's really good against Branded, as we just saw here, or Branded Draketail. It also is really good against Q-Tune, as you are...
Oh, no.
The double super polymerization, you gotta be kidding
Discarding
me.
Branded Fusion, by the way. That's power play if I ever did see one, and there is the super polymerization coming through. Do we see something a little bit more generic here? It is the Nibiru Primal Being token being used alongside the Arthalion, so you have to imagine it will be. But there is the Flux Oxenfeld, not playing Magnet Warrior today, but still using that staple of the extra deck for some plays with the Super Poly.
Oh, and the
Ooh.
in-hand effect of the Golden Sword Soul comes up. That effect comes up so rarely, but when it does, it is even more funny. Bronas makes sure that his team NSJL is still in a 2-1 lead. And Bronas is known for creative and crazy deck building.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, in a Branded deck where you are struggling to put 15 cards in your extra deck, you're limited by that usually. Still being able to put Flux Oxenfeld as a super polymerization target in your extra deck, that is craziness. But look at this. We do have the bracket here with the 8 remaining teams. And we do see our current featured match being in the bottom. No, wait, where is our current featured match?
Yeah,
Where
it's top right. Top
Oh,
right.
top right.
Captain
There
Yami,
you go. Yeah.
Daredevil, and then I'm not human, so anti-human was I'm not human.
I see.
Meta Man, Shuraig, and Jonas, Bronus.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we do still have, of course, Abu Hamid and his team in T2A still in this. Luvosi as well, very, very prominent player. Actually, I see playing a lot with Jonas these days.
Yeah.
On the other side of the brackets, you will have Team Rev versus Team DSF, who have been phenomenal in our previous Challenger Cups. And then you do have Pierre and the team of EGS versus Loot, which is led by Nikos.
Yeah, still a lot of powerful teams left in the competition. As you mentioned, plenty of regular Challenger Cup grinder, a lot of names that we have seen before, but also still a couple of names that I quite frankly have never seen before, which is always good to see that there is new players joining the Challenger Cup competition. I think those 3v3 team competitions in particular are always fun to play together with your friends, and therefore I think for those, people are even more incentivized to join the competition, as you all at home also, of course, should check out Challenger Cups, join the Discord servers, and make sure to play in all of those cool tournaments all the season through. I mean, we have just revealed, you and Josh, the finals, Matt, so if you want to join now and make sure to get into the finals, because finals are soon, then you can get your hands on that Elf Notinia match, which is beautiful. You guys were revealing it, but I gotta say, it's a beautiful mat.
Oh, yeah, I'm really glad. I quite like it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, those of you that do play in the regular season tournaments can also win the Saji game mat.
Yeah,
that is
still behind
certainly
us.
Nothing to disregard. But that being said, really, really strong showing so far from all of these teams that have made it this far into the tournament. But the tournament does continue. This round still continues. This set of games is not done, as we did have a 2-1 on the board here. And we do have NSJL versus FOD, round 2 in this set of games.
it is the start of Radiant Typhoon Megala. So any kind of Radiant Typhoon quick play, and that is a pretty good one to find with Radiant Typhoon Chant, guarantees us a special summon of a Radiant Typhoon monster. If we do not have access to Crusea yet, that could be the one to go for. We can also decide to just bring out Varun from the deck here though, making sure that our plays are a little bit more isolated with that monster negation ability. But for that, of course, we need to get the Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard before. So maybe depends on whether they have access to that already. But let's see. It is just going to be a Sven, fair enough, extending our plays a little further. But there is a response window. So it seems like Shurek does have something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but they are just trying to maybe hold it for the Crusea, which I do agree on a lot. Because ashing the Chant would have really not done anything, because Megala effect always is going to get us to combo. Ashing the Megala effect also doesn't really do anything, because then the Chant already is playing on its own. So holding it for Crusea probably is where you get the most value out of it. But you gotta say there, if executed properly, probably has a chance here to chain block the Crusea to make sure it is going to resolve. Let's see whether they find a way to do that. But that's a Link 2 first.
Yep, immediate Link 2 play into the
Marine Eidolon, the
Infinite Impermanence from the hand there. Again, one of these cards we highlighted as a potential share, especially with the likes of your Call by the Grave and the Maxi at 1. It does mean we have other options if teams are not fully committed to that Fallen and the Virtuous package between all of their decks.
Oh, speaking of Fallen the Virtuous, that could be a card that Dare could hold here, because if they chain the Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy their own Link 2, they would at least be getting the Mystical Space Typhoon Search. It is questionable, though, whether that is the important effect of the cards, because we can just technically link into another Link 2 here later on in the turn to just still get access to the so important trap card, to the Mandate. So I'm curious on how this turn is going to further develop, as I think we searched for Ascendance, so Ascendance is known in the hand, and there also still is Crusea, of course, waiting to be used in the hand.
Yep, in other duels, we do have Duel A actually pretty well underway as well. We do see an Xyz monster on the field there. Let's look at Duel A.
That does seem like Vanquish Soul K9. Yep, it is. That is the deck that Man has brought. And this time around, they are able to go first. Not like in the last game, where they were trying to play going second, now going first. This deck, of course. Like, when this deck combos, and when this deck gets to do their combo, there is not much you can do about it.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw Super Polymerization is one of the most prominent cards right now, trying to break fields. And with Vanquish Soul K9, it just doesn't have great applications. There is not really that great of a target against that deck to put into your extra deck to just Super Polymerization away their field, which against big combo decks is a problem. And
so,
therefore, it's maybe a good deck pick in general.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what is the matchup like against your Branded, against your Cool Tune with the Vanquish Soul K9 if it has fallen slightly out of the limelight?
I feel like when you go first, when you are able to set up your field, it's insanely hard to break it, because you just have so many layers of interruption. You have just your effects are working really well into the Branded matchup. So I would say when you go first, it is strongly favored towards the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. When you go second, though, the Branded deck has a lot of ways to just remove your monsters and to interact with you early. It does become a lot harder. So I feel like the coin toss is quite important in that matchup overall.
I just realized the one round we don't have a Sky Striker duelist. Josh just leaves the stream.
It was all planned. It's all scripted.
Following along that script, indeed, is the line of the Vanquish Soul deck here. As you mentioned, once it gets going, it's very hard to stop. And right now, 6 monsters on the field.
We are living the life right now. Now also getting out the Heavy Borger, probably going to draw a card with that momentarily as well. I'm wondering what kind of cards the player 3 of Team FOD has even activated there, because it really doesn't look like it did anything, as Man is still completely
it made
going
the
off here.
Albaz transform into Mirror Jade.
Oh, why did it do that? Does it like what's going on currently for their player? I wouldn't be too satisfied, but cool to see it at least. So we go into the Nash Knight now as well. Nash Knight could technically just be left on the field as an interruption, but of course, we always have the option to also go into Masquerade. Against the branded deck, I feel like Masquerade is the more important interruption. Ooh, we see a triple tactic talents now resolving in Duel B as well, revealing that Q-Tune hand there, which does have 2 starters though, so we need to make sure that we can stop those. And then
let's take a look at Duel C. As you mentioned how we looked at the hand in Duel B, but the hand in Duel C was pretty much empty for Bronus until it just got replenished in the end phase by the nature of that branded deck. Gronguignol, the Dusk Dragon in defense position there, alongside Guiding Quem the Virtuous. And is that Ecclesia the Dark Dragon?
yeah, it is. It just came back there in the end phase. Signalizing basically to us that it has used its effect already to bring out another monster from the deck previously in that turn, and now on the opponent's turn ready to do all of that again, as it is a quick effect in the main phase on both turns. So this is just a crucial part of interaction. Like that card provides you so many things. It does give you access to Fallen the White Dragon. It does give you access to Fallen of Albus on the opponent's turn to possibly fuse into things as well. And then when at some point your opponent has dealt with it, it is going to be another interruption in the graveyard too. And there is branded Retribution now from Bronas, being able to negate that Q-Tune Synchro there without any problems.
The Umbral Horror Masquerade making an appearance in Duel A, by the way. Just Xyz, 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 and it just keeps going.
Oh, we even summon our Jax on the opening turn. That is as big as it gets in terms of combo from the Vanquish Soul K9 player there from Matt. Ooh, another Q-Tune Synchro here. We gotten rid of the first monster successfully there with Fallen and the Virtuous, but seems like Yami still wants to keep on going. Do we have a way to normal summon again though? Yes, we do, with Q-Tune Rotary revealing the monster that we have just searched, but I am sure that Bronas had a plan for that ready as well. There's Q effect, I would imagine. Yep, there it goes. But the thing is, when Q now special summons onto the field, which I would expect it to do, we are able then to also use Gronguignol's effect on the field. But first, we are even going to use the effect of Ecclesia.
Speaking of Gronguignol, I do wonder if in Duel A we see this branded fusion resolve, or if there is the K9 Vanquish Soul with the full setup able to stop it. Let's look at Duel A, because it is heating up as well again.
Duel A. Mirror Jade Mate evolved out of the Fallen of Albus. Are we going to have the same progress here on the field is the question. Will that work out for us? Speaking of Fallen of Albus, Bronas has just used Fallen of Albus to just fuse away probably 2 monsters from the opponent's side of the field again. And
the Golden Sword Soul as well there.
Once again,
Tech.
yep. Bronas loves his Golden Sword Soul. Oh, Duel B, by the way, is over. And I think that was in favor of the Radiant Typhoon deck. Again, I just mentioned it, that deck. I feel like I'm only seeing it winning. It's crazy what kind of a win rate that deck has.
Lubellion Searing Dragon now coming through as well. Will Fusion Summon again on top of that.
Oh, and there you see it. Fallen of Albus with 2 monsters from the opponent.
The Dragon
that is so strong against Q-Tune. You can just... Q-Tune needs a monster on the field to execute their game plan. And when you can just consistently keep that away from their field, you are going to absolutely win the game, no matter what.
Do you think branded Draketail can break this field and the 6 cards in hand for Man?
It's not going to be easy. So we are getting our Malulu negated in the graveyard, so that's 1 card less coming out of this fusion summon. But at least the Lubellion is going to give us access here to Mirror Jade, which can do some damage, because if we negate and destroy Mirror Jade, that is going to, of course, activate its graveyard effect and destroying everything in the end phase. So that is a possible
Duel C
window
ended,
to
by
go
the way.
in here. Oh yeah, Bronas won. So that means 3... Oh wait, it's 2-2 in total, okay. So... Oh, 3-2 already. Yeah, true. Yeah, we only have 1 game remaining. Makes sense, but it is 3-2 now. So, Man could make this a 4-2. Not even extended art. What are you doing, human? What are you doing? So, I think we had 1 extended art in top 16. No extended art so far in
Thank you for
top
keeping
8.
track.
Yeah, you gotta have the statistics right.
Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, my second favorite monster name of the night after Super Star Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis.
Fair, fair, fair. I like Sheena as well. Have you ever said the full name of Sheena?
I haven't, and I can't recite it off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
We will get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
If Radiant Typhoon
One
keeps
day.
on winning, we will definitely need to keep track of that
Well,
as well.
people aren't winning if they're summoning Typhon, right? So.
Yeah. You're right. Good point, good point. But this is now going to be the Mirror Jade chaining its effect to banish something to the effect of Jax. And that is going to be negated by that
Umbral Horror
Masquerade.
Indeed. Another fun one to say, by the way, even if I skip the number part. That being said, the effect, not skipped, and Mirror Jade pretty soon will visit the graveyard.
Half of the life points eliminated. Here in that case, though, you might argue that Mirror Jade being destroyed is a plus, because that means that it is going to be also destroying all of the opponent's monsters in the
But
end
you do
phase.
have 7 cards with which to then extend the next turn with.
Well, yeah. I was trying to find a positive here, but
Yeah.
it's still not looking particularly good for Human after them also losing
This-
half of their life points in that interaction.
Presumably will bring NSJL to match point, but let's see, the duel is not over yet. Draker Tail, branded, still in this one.
They are trying hard. Searches for Dracotail for mana. Sort of signalizing that the last card in their hand is another monster. Here comes K9 X-Forced Release Bow. If you do not chain to this with the mana, you're not going to have enough monsters anymore to fusion summon, because we are definitely going to destroy that Lucius here in the process of resolving the quick play. So I'm not sure how we're going to extend after this, because it's mana and 1 monster, and when mana wants to fusion summon, it like any kind of fusion summon needs 2 monsters. So what is that going to do here for Human? I'm struggling to see something. Here comes Holly soon now as well. Possibly already the announcement of end of main phase from Human. And that is just an invitation for a man to say, I got more in my tank. I'm summoning Vanquished Raisin from the deck. And this is funny, like summoning more and more monsters onto the field while you know that all of your monsters are going to be destroyed in end phase.
Yep.
There comes a Caesar Valius, which can protect itself from destruction, so that's good. That's a good card to establish when you know that your entire field is going to be destroyed.
Yep,
And also it has
tag
3,000
out
attack
here.
points, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It has 3,000 attack points and the opponent is on 4,000 life points, so I feel like we're getting to the point where this is almost unlosable for man. But still, player 3 on FOD side has not given up yet.
All right, you remember how I said you have 6 cards in your hand with
Well-
which to make the comeback?
We're very much past that point. Very, very much. Here's the end phase. Oh no! Man is going to lose his entire field. What a shame.
Entire field minus Caesar Valius.
Oh, they're protecting with Vanquished Soul Start. Can this protect multiple monsters at once is the question? It can. We are protecting both Vanquished Soul monsters by revealing a Vanquished Soul monster in our hand. So we didn't even need to use the effect of our Caesar Valius. Oh, we're searching for the Fallen and the Virtuous. We're not even setting that, because if we would have set that, it would have just immediately been destroyed by the Caesar Valius. Still, now we have to activate it here in that end phase if we want to somehow survive. And then the Caesar Valius can just chain itself to protect. So let's see. What are we trying to do? We can... Yeah, okay. The good thing in that process is we are getting another fusion monster from our extra deck into the graveyard, which we can then trigger. Classic branded end phase shenanigans here. But what are we trying to send?
Will they get to see another end phase is the question.
I am skeptical of that.
Hmm.
Because the Vanquished K9 deck is very, very
Is that
capable
Titanic
of just...
Lad sent?
It looked like Titanic Blood, yeah.
Yeah.
I like, though, how the Mirror Jade in the made of Human is still out there being
Yeah.
completely transformed and not going back to its original state of Fallen of Albaz.
Well, Albaz, not human, now Mirror Jade, and it's not human for Team FOD playing
It is
that.
a worm, yeah.
Yeah.
It is a worm. Is Fallen of Albaz a human?
I don't know.
That's a tough question. Probably not. It's a
Indeed.
dragon.
Yeah.
So let's see. What are we... We're taking a lot of time here trying to figure out what to do with that Fallen Individuals, and we are destroying the field spell, where man is like, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay, Cartesia back to the hand. Titanic Lad will be able to activate here. Problem with that, whatever we activate, whatever we summon, can just immediately be destroyed by that Caesar Velius, which we have established on the field. And then there's nothing left. Okay, Fallen of the White Dragon. We don't even need to destroy this, as it doesn't do anything on the field after it has used its effect. So we can just wait for the monster that is summoned out, which is incredibly Ecclesia here.
Just making a line of defense here. But gonna have to trim that away.
There comes the Caesar Velius. So human can chain Ecclesia, but they don't even want to because there is no real point. As you don't even target with Caesar Velius. You can just destroy one card on their side of the field. So if they chain, we're just going to destroy whatever comes out. So human decides that they just want to leave it on the field. There even is a chance that human already used Ecclesia this turn, actually. But let's see. Oh, there's just so much. Mirajay destroyed the entire field, but it also just didn't. It really didn't. Okay, draw phase, Holisu. Ecclesia against the world here, you could say. Are we trying to maybe even take control here?
Very strong showing from what was an otherwise fairly underrepresented deck in that Vanquish Soul K9 here tonight.
When that deck goes first, it is scary. It is so scary, and it was too scary for human here.
Another Xyz.
We're not stopping the Xyz summoning. Ripper. Is that? Yeah, the first Ripper went into the graveyard, so that is not a super common thing for Vanquish Soul K9 decks. A lot of them, out of just pure extra deck space issues, have decided to only run one K9 Ripper, but important information, I would say, to see that they are on the double Ripper technology here. Okay, they activate for mana. We summoned Ripper just for that. We have a negation for a hand or graveyard effect. So I think we know the remaining hand of human now too, meaning only thing we need to do is heading into the battle phase to close this game out, bringing Team NSJL to match point.
Yes, indeed. One game away from securing their position in that top 4. NSJL able to take it. The K9 Vanquish Soul making a statement despite being the only time we've seen this deck so far tonight.
And I think on the FOD side, the Radiant Typhoon player is the only one winning games so far because it is 4-2 total, and I think both times the Radiant Typhoon player was the one winning, and we got some live updates from the other matches here as well. None of them is completely done yet. That's cool to see, but some of them are close to being finished as we see Luvasi and his teammates of Team Kani are they're leading against maybe one of the tournament favorites with the team of Abo and Toast and Grass. And then also we see that it's still very, very, very much competitive on the left side of the bracket with a 2-2 and 2-3 score on that end.
Yep, very, very interesting to see that, especially because I believe it was 1-3 in that bottom left match before we headed into that previous round. So very, very cool to see how competitive these games have been. Yeah.
Very, very hard for it, very, very slow. And now the third set. We are going to rotate matchups as it is with those Worlds Format tournaments. And that means we had the Vanquish Soul deck already up against Radiant Typhoon. They did have that matchup.
Yep.
Here, this game, they played against Branded Draco Tail. So they are now left with the Q-Tune matchup. And I gotta say, I feel like Vanquish Soul K9 lines up really, really well into Q-Tune because we talked about Q-Tune being vulnerable to having their one monster on the field being destroyed and them not establishing a monster on the field. Vanquish Soul K9 can destroy a monster on the field with Razan. They can take control of a monster also with Holisu. They can destroy another monster with Caesar Velius as well.
It just goes on and on.
So actually they have plenty of ways. They also can use the quick spell to destroy another card on the field. So when they go first, I think they're in a really, really good situation against the Q-Tune deck as well.
Yep.
So that might be a favorable matchup almost for them. I mean, when Q-Tune goes first, it's tough on the other hand as well, because they just have so many different ways of interacting with you as well. But it's definitely possible for Vanquish Soul K9.
Also, less pressure when your team only needs to win one more game.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that is true. As you said, no Sky Striker on that roster. It's with Q-Tune being such a well-represented deck currently in the format, I think every team we've watched so far had Q-Tune somewhere. It also, to me, feels like a no-brainer to include Sky Striker into your roster, honestly, because you will always have that one very favorable matchup playing against the Q-Tune player. Everything else is just a bonus. And we do have a bonus dimension shifter here, but nothing else, it seems like. Wait, is that there? I believe it's a Radiant Typhoon player, right? That should be the Radiant Typhoon player. And they are shifting the branded deck, so that's good. But it's really not good that we didn't get to play at all. All right, Bronas does have Fallen of the White Dragon, so we are establishing multiple monsters here immediately onto the field. So maybe we can just overwhelm Dare here with multiple attack point strong monsters on the field. Ooh, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon animation going hard there in Duel B.
Yep, Duel B as well with the branded cards coming through. Duel A, on the other hand, we do have some action taking place. There are some direct attacks in this duel already, however.
Yeah, just some little pokes. And we could technically just try to go... Ooh, that was a huge Ghost Ogre on Duel B on the Dark Ecclesia. Yeah, so we probably go for Dark Ecclesia here as well. Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, there it is. Riding on that dragon, using its effect now. And I mean, it gets banished anyways. It comes back in the end phase, so we don't really care too much about the shifter being live here right now, as we establish another monster onto the field. We get our Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon back in the end phase, and then after this turn, the shifter is not active anyways anymore. So that shifter just... I mean, that shifter secured us another turn, but besides that, I don't think it did that much for us, to be honest.
Let's look at Duel B, on the other hand, though, as we do have the turn passing over in that one, so it does mean we'll now have to see how we play into this branded deck too.
Successfully stopped the branded turn there. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Q.
Will it successfully stop the Cool Tune Q? Let's see.
I mean, it can stop the Q. Problem with that always is that
what
so
else do
rarely...
they have?
yeah, it so rarely stops the entire Q-Tune turn, because... Oh, this might stop it, though, because every tuner basically makes them extend, but now with them not having a monster on the field anymore, we've discussed this plenty of times here so far, they are struggling to extend. They now need either the JJ Q-Tune the field spell, or they need Rotary in hand. Do they have that is the question. And in addition, oh, they do have JJ Q-Tune.
Yeah.
That immediately grants them another normal summon. That's massive here for Shurek. That is so good.
It is indeed so good, but Duel A also looking pretty good there. Let's look at that, as we do have another Cool Tune deck doing its thing.
Well, man, not really having too much success on the coin toss end again.
As you said, it was the win condition for the K9 Vanquish Soul was getting to go first against Cool Tune, but now having to go second. Talk to me a bit more about this matchup.
Honestly, sometimes it feels like Holisu or bust, because when you draw Holisu going second and you have the right attributes to reveal, it is insanely strong, and basically against any kind of deck, it is so good. Dimension Shifter being another card this deck can also play, which helps against the Q-Tune and Draco Tail decks. But when you're lacking those super important cards, only using Engine to play into fields, it's not going to be that easy. But I will have to say this field here, from Yami's end, is rather small. Like, that's not a big Q-Tune combo field. It's a field that can still produce a lot of things on the opponent's turn, but it's definitely breakable. It is by no means unstoppable.
Ooh, Kashtira Fenrir, there we go. It can
haven't
put
seen
some cards
Fenrir in a while.
in the banishment.
Haven't seen Fenrir in a while in the Vanquish Soul K9 strategy, but sure, it is an Earth monster at the end of the day, so you can reveal it for attributes.
It will, however, just be negated by the Effect Veiler.
Do we have something in response to that? We're just going to chain our own Q-Turn remix here. Oh, this could immediately recycle the Effect Veiler back to our hand if we wanted. That's so good. Effect Veiler not being once per turn. Just get it back into the hand, stop the next monster that they're trying to summon. No, we're getting the Q-Tune mix back into our hands instead.
Speaking of Cool Tune Duel B, let's see how that one's going, as we do have the other Cool Tune duelists now resolving their effects.
So this is against Human still, and Human was the branded player.
Main phase 1, so still have the battle phase, still have a way of connecting this 4100 points of damage, but can you make 8000 here, do you think?
We will have to see. Also in Duel C, after the Dimension Shifter turn, it seems like we have gotten a way to resolve that Crusea in our hand as the Radiant Titan players, so they are back into the game, I have to say. It didn't look good when they passed with only activating Shifter, but at this point it looks decent-ish again. Here comes Zaylan the Shackled Dragon though for Shurek, and I mean, you only need Shurek to win here. When Shurek wins, the entire team of NSJL is through, so maybe that is what they're banking on right now. While on Duel C, Bronas is struggling a little more, but it still doesn't seem impossible for them to win.
We are still 500 life point damage short. How do we get there?
Summoning any kind of monster. Just summon any kind of Q2 monster. We also have JJ Q2 on the field, so that means even if it's an effect Veiler, we can transform it basically into a Q2 monster from our deck. We just are requiring a normal summon. The thing is... Oh, wait.
Oh.
Or was it the turn of Human? Is it the turn of Human? No.
I don't think so. No.
But they weren't even in the battle phase, right? They were in main phase 1. That's very interesting. I'm decently confused by that.
Perhaps we...
We must have missed something. There's your favorite card coming down in Duel A again.
Yep. Can he save the day, though? Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis there as the desperation play. Hopefully going to clear out this field of extra deck monsters. But let's see. There's one.
I mean, against Q-Tune, that card has some really good applications, and I think that was a good usage of it. We got rid of the one Q-Tune monster that they had on the field.
But can Human get rid of the remaining Cool Tune monsters here? There is one.
Albalatus. Oh, Zaylan being a dragon is sometimes so tragic for the Q-Tune deck because they just get it fused away for nothing here. For actual advantage even for Human here.
Let's look at Duel C, as I think that's the Despian Lulu Lilith making an appearance for the first time in a while.
It is Despian Lulu Lilith. I'm having
I
problems to
once
pronounce that.
made this and then tried to put it into Fortune Lady, but I think the materials are quite strict. It's level 4 spellcaster or something, so I'd have to make past level 4 by banishing. It was convoluted. It's a very cool card, though.
We saw Mirror Jade there again. Oh,
we have to see a duel ending in Duel B.
But that is in favor of Team FOD, meaning this match overall is not decided yet. We're just making it more competitive here with a 4-3 overall score. Looking at this field here right now, though, it does look like Bronas would be able to close this one out. As we have just only one Crusea against
Seeing the Golden
whole
Sword
world.
Soul every game for Bronas is kind
He
of
lost that
validating
card.
the additional tech there.
He lost that
Bestial
card.
Magma, again, another card that we've seen quite a lot of, and it will just extend this chain 3, Link, Chain, all of them from the side of Bronas.
Here comes Magnamoot. And he's in a mood to banish Light and Darkness monsters from the graveyard. And I mean, that Crusea right now cannot be destroyed by battle as long as we do not put a card into the spell and trap zone. So for the moment, this ain't game just yet. But I'm sure there's a way that we can find you. Duel A is looking interesting right now. Let's go over to Duel A because we see a tech card from the Vanker Soul K9 deck, which is helping them to go up against all of those.
Is it Retaliating Sea?
It is Retaliating Sea, helping them go up against all of those Q-Tune and branded and Draco Tail decks. Retaliating Sea, when a spell card is activated that is summoning something. That could be, for example, Q-Tune Synchro, as we just saw here. That could be Branded Fusion. That could be Rahu Draco Tail, K2 Draco Tail. You get to chain it, and you get to summon it onto the field. And on the field, when summoned that way, all cards all of a sudden do not go to the graveyard anymore, but they do go banished instead.
Bonus
which is really, really strong.
Synchro summoning more than any other branded player that I've seen before, and that is another interesting one.
It is truly
What was
Synchro
that?
branded. That's Omega.
Yeah, Cyframe Lord Omega.
It is, and that Omega, alongside all of those other monsters on the field, are closing out the game, and therefore the match in favor of Bronas and his team NSJL, which means they are going to advance into the top 4 of this Challenger Cup here.
Yeah, a valiant effort from Team FOD, but it is Bronas, your semi-finalist at the World Championship last year, that is able to make it back to the semi-finals in this tournament, almost as prestigious and competitive as the World Championship.
Yeah, arguably. It's basically the same. Yeah, for sure. But making it with a very unique deck once more. I know at the in the TCG he has been playing some wild branded lists lately as well. So to me, absolutely no surprise that he's trying all of that out now in Master Duel as well. Like he has even been playing Pot of Desires in branded. Like you don't see that card ever because branded is a deck which is playing like 10 one-offs or something in the deck list.
Yeah.
And then running Pot of Desires, which is just banishing 10 cards face down, which you are not able to access anymore for the rest of the game, seems crazy. But on the other hand, Bronas is crazy in his deck building. So, and in the past, it has usually worked out quite favorable for him. So maybe he's right all along. Who knows?
Well, sometimes you high roll, sometimes you low roll. You know? There we go.
It is. And I'm excited to tell you that we do have more high-class action remaining here in top 8, as one of the other matches is also not finished, or is actually not finished yet. Bronas and his team is finished and can rest for a little moment, but we do have a strategy actually that we haven't seen
Was
too
that
much.
Yummy Marshmallow?
I just saw Yummy Marshmallow as well, and I'm excited to show it to you guys as well.
I see a World Championship icon. This is, Team Rev, so that is Leste Fisa from Worlds 2023. But DSF actually entered round 2 with the lead. And look to hopefully close that out for themselves. But right now, Rev in a great position to pull this one back.
Yeah, very much so. Maybe they are turning it around. And I mean, let's go over to Duel A here, because that is where we saw the Yummy cards. That is a full and big combo from the Yummy Fiendsmith deck. And Sky Striker, of course, in the hands of Dominic. That deck has played through plenty of difficult fields.
Yeah, Dominic, of course, big Sky Striker fan. We saw back at the first Challenger Cup final just how much that deck meant to him. And now we're seeing if indeed he can make a comeback with it here, of course. Now, that Fiendsmith card that you mentioned, of course, joined by the DDD Wave Hiking Caesar, I think?
It is. Oh, and Dominus Purge backing everything up as well. What a field here from Leste. That is a strong field. I do not know whether any kind of striker that can break this. You will 100% need Forbidden Droplet, I think. Without Forbidden Droplet, you ain't getting through this.
Would you have used it already if you had it?
Possibly. There is Hornet Drones. Oh, Hornet Drones is vulnerable. You can just chain Caesar to that, and that's an easy trade-off. Hornet Drones is also vulnerable. Ooh, they're not chaining the Caesar to it. That does make sense, because you can just summon it. If you have Cookie in the graveyard, you can summon out Cookie, and Cookie can immediately destroy the token on resolution. So you don't even need to use the Caesar here for the first time. But it's cool to see. We haven't seen Yummy all day, but now all of a sudden here it spawns in top 8.
Yeah, it seems to be doing quite well for itself as well. Yummy Snatchy now going to come back. Will it be joined by the Cookie Yummy, I wonder?
It's Cupsy Yummy instead, okay. So we are going to just draw a card. Seems like Leste is not afraid of that token just yet, but we are going to... I mean, okay, Yummy Snatchy can now activate Minion from the deck, and then you can immediately Synchro Summon on the resolution as well. And with that, you get a Synchro Monster onto the field, which immediately is going to trigger the Minion, destroying the token, which in the end gets you what you wanted the entire time.
But what can Sky Striker do here?
Well, they are going to need some really, really good cards remaining in their hand there. There's the Minion, or not the Minion, the Okroki that I was talking about. Now, Yummy Snatchy.
He's off camera, but you know, the moment we see a Sky Striker deck, Joshua Schmidt does re-enter the room, I realize.
Easy. Here comes the Synchro Summon. Of course, we have replaced the Minion for this Okroki, and Okroki is now just going to destroy the token. And Dominica, he's going to need 3 engages in his hand. And even then, it's not going to be easy. But when there is a will, when there is a Sky Striker deck going second, there is possibly a way to do it.
Conversely, Duel B does not look as finished as I thought it would be, as we do have some trading back and forth there. Let's look at Duel B. Max C, when you're in a winning position, is... yeah.
That is actually insane. We have drawn into the... Oh, and I mean, Called by a Maxi, usually a good thing, but when you're already down so much and your opponent has such a big field, I don't think you want to invest your Called by the Grave into a Maxi. But
Is this Dracotale branded mirror?
This is, yeah, it is a Dracotale mirror. And Skilla trying his very best. Probably needed to win this game here to keep his team in competition, but
This
he
would
had
be
to
a
fuse away a
reverse sweep.
Perulia. Yeah,
If Rev are able to pull it off.
not the first one today. And Skilla needs to fuse with that Perulia, which is not optimal because that is not a Dracotale name to activate in the graveyard here. Only one effect.
There is the Gulamel now hitting the field.
Aphalion activating in the graveyard of player 3 from Team Rev. Ooh, DSF has been winning and winning and winning in those 3v3 Challenger Cups lately.
Hey, Flame
This
Wingman,
one-
mate. Let's go.
Okay, yeah.
All right, now
Honorable mention.
I got to root for one of the Dracotale branded players. Yeah, Skilla really going to have a hard time of it, but let's see if this spell card can indeed resolve here.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely not easy either, because there also is the Secretarian Dragon on the side of Ref's player 3 here. But if we somehow get a Fallen of Albus onto the field, we could contact fuse away both the Secretarian and the Chaos Star Source Dragon into the dragon that was into the Alba Lenatus. That could be sick. Let's see.
Oh, it's Sky Striker Ace Ray in Duel A, by the way.
Yeah. At some point we are going to get to that, but a Ray against the world.
An Aphalion against this field is not too bad, however.
Is it? We cannot. We didn't even activate it because we couldn't. Because it's Spellcaster and there is the Secretarian Dragon still.
Yeah.
That's an issue. And that is only the graveyard effect. We do destroy Forbidden Droplet. Oh, the setup from P3. There was a Forbidden Droplet even. Here comes
Rinbrum, the Striking Dragon.
Rinbrum. Okay, we're getting the Fawn of the White Dragon onto the field. We gotta be careful with that. Like, we need to make sure this Fawn of the White Dragon is leaving the field. Otherwise, we are just going to give our opponent ways to fusion summon with our own monsters. But with it bringing back the Ecclesia and the Ecclesia now activating its effect, I am sure we're just going to go into our own copy of Fallen of Albus, and that Fallen of Albus is just going to make sure that there is no pushes left for Skilla here. I think we're seeing the reverse sweep.
Cartesia from the hand as well now, so we do have that able to resolve for the Albaz, and this should very well be the Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon.
Yes! They deserve to win this game with the extended art. I love to see it. I think we're almost 50-50 on extended art and regular Mirror Jades now for the day.
Where's the royal finish?
Oh, we're waiting. We are waiting. Only in the finals, then eventually we're going to witness it. Okay, that game is over. That is the equalizer, 4-4.
Dominic on the Sky Striker, can you do it? Can you pull it back against Lesty, that World Championship 2023 representative?
Oh, Ibris. We're 100 life points ahead, and we only have 1 minute 20 seconds remaining here in this game. So this is actually a win con for Team DSF
Random
and for
burn
Dominic
from
as well.
Fiendsmith, though, potentially. Always got to factor that in.
Was there a Lacrima?
No, well, I don't.
Did they detach a Lacrima? If they detach a Lacrima? Yeah, they did detach a Lacrima. That's huge.
Okay, there we go.
That is huge, of course, because that is turning that life point advantage around. And now all of a sudden, Dominic only has a minute to somehow deal damage with his Sky Striker deck, which isn't necessarily known to do that in the main phase 2.
Give them 1,000 life points from upstart.
Reverse sweep happened once more. We do have Team Rev there with the extended art of Mirror Jade, rightfully so, moving on into the top 4.
Yeah, really, really well played by them to make the comeback there. And again, another new deck for us in that Yummy Fiendsmith variant, which was really a good show of innovation. Yeah.
Because the thing is, with Yummy Fiendsmith, you always had a problem against Mitsurugi variants, because Murakuma just destroying all of your monsters on the field against Yummy is very problematic. Yeah. So it is good for them that that deck is not very popular at the moment. And additionally, you always somewhat had a decent, you had a somewhat decent matchup against the Draco Tail strategy, I would say. Oh wait, no, you didn't. It's weird. With more Draco Tail decks now being around, I don't know whether that choice actually makes too much sense. But it works out for them right now.
I can just leave you to debate the various yummy matchups with yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. But I mean, I
Vanquish Soul
think...
K9?
not that great.
Yeah, okay. Radiant Typhoon actually did perform quite well in this top 8, regardless of the way things played out for the team.
Told you. Like every Radiant Typhoon player we've seen all day, they are just winning.
I will just ask to take a brief look at our bracket again as soon as we're able to, just before we do head into that break ahead of the top 4, just so we can get an idea of what kind of decks, which kind of players we'll be seeing.
Yeah, who's left in here? There we have all of them. We just witnessed REV Team Rev turning it around in the end.
I don't think we've seen Team Loot yet, so could still very well be in for a few surprises. We have seen NSJL and Kani before, so very intrigued to see how that one plays out.
Stacked top 4. We see that Team Kani actually wins 5-2, like the most clear result here from all of those top 8 matches, making a statement against Team T2A, which is a really strong team overall, but showing no mercy and having them defeated 5-2 here overall.
Funny that Team Rev have 3 duelists whose name begin with L when they didn't see a single one in that previous set of games.
That is actually pretty funny. But with all of the with all of the matches in top 8 concluded and you seeing which teams made it into top 4, we're only one short break away from getting into that top 4. So stay tuned. Top 4 coming next.
And welcome back, everybody. I am back in the booth with Lampy for this upcoming semifinals of the Challenger Cup. Tell me a little bit about what happened in top 8.
Welcome back, fellow Ankh. In top 8, we did have the first appearance all of a sudden of Yummy Fiendsmith, and actually it winning as well, so it is in top 4 with us now as well.
Ooh.
We saw Sky Striker losing.
I don't like that.
Somewhat positive that there still is a Sky Striker left in competition, as we have seen it in plenty of teams.
Oh, I'd be shocked if not.
I'm not entirely sure, though, because we did see Radiant Typhoon winning quite a bit as well. And the Radiant Typhoon spot on the team, like, that's usually the team where the Sky Striker that could be. You know?
Right, because they would be playing, like, Visions and stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, I mean, I hope we're not without Sky Striker entirely in this top 4.
We have the pleasure to immediately get the Yummy Fiendsmith deck, but Yummy Fiendsmith...
Oh, Delta, okay.
So Leslie is the Yummy Fiendsmith player, but they also are on the Psyframes, apparently.
Now, where's the driver from?
Oh, we're looking... Oh, no.
Oh, God. Okay, I jinxed it.
I was saying we're looking for it so long, it gotta be in the deck, right? We're going through our deck currently. Must be... Oh, no. The triple tactic talents.
Here's the question.
Right
do they have to draw? No, they can look. Uh-oh. That's rotary with a bonus effect. That's a good hand. I mean, not really.
Yeah, just take away the Purge on your Gucci.
Take away the Purge. 2 normal summons left in hand. And then we go with Clip.
Okay. I mean, that does work, but it's not...
Only if we have Delta ourselves.
We do have Delta ourselves. That's hilarious. Delta on Delta action here.
Yeah, because I was thinking it could only be Delta there. Because it can't be Gamma, because we could have Gamma the Delta. And it can't be Mix, because you would summon Mix before you summon Clip.
For sure. So that was Fiendsmith Desiree that was taken out there.
Potentially annoying. It's funny, in most matchups, I think the Clip banishes don't matter. Or at least don't matter very often. But against Fiendsmith, they can.
For sure.
Just because like Fiendsmith is like a lot of one-ups. And if you hit any one of them, it makes the rest of them a lot worse.
What do you in general think about the position of Fiendsmith, Yummy as a deck in that current format that we are starting into today?
I think if we're just talking ranked or the Worlds qualifier, I wouldn't think it's that high.
Okay.
I think in a shared card pool, like World Championship format environment, there is some value to it because it uses a lot of cards that you otherwise don't need.
Like Dominus Purge, for example.
Right?
Yeah, I see it.
I feel like it's a good pick if you're doing like a shared card one. I can definitely see people ending on it, but I think for like rated, I feel like there's just better options right now. It definitely, I don't think it makes it into like my top 3 decks.
I see.
Overall.
Fair enough. But I mean that third spot basically. It has been like that the last couple of World Championships as well, right? Where the first deck and the second deck, they are kinda safe, like they're all the same somewhat.
Yeah, I mean,
it was like Melis and Ryzia last year, for example, and then there was like Memento or Mermail, for example, for the third deck, and it seems like it is kind of developing into that same direction right now as well, with Q-Tune and then a branded variant for the first 2 decks, and then whatever you want from the other options for the
I mean, if the World Championship was in this exact format, this is kind of what I'd be expecting. I'd say like, probably you'll see a cool tune on every lineup. You'll see some branded variation on every lineup, and then maybe like a Radiant Typhoon or Striker on every lineup.
Yep.
But then also we're talking secondary decks on top of that, and I'm sure like
you're right,
I feel like Yummy has a fair chance at making it into one of those, like maybe as a secondary deck to counter something else, where you play like very specific hand traps. Like for example, since Yummy does have so much room for non-engine, you could maybe make one that counters branded by putting in like DD Crows and everything. Maybe that works.
We're looking at the top deck and we do see Crossout Designator and Yummy Surprise. And I feel like we can absolutely allow them to get that Crossout Designator into their hand. Oh, they're banishing the Crossout Designator?
Yeah, maybe we're relying on a card for, like we already made Remix.
Yeah.
So if we now use the Remix and oh wait, no, it's not called by the way. It's a Crossout. Oh, never mind.
I mean, what is their hand? They have Lurry and Capsi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to establish here additionally? Oh, we just... Okay, yeah, RS. RS is going to be able to negate the Capsi, and then maybe we just have Ash for that after, or maybe that is fun.
Nah, but like if you... Let's say we negate the Capsi with RS, it would have been better to give them Crossout, right?
Yeah,
because
like
then we could just go Remix, tag out into Mix, destroy the Capsi, and they pass.
But now they have Yummy Surprise to extend
Exactly. That's
further
what,
from that.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Giving them Yummy Surprise when they already have a Yummy monster known in hand seems like a bit of a challenge, to be honest. Maybe they are just trying to make a challenge for themselves here, but that seems pretty hard.
An interesting line that Lesty didn't take here was they could have activated Yummy Surprise in the draw phase to special Cupsy from hand, at which point the RS could not have negated it yet.
That's true.
That
That would have been pretty sick,
I'm not sure if
actually.
that, because then you can still spend your normal summon on the Lurry,
Yeah,
right? That's what I was
I
thinking.
like that. That's actually... I didn't think about that either. I would have also, like, in-game probably just went to the main phase straight, but that's a very
here's
fun
the
one.
problem. Do you see the problem?
We are going to use RS on this,
You can.
but...
It's level 2.
Oh, true. We didn't consider that at all. You're right. Oh, and looks like the Duel A is already over here. And we do see... Oh, wait. Oh, when you look at the overall score, it seems like Duel A is over for all 3 of those games, because it seems like one of the players for Team Ref did not show up. After they reverse sweeped in top 8, they were like, I'm done with this. This was so
Job's done.
good. We cannot top this anymore. I'm done with the night. So that means that Loot actually immediately is up 3-0 in this overall. And I'll tell you, both games here right now do look decent for Team Loot, so they might just be done after the first set here. That is pretty funny.
So, wait, if Team Loot wins these 2 games, they win
done.
5-0?
Yeah. Yeah, that could be the quickest.
Wait, and both games are
ever.
looking extremely good for them right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying here. Oh, destroying the Kapsuyami.
Wait, why is RS no longer on the field?
I was also thinking that, because now it will be a level 1 monster again.
I mean, we can just surely somehow stop this?
I felt like we could have stopped the Yummy Surprise, to be honest. By just chaining the Q2 and Synchro with that. We surely
I mean,
have
it's the
that.
same outcome. You can also do the same thing with the Snatchy, but that way the Snatchy is used up.
Yeah.
At
Okay,
least.
goes
I mean,
into the
they have
graveyard.
to activate it here. They have no way around it, and you just... Oh, we have Imperm. Okay.
That works.
Fine.
We can use the Zaylan still. We know the last card in hand.
Yeah.
Why not get it off the field?
It's only somewhat interesting if the last card in hand is not a cool tune. You can still... You have JJ for guaranteed follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
This is hilarious. You use the Imperm on the Snatch to stop it, but
And
then
then
you
you-
use the Zaylan to stop it and destroy it.
Stop it.
That would have been a funny misclick. Like, imagine you negate the
Oh,
Imperm instead of...
I was about to say that. I've been there before.
That would have been insane. Oh, 4-0 for Team Loot as
Uh-oh.
Radiant Typhoon keeps on winning. I've been saying that to Ibris. I feel like every game we watched from Radiant Typhoon tonight, they are just winning. It's
But
crazy.
also, I've seen it go first a lot, to be fair.
Same, but-
Which, you know...
Maybe that's just the game plan, you know?
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
All right, RS comes back, and RS is big. So that's immediately
is-
game almost.
This is a convenient way to start the top 4, I suppose, for Team Loot, as they are basically presented with a match win immediately. Just went
That's
first.
hilarious.
They got 3 wins because one of the players didn't show up, and then they went first in both of the other games and just won.
That is their spot in the finals here now. Team Loot advances.
All right.
Strong stuff. And you know what's even funnier? I got some background information.
Yeah.
Actually, the 3rd player of Team Ref, he hasn't been there for 2 rounds. And they just sweep without
Wait,
them.
what?
Yeah, and so they made it
crazy.
into top 4 with only being 2 of them for most of the matches.
Wait,
But
that's
now
incredible.
now their luck ran out. With
Okay.
one of them being on Yummy Fiendsmith as well. Like, not a very unique deck, actually. That's so
That
funny.
is very impressive. Well, I mean, okay. Well, that means we have the maximum amount of time left to check out the other top 4 match, I
Nice.
suppose. But depending on how that goes, we might be in for a faster semifinals here than anticipated. But of course, we are going to jump into that other semifinals in just a moment here once we're ready for it. We're not going to just not call it a day here.
Oh. I'm smelling some absolute insanity here. Josh,
Oh,
no way.
my
no way.
God.
In top 4, and we haven't seen it all the way through. Luvasi is the one bringing Enya Craft? That's insane.
I did not think
I'm
that was
lost
gonna
for
happen.
words. Holy.
I mean, I wasn't even sure we were gonna see an NER craft
Yeah.
today, but to see it in top 4 is so awesome.
It is amazing. Oh, JJQ tune. That's vulnerable here. Using it.
It's funny because I think this deck does have a solid Cool Tune matchup, depending on how well the Cool Tune players also know the matchup.
And
But,
as the
yeah.
deck is completely new in Master Duel, it is
Yeah.
possible that a lot of people don't have that much expectation or
Yeah.
not that much experience against the deck.
Yeah.
Adding back a rotary here
And
with the Rico.
I can't help but say, like, I feel like it's looking good here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which
the
selling?
game is not over until it's over, but I feel like there's a lot of card advantage here on the NER craft side. Lots of NER crafts have been flipped face down again with the effect of the release.
And I mean, as soon as Shurek tries to search, that gotta be triggering one of our set monsters, because one of them does trigger on a search.
It always depends against NER craft on how you put your chain links, because the way the NER crafts work is they basically have to immediately chain to the thing that they're responding to. So, like, let's say you have the one that responds to a search. If Shurek goes chain link 1 Trackmaker churning to Rico here, you can't use the one that chains to a search. But you can use the one that chains to a destruction effect.
Yeah,
So it's always about, like, which information are you given by the NER craft player about which NER crafts they have in rotation, which one do you want to play around, and sometimes if you make the wrong decision, everything can fall apart. And one of the craziest ones is actually the one that says if your opponent goes to chain link 3 or higher, you can negate the entire chain, which is why we're seeing Shurei here only going to 2 chain links, I think.
So seemingly they do have some experience against the NERcraft deck.
Yeah.
Cool thing about... Oh, that was a very quick look into the hand there. Oh yeah, it's NERcrafts. Okay, you can keep them.
That's when you watch replay, it's always this fast.
Yeah. That is none of... Or that has no importance to Shurei here. Triple Tactic Talents is drawing 2 cards for Bronasver on Duel C. But what would be the most common monsters to be set here for Luvasi?
I think we
their
saw
mix-up?
2 of them, and just when we joined the game, they flipped 2 of them back down. I think one of them was the Spear,
Yeah.
which is the one with Chainlink 3 or higher,
Okay.
which is a particularly strong card against Zalen, actually. Like, by default,
yeah.
Zalen does not have a good time against that card.
That's true, that's true. Oh, let's look at this. Astapixia gets banished. It's also so cool. Like, in the TCG, the NERcraft cards were released in, like, different waves. Like, you started out with some of them, and then it got amazing support with the new spell card and the new monster. I think the spell card is really what makes the deck a lot stronger.
Yep.
And now here in Master Duel, we immediately get that spell card as well.
Yeah.
Having it from the very first moment.
Yeah, I do like that we get all the cards at the same time. Especially, I think Spear is a big deal.
Yeah.
Because Spear is supposed to patch one of the bigger weaknesses of NERcraft, which is that they can get chain blocked, right? That was always, like, that's always the thing. Because what I said earlier, of all of them responding to certain things, if you just put your chain links the right way, you can always avoid all of them. With Spear, you are not as free to chain whatever you want, because as soon as you go to chain link 3 or higher, that's it. Like, you're just getting your entire thing negated.
That's true. And I feel like Bronas is not going to lose a branded mirror today. Like, he has been winning those branded mirrors left and right and left and right. And that
He's
is
on
another
he's on
victory for
pure
them.
branded, right?
Yes,
No Drake
yes.
cards. I like that. I'm a big fan of that deck in Cool Tune format.
Same. Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
here's the Atori Mar. That card is so good when you're playing into board. So the way this card works is only on your own turn. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can flip it up to negate and destroy the card. And then on flip, it turns your opponent's entire board face down, and they can never change those battle positions again. So one of the things that you need to be careful of when you're playing against NERcraft, sometimes even on your turn, they can try to flip the Atori Mar with other effects and set everything face down that you have.
It is so good. And it's such a funny way also in general to play into a field, right? Oh, yeah, you have a field, activate effect, set a monster, set another monster. Like, just set all of your monsters and actually being so scary while doing it, because your opponent is just not able to act any of their cards anymore.
And we're going to flip the Orgia here, which has the effect to destroy a monster.
Oh,
which they're going to chain the effect veiler to.
Surely we have something for that, right?
I mean, you can go You can go Pixia.
Oh, yep. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card you control, which is absolutely what that effect Veiler just did there. And now they could technically activate the Zaylan, but
then the Spear.
Uh-huh.
The Spear is then there.
that's what I was thinking.
So I feel like they're kind of on a... It feels like a checkmate situation here.
It is!
And it is a checkmate situation. And we see a win for Luvisi with Eniacraft, which I can't believe I'm saying it, but Eniacraft was the only win for that team on this first set.
This is so funny. Okay, so the Q-Tune matchup in theory and also in practice, as we just saw,
Yep.
is decent-ish.
Yep.
How about the matchup against Branded?
Against Branded, I think it's doable. I think we start having real problems when we're talking about Draco Tail and Mitsurugi.
Okay.
So there's two particular problems. Number one, a Murakumo Chainlink 1, anything else Chainlink 2 is a huge problem for Eniacraft.
I've seen that before as
that
well.
even that doesn't change with the new Spear because
It's only two
as long
Chainlink.
as they don't get a Chainlink 3, as long as they don't get a Chainlink 3, they just wipe your entire board.
Yeah.
The other problem against Draco Tail is it's actually a very interesting, or like it's a little ruling quirk.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
they have one of the Eniacrafts says when your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card, you can flip it up and then your stuff can't be destroyed this turn, right?
Yeah.
The problem is that the destruction on Draco Tail Pan and Draco Tail Urgula is optional.
Oh.
So when you activate the graveyard effect of Pan or Urgula, you cannot chain them to it.
Josh, I have a very easy solution
Yeah.
to counter graveyard
Yeah.
effects of Dracotail Pan and Urgula. Just activate Dimensional Fissure as the first action in the duel. Luvasi goes first again, and this is all of a sudden an Eniacraft party that we have joined here in top 4 of this Challenger Cup. What is going on?
It's a particularly unfortunate situation because like Dimensional Fissure is so well positioned right now because one of the easiest way to out continuous cards right now would be Fallen and the Virtuous. Guess what? That
Well.
sends cards to the graveyard for cost, so it does not out Dimensional Fissure, unfortunately.
Alrighty, revealing Eniacraft release. Fries means we will most definitely get it into our hand here through that effect. And we have
I
Reverb
love that. I
as
love
well.
that card because it draws cards.
And you know what? Another advantage of Dimensional Fissure is you cannot get Roland Lockbird anymore.
Yep, which is honestly one of the main reasons to even play the card in Eniacraft. That deck is so weak to Droll and Lockbird otherwise.
It really is. And things are looking good here.
They are.
I mean, they need to be looking good as well, though, because when I'm looking at the other two games, it looks like in
they're
Duel C
going-
and Duel B, it rather is going into the opposite direction.
Yeah, Team Connie has not had an easy time so far. They're going second in the other two matches as well. But, I mean, it'd be so crazy. Imagine they get eliminated in top 4, but they have like 3 wins with Eniacraft. And
That
then
would be a
everyone
fun way
else
to
just
go out.
lost.
I think if that goes, Team NSJL would have to like admit defeat and say, "Hey, you guys deserve it more. you won 3 games."
If
of
you lose,
Eniacraft."
that should be maybe they should implement a
A
special
special rule
rule
for
for the
Challenger Cups,
Challenger
yeah.
Cup. So it's best of 9, but if you lose to Eniacraft 3 times, you're out. That's it.
That would be a fun way to do it. And we are going to put those pendulum scales back into our hand. That means we will be able to use them again later on in the turn. Oh, hold on. I was saying Duel B was looking bad for Team NSJL. Or no, for Team Connie. But they have passed. So Duel B looks maybe doable for Connie now all of a sudden.
Could be, yeah.
In the meantime, Luvasi just paying life points, searching a million cards, living the
And
Eniacraft dream.
we are about to enter the phase where you just reveal
Bup, bup,
to
bup.
summon 5 Eniacrafts from your hand face down. It's awesome.
There we go. There
It's-
we go.
It's crafting time.
Peak Yu-Gi-Oh! At its best. Oh! We try again. Alazzone. Another monster. Are we getting 5 sets? It's not a
Probably.
question of whether it definitely, it's just a question of which ones it's going to
Exactly.
be, right?
And that's the thing, right? Because that effect to reveal in hand and special one from your hand is not once per turn.
Yeah.
What you do is you just reveal the same one over and over and over again usually so that your opponent, well, they know one that you have in hand, but they don't know any of the other ones. I mean,
Yeah.
you can pay some attention to what kind of searches they make, but you only have limited, and also where they are, you don't know. Okay, having a duplicate in the scale right now means that we know there's an Alazonia set somewhere.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, this would be a really good setup against the Q-Tune deck as well, right? Because we have no cards in hand either.
It's such a funny board. I can't get over how it looks.
It actually is peak Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, how is that a viable strategy?
Rodas is trying to do the same thing.
No. The counter set monster strategy.
Your deck does not do it better though.
It is such a funny thing to see in 2026, and it's actually a valid and very good strategy. And now Luvasi, after setting all of those monsters on his opening turn, would be able to flip all of them face up again here. Oh! There is the
Banish a random card from your opponent's hand until the end.
Rodas is not having any of it.
Not the Alazonia.
That is another win for Luvasi.
That's crazy. Okay.
Making it 2-2. But Shurek is looking like he wants to win this one here.
And on Duel C as well, we still see Vanquished Soul popping off. And that is the win here.
Quick game win one after another.
Yeah, NSJL up 3-2. And honestly, I mean, do we know what Dizzy's on?
What's missing here? We saw...
Well, we saw Eniacraft. I feel like it could be anything. Branded? I think wasn't it a branded mirror earlier?
Yeah. It got, I think, maybe Dracotail branded, but definitely not Q-Tune, because Q-Tune was in Duel B.
So that is not good news.
Because you would generally say that Vanquished Soul K9 has a good matchup into branded?
Especially into Dracotail?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Would being on Dracotail help your chances here? Because you have powerful cards like Ketu in your deck? Probably,
but I do definitely see your point. Wait, was that material banished? Is there a dimension shifter going around?
Well, that would also make it a lot harder.
It looked like it was banished. Maybe I'm tripping, but...
I think you are right.
That would make it 1,000 times harder.
That would make it almost impossible to break this with.
Wait,
specifically Dracotail.
Was there a Radiant Typhoon around?
We'll see it now.
Yeah, it is banished. Ay.
Uh-oh.
Luvasi is using the Dimensional Fissure technology.
Unless Dizzy is the one who activated the shifter. If it's not a branded deck.
Might be. Like, it could be Radiant Typhoon. Possibly. We saw other Radiant Typhoon players bring in the Dimension Shifter earlier.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
I guess in an environment of a lot of Q-Tune branded and branded Dracotail.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
It's fair enough to bring it. But let's see what it is. My memory doesn't go that far to remember what Dizzy is on. Or maybe we didn't even... I think Dizzy we didn't see in the first set, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because we joined a little later.
Yeah. Because we had that other top 4 match being on for 5 minutes. Okay, Dizzy. What is it that you have brought to the team table here? Is it maybe the Radiant Typhoon strategy, or is it branded? I'm having... Dimension Shifter certainly has resolved. We're not certain yet on which side, but it definitely has resolved.
It's weird because Dizzy also was down to 4 cards in hand, so they have used a card from hand.
Totally. And it didn't look like it had much of an impact on the field of man, so...
Yeah.
It could have been Dizzy activating it. But we are about to find out. I feel like when we see branded cards here, we can rule out.
It's so hard to play. I mean, if it's Dracotail or branded, I think they just have a really hard time.
For sure.
Because, I mean, Holly Sue, Ripper, Masquerade, and Fenrir. That is not an easy task.
It's borderline impossible.
Even if Shifter wasn't active, this would be a hard task.
Certainly. But Dizzy still wants to make sure that they consider everything here. Is this field somewhat... I feel like usually Vanquished Soul K9 fields aren't vulnerable to super polymerization at all. Here, you could take away their 1 Vanquished Soul monster plus with Fenrir. I feel like that is for Vanquished Soul K9 standards.
That would give you
a decent field into activating a super polymerization.
That would give you a Garura, because they're both psychics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be a start, and then you can maybe make Typhon. Typhon deals with the Masquerade, runs over the Ripper. That actually wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, if the face down is not the forced release.
True.
Because otherwise you make Typhon and they rank up into Werewolf and destroy it.
That's true, but Dizzy is considering.
Either way, you
all
gotta
the
do something, Dizzy.
We're waiting. We're getting a little dizzy looking at the screen, so please go ahead and pull out a move. Oh, it is branded.
Okay,
So we still don't know whether it was them activating the shifter, but it probably wasn't.
it probably not.
It
The
lowers the
new
chance
version of
significantly.
Branded doesn't really play Dimension Shifter, I think. But it is, to be fair, the one card that can kind of play under Dimension Shifter. It's Branded Fusion, and it looks like it's resolving. The only problem that I have with this is, like, what do you make? Because you can't really go into Lubellion.
Is that just Chaos Star Source Dragon? I think it is.
You can't make
Or
that with Branded
Titanic
Fusion, right?
Lens.
Branded Fusion can only make one.
Oh yeah, true. It would require you to use an extra step. Yeah.
The Titanic Lad is unaffected by extra deck monsters, so yeah, we can attack something.
But
It's
then-
not much, but it's honest work.
Maybe it is. They thought about that for a long time, so it better be doing something here.
Yeah.
Still 4 cards remaining in hand. Holisu.
Special summon one. Okay, they have the right attributes left in hand as well. We see the Rise Heart here, which is a clutch one that the Fenrir added. It's one of the things that people sometimes do because you want to make up for some fire attributes.
You say sometimes. I feel like it has been ages since I saw that the last time in Vanquish Soul, to be honest. Like, it has been like the original strategy to use in Vanquish Soul. I feel like in the beginning everyone was doing it, but lately there have been so many other things.
Didn't Fenrir recently go back to 3 copies?
Yeah, I think you're
that
right.
might be the reason, because like the thing is, like, it was limited for a long time.
True.
And it just felt off to play a 1-in-1 ratio of like one card that you want to
For
draw,
sure.
and
I
then
see
the
it.
other one being like kind of eh.
You know which package in that regard I did really like recently?
Please say Rescue Ace.
Nah, that's not too recent. I like the Elf Mode cards.
Oh,
like the
yeah.
Regina and Lucia package.
Yeah.
Lucina. That one's really fun, I think.
That is cool, yeah.
I'm a big fan of those.
The
But-
difference is, I guess, it takes your normal summon if you want to summon the Power Patron. Right?
Yeah. But you can summon it off of Regina as well.
Yeah, so you'd go Lucina, search Regina, send Lucina.
You just draw them together and then you send the one
Oh,
from
okay.
the hand.
Oh, sure.
Easy work. Okay, here comes the Caesar Valius, and it looks like... Oh, they do have super polymerization. Hold on. So we brought another Earth monster onto the field, but...
Is there anything we can do with that being drag? Because Caesar Valius is a dragon.
Oh, it is a dragon, but...
There's no other dragon except for Titanic Clad.
Josh, I think we had it earlier already too. This might be another case of not respecting the toggle enough, because if we would have just used the super polymerization on the summon of the Caesar Valius immediately with turn player priority, we could have prevented it from activating. And now that super polymerization is so much weaker, as the Caesar Valius is still resolving, destroying that Titanic
That's
Clad.
so unfortunate.
Yeah.
You're right.
That could have been so much better if we would have just been toggled on.
Yeah, in Master Duel, very often it's the small things that make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Because you know, the game doesn't care if you're not toggled on, then you've missed your chance.
Very much so. And so Dizzy may have... They didn't have a big chance here to win this game, I think, because of the Dimension Shifter still being active.
Look, but if the Titanic Lat was still there,
Yeah.
I feel like we attacked the Masquerade here, we attacked the Raisin, and maybe there's a world we... Because, like, here's the thing, right? The Caesar Valius being banished is a big deal. There's
True.
no way to get it back for Vanquish Soul.
No, you're very right. True. Okay, so we do still get to clear the Razin, which is banished. But there, of course, is more Razins in the deck, so it's not as crucial as the banished Caesar Valius.
Yeah, there's one more copy available.
And I guess that is just now going to be... Oh, wait, we cannot even go into Typhon now anymore with the Branded Fusion already resolving.
I also don't think we're playing
Probably not, you're right. Ooh.
it to begin with.
Ooh, Ecclesia? Ecclesia into Fallen of Valbas? But that's just...
Masquerade
Yeah, that's
still.
just...
And if you play into the Masquerade now, you lose your last card in hand as well.
Oh, but it was the forced release. So even if the Titanic Lad would have stayed on the field, that would have been a problem.
Yeah.
That would have absolutely been a problem.
Realistically, with all the information we have now, I just feel like even if you can almost pick your hand with Shifter active, I feel like it's really hard. Because like there's a Holly Sue with Fire Dark in hand, there was a Ripper with Force Release face down, there was a Masquerade, and there was a Fenrir.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like there's no 5 cards that they realistically play in Branded that can beat that under Shifter.
I mean, Masquerade now gets destroyed in the end phase, but still, like as you just mentioned, they have so much follow-up. They have everything.
This werewolf is almost game alone.
True, actually. But they have more to offer. The Mirrorjade Mate is standing up strong, but it will not be able, most likely, to defend.
Have you figured out what the condition is for the Alabaster transform into the Mirrorjade?
I feel like it just always does. Like, when you have played 2 cards, it transforms into Mirrorjade. Because I've seen it more evolved into Mirrorjade than being just Fallen of Albas.
Because I remember there is a mate where the condition is that you summon something from the extra deck. I think that was the...
Was it Desiree from Engraver?
Yeah, I think that's that. I think that's the one. Earlier, I thought it was Ray into Kagari, but I think that's when you attack.
Yeah.
Or something.
No, I've not figured it out yet, but it seems to be somewhat easy, to be honest, because I've seen
like it might also just be extra deck summon.
Maybe that, yeah. On the Mirrorjade or on the Kagari?
The Mirrorjade.
Okay. Well, we will have to make sure to keep track of that. Also, tell us in chat if you know, if you have figured out. But that is the game. Makes sense. Doesn't look like a winnable game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore here for Dizzy. And that means Team NSJL is up 4-2.
We are so close to the funniest thing ever, which is if they lose 3-6 with 3 Eniacraft wins.
I mean, that part already is guaranteed to me that the Eniacraft is going to get 3 wins, honestly.
But so far, they haven't lost. We haven't seen them lose a game. They got 2 wins total, and they're both Eniacraft wins.
It wasn't even close, to be honest, for them losing a game. Like, in the first game, they were completely in control. And in the second game, the only action from their opponent was setting a monster.
Yeah, but they did it better. They said 5.
A lot better, to be honest. A lot better. But now we are rotating the matchups around. So... Is it Vanquish So K9 now against Eniacraft? It is,
Should be, yeah.
And that seems problematic, to be honest.
I don't know if it is.
No?
I feel like it's a little weird because, like, okay, Ripper is not
just activate them again.
Yeah,
right?
you can just activate again. So what does how does Vanquish Soul really deal with
Velia
Tori
seems
Mar?
pretty good. Yeah. You're right.
Because you flip them all face down, they're stuck there forever. I don't know.
I mean, maybe we see in practice.
Maybe it's doable.
Let's find out. Third set, decision time, and Luvasi is going first. Luvasi is going first again. You cannot tell me he is in love with the coin. Oh, that was a quick pass there. It will be right. Hold on. Are we going to see another reverse sweep here? Because Luvasi is going first. Duel C, Team Kani is also going first. And I think Duel B, Bronas...
No, Bronas is playing.
Oh, Bronas is playing? Okay. So maybe it is Bronas keeping it for Team NSJL. But first, let's enjoy some more Eniacraft as long as we can. Because we know those games don't take long as Eniacraft always wins so quickly. So let's enjoy it while it lasts.
We did not get trolled is important news.
Very, very good. How good is Fenrir against a deck that only sets monsters?
I think if you banish the field spell, it's pretty good.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. Ooh, Infinite Impermanence on Fawn of the White Dragon there on Duel B. Ooh, okay. Now we're talking. Turn 0 Holly Suit. That cannot be bad.
No, it's not.
But still... It also doesn't feel amazing.
They got Fire and Dark.
Oh my.
That does feel pretty amazing.
The dream. If Eniacraft still wins through this, I am convinced that I will have to play
the best deck, yeah.
It might be, yeah. Oh, what's the synchro? Let's go over to Duel C. What kind of synchro monster did Bronas just summon there?
The new Sword Soul one. The 3 Sword Souls.
Obviously. The most common card to see.
It's, we don't have it in TCG yet.
Ooh. Did it release in today's pack?
Yep.
Ooh. What does it do?
It's like, hold up, I need to look it up.
Yeah, we want to be better be safe. But is that a card that you are often seeing in branded?
Yeah, they are playing it often in the OCG at least. So it's a level 8 synchro, and if it is synchro summoned, you can add a level 4 or 8 spellcaster monster with the same attack and defense from your deck or grave to your hand. So it adds like Cartesia, Quem, Ecclesia. And then you can target a face-up card in the field, negate its effects, and then if an Ecclesia or Fallen of Albas is in your grave, you can destroy that card.
Short moment of appreciating Mirror Jade in extended art here.
Glossy.
Oh, almost
So close.
Ay, ay,
Oh,
ay.
dude, I can't imagine the excitement when they opened that and it flipped. That's got to give you...
More of a... another... Oh, regular Mirror Jade Bronas. Come on. What are you even doing there?
Just shaming him for the regular good old Mirror Jade.
Nah, I'm just making fun, of course. But that Mirror Jade, of course, does the same thing. But when you have the direct comparison, you know, like one game there's
It
the
does
extended
look
art, and then
pretty awesome.
yeah. And we do get to send the Ecclesia, no, the Cartesia into the graveyard there in the end phase, which is going to give us Ecclesia and Cartesia back into the hand now there in that end phase. Ooh, and we do have, in Duel B, a Q-Tune player trying to play into the branded field of Brona. So all three games here seem decently competitive, to be
There's
honest.
an Izuna as well.
What? Oh my.
For...
Well, if I think about it a little more, it does feel like the Vanquish Soul K9 deck maybe has a little bit of a favorable matchup into any.
I mean, yeah, okay, if you draw Holisu, Fire Dark, and Izuna, then I think you're probably favored in most matchups.
But I mean, Izuna and Lupus are both just amazing, right? Because what is the deck doing against Zeus? Like, just like straight up heading into the battle phase, going Zeus seems really strong, or is there anything to counter that?
It depends what you attack. Because they still get
Fair.
their flip effects. If you
Yeah, yeah,
attack one that like destroys a monster or sets the monster face
True,
down,
true.
then you still can't Zeus.
Don't these target as well? The ones that destroy?
No, none
oh,
of
they
them.
don't. Okay, then that's valuable. Synchro overtake. Let's take over this game, Shurek says. Will not be too easy, as this is one of those classic branded fields where it doesn't look like much. It can snowball into all
Oh,
kinds of things.
this field is everything. This field is a lot.
It looks so a little low, right?
Yeah, Branded is one of the most impressive decks when it comes to like doing so much with so little.
Yeah. 100% agree.
Because I feel like one of the main strengths of the Branded deck is not like having an overwhelming amount of interruptions to the point where your opponent can't even play the game.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, you might be able to play the game a little bit, but at the end of the day, like my end phase is still gonna go crazy. So if you can't like win the game on this turn, then my follow-up is always gonna be your follow-up.
Totally, and Dizzy knows the game plan against the Q-Tune deck. Just keep those monsters away from the field, and he immediately banishes there with the Mirror Jade. Ooh, that's an interesting moment to use the Fallen and the Virtuous, because we are going to take out that Blazing Cartesia here, but that doesn't necessarily stop it from fusion summoning here.
You can't make Ran Grignol with it.
Wait,
now.
didn't they add back another Cartesia in the end phase? I think there is another Cartesia in hand. There is, there you go.
Yeah.
Because they sent
Oh,
that
well.
with Quem. So that Fallen and the Virtuous was sort of wasted?
Yeah,
gotta
maybe
say.
they forgot about that.
Probably.
At this point, it was probably better to just destroy the Quem, because
Yeah.
the Quem is going to bring back the Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade can now use its effect again.
And Grand Guignol, of course, activates as well. Looking good for Team Kani.
Yeah, they're winning this one, most likely. However, they need to win all 3 games.
If they want to stay relevant and in this tournament.
Let's check in with the situation over in Duel A, which is where Eniacraft is still fighting against Vanquish Soul. And it is
Oh.
still the first turn of the game. We still have managed to get 2 face-down Eniacrafts onto the field, and we're still going.
Surely, National Knight only works on face-up monsters, right? Got it. Or is it? I mean, it doesn't target, right?
It does not target. I feel like it should work on face-downs, but I'd have to double check.
That's actually quite interesting of a question. Because then that would be the point that puts it over the line for me to say, yes, Vanquisher K9 just has the best matchup against the Eniacraft deck ever. Oh, it's the animation alone to summon the dragon that devours the Dogma with 3 monsters in total is just
so
too
powerful.
good. Well, they have 2 dragon that devour the Dogma on the field there in Duel B. That's a crazy field to see.
Nash Knight does only attach face-up monsters.
Okay. That's good for Luvasi right now. Because that means it probably is never going to attach too much from their
Okay,
opponents.
but like seriously, how do we have the full setup against Holly Sue Fire Dark plus Izuna plus a Caesar Pop?
There's 2 options. Option A, Luvasi is the best player on the planet. Option B, Eniacraft is the best deck in the world.
Those are
gotta
the
choose one
only
of them.
2 options?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I am telling you. There's no other explanation for Team Kani being in the semifinals of this tournament right now.
I just can't get over... I've played Eniacraft in the TCG, but seeing it in Master Duel, the end board looks so funny to me.
It is. And here comes immediate draw phase effect of Caesar Valius, trying to get rid of one of those monsters. But again, I think in this setup, Luvasi did reveal what the last monster that they said was.
Yep.
Here we do destroy it. I felt like, would that have been a scary card to attack into?
The Alazonia, if you attack it, still banishes a card from your hand.
Which is okay if you go Zeus after, isn't
You
it?
could go Zeus after, yeah.
So that's an interesting one to destroy there, I feel like. Because when that Nash
Because you
Knight
feel
stuck
like
around for so long...
It's the one that you know about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But, I mean, we checked in on Nash Knight. Razen, I am pretty sure, though, does not care about whether the monster is face up or face down because it just destroys cards in the column.
Yes.
So that's, of course, a good card once again to have.
But
against the
it
Eniacraft deck.
explains why we destroyed the Alazonia, because Alazonia, I'm pretty sure, is the one that responds to an effect that searches.
Yeah, okay, fair. And here comes...
Okay, we use Nash Knight.
Here
Are
comes
we...
Nash Knight.
Oh!
Oh, my. Oh, no. Oh, no. You explained it plenty.
Oh,
Agile
God!
Spear, that is a big chain, and we're negating
Oh,
everything
God.
and destroying it, too.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Eniacraft best deck. You've heard it here first.
Do you know what's even crazier? Do you know what Spear does after it's flipped face up successfully?
You can just, wait, yeah, what does it?
Your opponent now, while it's face up, the opponent cannot activate anything as chaining 2 or higher.
That is ridiculous. Oh, super polymerization there in Duel C. So wait, this was...
But that's the game, right?
Oh, no, you're right. I wanted to see how that Eniacraft match
No,
finishes.
you know what? No. You know what? At this point, I think that's a win for Eniacraft. Once the Spear is face up on the board, like...
We'll call it a victory.
Yeah.
We've ruled that an Eniacraft victory. Congratulations to Luvasi for displaying that Eniacraft deck here for us. That was everything we could have wished for top 4 and more, right?
I'm so happy about that. Not only did we see Eniacraft, we saw Eniacraft get all the way into top 4, and we saw it winning, let's call it 2.5 games in top 4, because it was about to win the third game, probably. But it did win the 2 games before that. So that was awesome. Unfortunately for Luvasi, the teammates did not pull through with the support, and instead it is Team NSJL making it into the finals.
As you said, that was awesome. It gets even more awesome after a short break, though, because we have a big announcement coming your way just before the finals. And as you can see, we, of course, know which 2 teams are going to be in that big final. Team Loot versus Team NSJL. You could argue that Team Loot had plenty of time to recover and relax before that final. We will see whether that is going to help them in that final against the team that is not playing Eniacraft, but was able to defeat Eniacraft. I mean, they didn't really defeat Eniacraft. They defeated the team.
They did not defeat Eniacraft. They did defeat a team that had Eniacraft on it, but they did not defeat Eniacraft.
But, well, as I said, stay tuned for the big announcement after the break. We will be back after a couple of minutes. You should be with us, man.
What is up, duelists, and welcome back to today's Challenger Cup. We have a final match ahead of ourselves, but before we even jump into that, we have one final special announcement for you guys that we're going to share with you now.
Indeed. As you all know, Discord is a very big part of the Challenger Cup community and also the Yu-Gi-Oh community in general, and therefore we're very happy to announce that there actually is going to be a collaboration between Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel and Discord itself.
Exactly that, and duelists around the world will be able to participate in a limited time Discord quest and claim an exclusive Blue Eyes White Dragon avatar deck curation. So make sure to not miss out on that once it rolls around. I think a lot of people are really going to enjoy that.
I am very sure they will, and I will definitely make sure to get my avatar decoration myself. And I mean, it's Blue Eyes. Who doesn't like Blue Eyes? Just showing on Discord, I feel like an app that we're using on a daily basis, just showcasing our love for the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel while using that app. It just fits perfectly well to me, and you can already see a little spoiler of how it will look like there on your screen. So make sure to wait for that announcement, and then you can get it in the Discord Quest tab, as you have just mentioned. But as you have also just mentioned, of course, we are ahead of the most important match of the entire tournament, of the entire night, and that is going to be our finals in the 3v3 department. What kind of decks do we have left? So the one team that we just saw successful there, Team NSJL, is Bronas on the branded deck, joined by Vanquish Soul K9 and Kyotune, right?
Vanquish Soul K9 and Cooltune, yep. Which is something that in the first couple of rounds today, we didn't see a lot of the Vanquish Soul deck, but it is here at the end of the day in the finals, and I talked about it earlier a couple of times already. This format that is, of course, I mean, it's kind of led by Cooltune and branded decks, but still is relatively diverse. We saw that today throughout the entire tournament, not just in the first rounds. It's not like we just picked like the rogue decks in the first couple of rounds, but we saw Enya Craft in top 4, Radiant Typhoon all across the day, Vanquish Soul still making it to the finals, Yummy Fiendsmith was in top 4. There's like so many different decks in the game right now. And I'm very excited for what we're going to see in the finals. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we do have Team Loot, which are also bringing, I believe, a Cooltune to the table. I think it is a branded Draco Tail. And I don't know exactly what the third one is because we didn't see them play in the top 4 match because one of the players didn't show up.
That's true, but look at this. I have been preaching it all night long. Radiant Typhoon may as well be the deck that has the highest win rate in tonight's Challenger Cup because they are just winning non-stop, and there is a Crusade hitting the field in the drop phase.
They keep going first.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Can't deny it. Can't deny the fact that that actually is a helpful thing to get. But okay, so what is the exact matchups here? We have, I think we have Holly Suit turn 0 again there in Duel B.
They are so good with it.
Uh-huh. They are.
And that is very good against Cooltune. The multiple removal. Like, Cooltune is very weak to removal, especially if you commit for the Ash Blossom line.
They are.
Which I feel like is maybe a little bit of an overcommitment into Vanquish Soul. Maybe it's a little risky to go Q into Ash Blossom. I don't know exactly the lineup of their hand. I mean, something like Cooltune Synchro would be phenomenal here because you can dodge the Raisin and just summon the Synchro in another column.
But also, one thing to mention, Loot, with that very quick top 4 match that they weren't tested for too long, they have come in rested here into the finals, winning all 3 coin tosses. Maybe just take some piece before the final. Wait, they did.
No.
Oh, no, wait.
SHUEISHA is going first.
Ah, yeah. I'm capping. I was too excited about the Discord announcement.
It's funny because they won 2 of the coin tosses, but in one of their games it's actually going downhill already, even though it's still their first turn. Like this, why do we destroy an Ash Blossom though?
Wait, this is Vanquish Soul K9 as well. So both teams have Vanquish Soul K9.
Double Vanquish Soul? Wait, so Loot doesn't have branded?
Yeah.
Oh,
they don't.
Interesting. Okay.
They're missing out on the branded cards entirely.
I mean, they're in the finals, so it's clearly it's working.
So you just distribute Fawn and the Virtuous to your Radiant Typhoon deck, most certainly.
Yeah.
Your Vanquish Soul K9 deck doesn't really care because it has their own setup of hand interactions and stuff, and like just a very strong engine in general.
Yeah. So what's the shared cards then?
What can it be?
You just still go with Maxi even though it's a one-of, maybe?
Maybe it is. I mean, it's a It's an Earth monster, which is of course very favorable for your Vanquish Soul K9 deck to have additional Earth monsters there. Surely it's Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring, right? Because you need that as a fire monster.
Yeah.
Let me see, actually, because I have somewhere to check for that, and I will give you concrete information on that in just a moment.
I'm guessing it's something like, it could be Max C, it could be Bell, it could be Fuwalos.
Oh, Bell is a good call as well,
We've seen Super Poly earlier. I didn't hate that either.
Yeah.
Even though Vanquish Soul typically not a super polymerization deck.
You're right. Okay, and it is... Shurek, in the meantime, just continuing to Synchro Summon. And Bell was actually a really good shout, as Bell is one of their free shared cards. And we mentioned the other two as well. It is Bell, Ash Blossom, and Maxi, indeed.
So, probably, I mean, Maxi, as powerful as it is as a one-of, it's not the most efficient shared card. But with the 3 decks that they chose to play, it just seems like there's just nothing else they really need.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that's the field that Shurek has put up. Will it be enough, though, is the question. In the meantime, Duel C, that's almost as good as it gets, right?
Such a good opener for Radiant Typhoon. That is as good as it gets, I'm pretty sure.
Just set a super polymerization to back it up, and you are really chilling.
At the same time, if there's any deck that can break this, I do think it is Branded. Because, like I said earlier already, Branded, like, you don't need to, like, win the game immediately. All you need to do is just throw your entire hand at your opponent's board, hope that you can, like, get rid of as many cards as possible, and then your end phase is going to handle the grind game. Like, you don't have to worry about having no cards left. As long as you basically trade your entire hand with your opponent's entire field,
and you get it back in the end
and
phase.
then move to the end phase, and you're going to be fine.
Very much so. I like how Duel B is still displaying Dimension Shifter in the card highlight, even though it probably wasn't activated, but rather revealed from one of the Vanquish Soul effects, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's scary.
It is very, very
But
scary.
they probably can't discard it anymore. They
Yeah.
probably have something in the graveyard already.
I would imagine so too. So Nikos here in our Duel A has established the effect of Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove. Is that something now that you necessarily... Okay, we are trying to stop it. Is that Zaylan? Do you think we go for it?
I think so, unless there's a quick effect to chain block it.
Could chain the Madlove,
Was
right?
that the activation of the field spell or the effect of the field spell?
I think it is the effect.
Okay, it's interesting we let them get that far.
Let's see.
If you chain Madlove here, though, yeah, that works.
Reveals the Jokul.
Because even if you chain Zaylan here to try and destroy the Madlove potentially, you can just protect it with the field spell.
So, was it really the activation of the effect, or was it maybe the activation of the card? I guess we're about to find out. It must have been the card then, yeah.
Not the search effect, yeah.
Must have been the card.
That confused me, because like it's very dangerous to let them establish the field spell actually, because yeah.
That's true.
But this is an interesting interaction, I suppose, that's not super obvious, but because the field spell, even though it's displayed as on the field, if it's just been activated from hand and it hasn't resolved yet, it is not technically, like, its permanent effect of protecting your Vanquish Souls is not yet active.
True.
So the Zaylan is able to destroy the Madlove.
I mean, it would have also been an option that they just don't have another Vanquish Soul to reveal, because they have revealed Jokul for the effect of Madlove, but we saw that now it was the activation and not the activation of the effect. And
I think it also would have been really risky from Shurek's side to even use the Zaylan to try and destroy the Madlove if the field spell is up. Like, that'd be basically, if they have a Vanquish Soul in hand, you're completely wasting your Zaylan.
100%. And now our resource machine, the back-to-back has been established on Shurex, and whatever Nikos is trying.
Back-to-back is not only a great way to finish off games, but also a great interruption, a great endboard piece, depending on the matchup you're facing, because it can only respond to monster effects. If your opponent is playing a deck with a lot of powerful spell cards like Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker, not the greatest card to end on.
By the way, in Duel C, didn't I tell you, just set a nice super polymerization to round off the Radiant Typhoon field? And they did have the super polymerization as well. And I think it could have been the Dragon that evolves with Dogma, but it looks like they're not playing that. But still, that's a good super polymerization. That is nothing to laugh at with the Secretarion.
Yeah, Secretarion is exceptionally strong against Branded as well, because basically the entirety of Branded these days is Spellcaster and Dragon.
It is.
So you can't, like, Albaz Fuse or anything like that.
We're summoning Caesar Valius. With the Maxi
Maxi.
resolving, the opponent gets a card for that. But we do... Oh, we do just go into the battle phase. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough going second against Cool Tune, and they have Maxi.
Definitely
Not
not easy.
pleasant.
Branded Fusion, by the way, will be negated by the Totem Bird there in Duel C. All of those, I think Duel A, which we're watching right now, is looking really, really like it is going to go in Shurex and NSJL's favor.
Yep.
So let's instead actually go over to Duel C, where Bronas is trying his very best to play into his Radiant Typhoon field, but I am afraid to say that this one also looks almost over here.
Yeah, we are headed into the end phase. I was about to say Totem Bird negates the activation of Branded Fusion, so you can technically try to activate another one, but we don't have one.
Nope, we are in the end phase, and yeah, sometimes that is the most beloved phase of the branded player, but I don't think that really is the situation here.
Like I said, we need to throw our entire hand at the opponent's board and try to minimize it as much as possible. There hasn't really been a lot of minimizing here.
Nope.
It's still, everything is still here, and even more than before because there's a Secretarion now, so not looking great. Even if you have stuff in the end phase here, it's going to be hard to get rid of that board. And with that, I think we're going to see Lord walk away with a win here against Bronas in just a moment. Which means we are... I mean, both of the games are technically still running, but I think here we have Team Loot winning. In Duel A, I think we have Team NSJL winning. So the decider on who's going to come out ahead after the first set is going to be Duel B. So let's go and check that out a little bit.
And in Duel B, it does look like the going second Vanquish Soul K9 deck is having a real say in who's going to win this game. It is, whatever deck you're facing, a very valid tool to just draw Holy Sue plus Fire Dark.
Both level 6, though.
Oh, okay.
2 level 6 Holy Sues and a level 5 Jokul. That doesn't make a rank 5.
Maybe we play a cheeky rank 6 in the extra deck. What do you think?
That'd be so funny. Would be the best one to make.
M7?
You make M7 right now with 2 Holy Sues?
Yep.
That would be awesome.
Thank you. I mean, what else is there? Do you have a better idea? Lars? Lars is a rank 6, right?
Lars. Wallow is cool.
Wallow would be very cool, you're right. Okay, but we are just going to make Rock of the Vanquisher.
That's not a rank 7.
Nope. I mean, rank 7 would have been very creative now all of a sudden. But here comes the effect of Rock of the Vanquisher. Are we adding back or are we special something from the hand, possibly? Because adding back...
We're being negated.
Oh, okay, doesn't matter, I guess. Does not matter, but now SP Little Knight seems somewhat appealing.
Yeah, but not with the rock. That can't be used as link material.
Ooh, you're very right.
So right now, this board doesn't really make anything. I mean, Cool Tune is basically down to practically no cards, but still a big RS.
Yeah.
And this Vanquish Soul board, at the moment, doesn't make anything.
RS negating cards left and right, and it's funny that we have the exact same matchup both left and
Typhon,
right.
though. Typhon.
Oh, Typhon is so good here. That may be another game where Typhon actually ends up winning you the match.
Yeah, this one's for the win rate. Should have probably made Typhon before attempting to use the rock effect. But then RS couldn't have stopped the rock from adding back the card.
True. You're very right. I mean, maybe we had the vision to actually continue playing if the rock would have resolved.
Right.
Okay, so if Uppad is drawing a tuner here, it is maybe still possible if we're now lacking attributes for Holisu. It's unlikely that they're not able to resolve one of the effects of Holisu.
Yeah, because like rock can still add back one attribute.
But maybe. Who knows? Oh, there's another Typhon in Duel A as well.
Oh, is that one winning? Probably not. That one looks... so overall, I think the Typhon win rate is going to be 50%.
Yep. As per usual.
No, that's above average.
It's actually...
That's pretty good. We take those. As
a
fellow Typhon enjoyer, I'm telling you, we take that.
Okay, okay. But as a fellow Radiant Typhoon enjoyer, it looks like we are summoning Radiant Typhoon Phonics, and with that card having 3,000 attack points, the game win cannot be far away anymore there in Duel C. And saying that, finishing that sentence, they have won the game.
When Phonics hits the board, that's GG often.
Team Loot is on the board in the finals. They are up a game, but NSJL.
I think they are off to a
Probably are
good
going
start,
to.
but that good start is not likely to last. We
That's
do
true.
Max C. Look at that.
Decent card, not a tuner though.
A little late to the party.
Yep. That would have been one of those turn 0 maxis on your own turn
Yeah.
when they are going to
I
summon the
wonder.
Holisu.
I wonder what the reason is for using the Holisu in main phase 2 instead of in the end phase. Like there might be a reason for it. I just don't see it right now. Even though I mean it's unlikely to be punished here.
Yeah.
But just in theory, if they
Oh.
it's just a fake Veiler. Okay.
That could have been a lot more dangerous, but still.
But here's the thing, right? I think Vanquish Soul doesn't have interruptions right now because there's a Caesar Valius in hand, but because of your own Typhon, you can't use it.
Yeah.
And you now used Holisu to summon Heavy Borger, so they are legitimately out of they don't have interruptions right now.
Which is very scary. I mean,
It is
also
main
we are
phase
in main
2,
phase 2, yeah.
So it's
exactly.
it's not that scary, but still, if they did this in end phase, the game would be over right now.
Yeah.
Because Up Pat would have drawn an effect Veiler in the end phase.
Very true. So this is the last game remaining on the first set. And Pat is trying their very best to somehow stay in this, but it is still looking overwhelmingly positive for Man, especially because all of those synchro monsters that the Q-Tune deck is trying to make on their end field are going to be heavily hindered by the Typhon still on the field.
But Q can bring back any synchro, even from the graveyard.
That's a Zaylan coming back, and that will be... Oh wait, that's back-to-back, right?
Looks like it.
Back-to-back that cannot activate its effect?
Yes? Question mark?
Q is giving Uphat a little cue on what they are going to get as a top deck there for their opponent. Top of the deck. We keep that on there. But
They forget that they
here?
went into the battle phase. 'Cause I feel like this makes sense if you still have the battle phase, but if you don't, then this does basically nothing.
It doesn't feel like it does anything. Because now they can just go SP if they really want to get rid of the... Oh wait, no, but if they go...
You feel like you leave the Typhon there.
You can just go SP without the Typhon, maybe.
Mad Love is already enough. It's 0 defense.
Oh, you're right. True.
You can also attack over the mix and then take it with Holisu and attack.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah. That seems good. That seems like a very solid plan. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay,
That
mix
is just going to be game. There's
is
nothing
gone.
that back-to-back can do against that because it is too strong for its own good here. Cannot activate under Typhon.
There was a glimmer of hope when they started to play there in main phase 2, but it
Yeah.
is all eliminated now as we
I'll
have
be
no
honest with you, I
monsters
don't
left.
know if there was a way to turn that around with just that
Yeah.
one normal summon of Effect Veiler. It was kind of rough.
For sure. Oh, we can even attack twice
Yeah.
now with the back-to-back. As it wasn't negated
This was a lot
by
of
any
damage.
means, so we can just close it out. And those are honestly the most fun duels when you just attack for game with their very own monster,
Oh, yeah, that's
ending
fun.
the game with their own card. It feels like a double win, honestly.
You take a moral victory as well,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
could
yeah.
matter here because they do need to play more games against each other.
True.
It is not the end of the series yet. We are up 2-1 for Team NSGL, but they do need to win 5 to win the match and the tournament. So we have more games to be played soon. And so far, I'm just surprised we see double Vanquish Soul in the finals. That's something, and they're delivering. I mean, they're drawing Holisu like it's their jobs, which is good.
Which kind of is their job as well
Yeah,
when they
as
are
a
on the team
Vanquish-
roster.
Yeah, I mean, as a Vanquish Soul player in a 3 versus 3 tournament, that is kind of your job. Like, yeah, if I'm teaming up with a Vanquish Soul player, I'm like, yeah, please.
I
just
think in
draw
the team draw match now, I mean, technically we don't need to get to that point because it could
now
be over
or
after
in
this.
game 3. I'm not sure when the mirror match is gonna happen.
Maybe we don't see game. Maybe we don't see the third set though if they
Yeah.
3-0 here.
Yeah,
never know.
possible. So far for team, it was just a Radiant Typhoon win on the one side, right?
Yes.
So their Vanquish Soul must have lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It did. I think... Yeah, they definitely lost for sure. Alrighty though, we are heading straight into that second set to see how this final 3v3 match is developing further, and Team NSJL, who are already in the lead, are going to be leading this second game as well.
That is a good start if I've ever seen one. Cool Tune Q and Rotary together, basically the dream combo. The question is, do we start with Q and activate the effect, or do we play around Droll and Lockbird?
We're not scared of anything, I'm afraid.
We are not scared indeed. Maybe you summon Ash Blossom here. That also plays around Droll.
So we've seen that earlier, and yep, it is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
I want to note that in the previous game, however, I feel like one of the main reasons why Vanquish Soul was able to take that was because the Cooltune player went for this specific play against Vanquish Soul to basically quote unquote add the Ash Blossom to hand, which made it a lot weaker into removal with the Holly Sue into Raisin.
Very true. So Duel A sees Bronas also going first for Team NSJL, and them already activating Fallen and the Witches on the first turn. That's a very minimalistic turn there, though, for Bronas. Let's head over to Duel A, because I want to see what is happening there in the end phase. They didn't produce any monsters on their field for the entire turn, and they are now setting the Fallen and the Witches. Is that it? Is the question.
To me, it looks like... we activated something and we got ashed on it, and then we chained Fallen and the Virtuous on our own card just to get some graveyard effects rolling here.
Sounds about right, yeah, for sure. Ooh. Radiant Typhoon, by the way, in Duel C. They once again successfully won the coin toss.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They went set for pass.
Oh, that's not what they do.
Can be enough, but it's definitely not what they do, as you say.
No, that's not what they want to do.
Okay, it looks like Wham is resolving here for Bronas in the end phase. We're sending Springen's Kit. I feel like a usual branded deck is already playing 10 one-offs. Bronas' branded deck probably is playing 25 one-offs. That's just how branded goes, or how Bronas' deck building goes.
And Pot of Desires.
And Pot of Desires.
Because it's not a joke, actually. He played that at German Nationals.
I saw it. I saw it. And he was happy with it.
I mean, he's always happy. To be fair.
That's true. I've never seen him not smiling. But let's see whether he will be smiling after this game.
I mean, considering, like, this is, once again, it's the same thing. Every time I see Branded play, and I think, like, oh, they're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And then they move to the end phase, and all of a sudden, this is a completely fine board.
Yeah.
This is a completely fine board.
Totally. Oh, let's go over to Duel C, because in Duel C, we said that only setting 4 cards for Radiant Typhoon is not what you want to see, but it actually was more than enough, as man, with all of those cards in hand, was not able to produce much. Ooh, oh, that's a tell, right? When you head into the main phase there with Radiant Typhoon Vision, I think you're guaranteed to see triple tactic talents here.
Yeah, well, we're ashing the Radiant Typhoon Vision anyways.
I'm betting my life savings on him activating triple tactic talents next. It's gotta be in there.
All right, I'm waiting.
There's no other...
Oh.
I mean, you would
kind of want
to do that first, right?
Yeah, well, you said next action talents.
I said next.
You said next action life savings on next action talents.
Well, lucky me, there's not much of a life saving in my life.
Oh, okay.
But here comes Crusea, which, I mean, after not playing the game at all on the first turn, certainly is an improvement for Lord. But how much more can come out?
Yeah, it looks like we had the Crusea already. We were just lacking a quick play spell that we can activate.
Sounds about. I mean, we used Mystical Space Typhoon on their card though, so we could have always made our Crusea live, but that would have, of course, been vulnerable to any kind of interruptions.
Because I'm sure the Radiant Typhoon Vision was the card they drew, right? Like we do agree on that. So they didn't have they had the Crusea already.
Yeah. They must have had the Crusea already.
But I mean, yeah, of course, if you have, like, let's say you have Mystical Space Typhoon, 3 other cards, and Crusea, are you really going to set one of your cards, Mystical Space Typhoon, to then just immediately get completely destroyed by one Ash Blossom?
Ha! Triple tactic talents! Who would have thought? We're looking into the hand of man here. To me, I still won that. Okay. Ooh. They have used Ash Blossom already. Retaliating Sea really isn't that problematic of a card for your deck, so Is this just...
It's funny because there's like basically nothing you
This-
care about here.
yeah.
Taking away Lupus is funny to me because that's the card you don't want to draw normally.
But I mean, at least that card was live this turn. Because
Yeah.
they have already
I
activated
mean,
the monster
if
effect
the
pass.
set card is nothing, I think it's just the forced release, right? Because they used Mystical Space Typhoon on a case for K9.
Yeah, they did.
So they literally have nothing. So Radiant Typhoon can just go for game here.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I cannot get enough of the dragon that divorced the dogma being summoned with 3 monsters. Like, that was
The
a
little
super
swirl where
polarization.
3 monsters go into it. Yeah, it's
just
crazy.
too nice. It's actually too cool. Radiant Typhoon chant now from Lord, grabbing that Megala, and honestly, when we summon Megala here, and then, oh, we already have the Phoenix in hand. I mean, that's more than enough already.
Yep.
That,
Well,
this card
technically,
being 3,000
This
is
is
crazy.
8,100. So, I mean, more than enough is technically true. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly what I said, and Radiant Typhoon is not losing a game tonight. That just keeps on being the norm. They keep on winning, and they're also able to defeat the Vanquish Soul K9 deck here. And that means also overall, Loot has equaled the score for a 2-2 record overall.
Which guarantees us a third set. Because no matter what happens now, we might have a 3-3 or a 4-2 situation, but we will not have an early finish to the finals. We will definitely go into a third set of games.
Which also guarantees us a Vanquish Soul Mirror match in the end.
It does, yeah.
So here comes Rindbram from Bronas, and in the end phase now, after already that super huge super polymerization into the dragon that divorced the dogma, we can now even in the end phase get it even further and diminish entirely what Nikos has.
Ooh, Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Search, the Fallen, and the Virtuous. And I mean, this is Bronas' turn now. 1 card left in hand for Nikos. This is a win for Brandon if I've ever seen one.
I agree. Like, the Fallen and the Virtuous is already crazy enough of a card, but then it also just randomly always being treated as a Dogmatica card
Yep.
that you can search it with this Ecclesia too is actually just ridiculous.
Yep.
It actually is such an insane card. Alrighty, here comes Psy-Frame Lord Omega. Are we just making sure and just using the effect maybe and just take that card out of the
I
hand?
think so.
Sure.
I think we're just trying to see what that last card is, just in case anything like a Bastille pops up.
And it is...
Holly Sue.
Oh, that's a lonely
Looks like
Holly
we
Sue.
drew no Vanquish Souls or not the right attributes.
That's a very lonely Holly Sue, not able to activate that effect. And now it doesn't need much anymore. Bronas are ready to win another game for his team.
All right, so this is a win for Bronas. That's going to be the 3-2 lead for Team NSJL. Let's go to Duel B and see what's going on there, as Typhon is being summoned in the Cool Tune Mirror match, which can often be pretty strong. Returns the back-to-back to the extra deck. However, we still cannot out this RS, it looks like. And it's big.
It is very big. But it to me at this point almost feels like we have seen more Typhon summons compared to Raze summons tonight. Like, that Typhon has been a stable stay in every game so far.
I mean, Typhon is a very strong card against Cool Tune, so it's not really a shock to see it come up.
Immediate Fawn and the Virtuous in the draw phase.
This is an interesting spot though for Shurek here, because the question is like, do you use JJ Cool Tune to tribute your RS?
You don't
Oh,
need
never mind,
to.
you have JJ,
You
okay.
don't need to. There
I didn't
comes
know
the
there was a
Kitchen
face down
Central.
JJ. Because if they, let's say they didn't have that, right? You have to make the decision of like, do I just punch with my 5000 RS or do I tribute it for JJ? Because if it works, then you win the game on the spot. But then if it gets ashed, you just tributed your big RS and you have nothing anymore.
Ooh, there is Effect Veiler though as the last card in hand for
But that's fine
Uphead.
now. Now you can just tribute the Q
Yeah.
for the JJ and that guarantees you a win. That's fine.
It is all okay, and this is our mirror match of the Q-Tune players, and for the third set, as we already said, we will have the mirror match of the Vanquish Soul K9 players. That third set, though, is going to be an uphill battle for Team Loot, as with this win, Team NSJL is into a 4-2 lead here overall, meaning they only need to win 1 out of the 3 games they're playing in that third set.
Exactly that. And I mean, it's been a good start to Loot's set again because they won the
Yeah.
first game, but then they lost the other two. So couldn't quite pull through and equalize the score in the end, but still not out of it yet. We started today, actually.
Yeah.
In the first round in top 32, we saw an upset like this. We saw a 2-4 into 5-4 comeback, reverse sweep, and this is what we're going to have to see from Team Loot if they want to win this tournament, unless, or if they don't manage to do that, then we're going to have a winner in Team NSGL.
We will, but it seems to be the theme that you could say the third player, the third deck, just saying that the Branded and Q-Tune are in spot 1 and 2 are performing well, right? Because we saw Enya Craft as the third deck going crazy. We see Radiant Typhoon here going crazy as well, winning 2 games again. Seems like that is just as it goes. Oh, we were part of the final match there as well. I love it. But here comes Bronas. Bronas, as the team captain, would be the one able to completely guarantee an overall victory for his team. And he goes first with his branded deck once again, which is such a solid start. And of course, Radiant Typhoon.
Yeah, I was about to say,
again.
look who's going first again is Radiant Typhoon.
Trigger Crusade and the draw phase. Gotta love to see it.
Okay, so we have Team Loot going first 2 out of 3 games. That's good news for them for the reverse sweep. However, Bronas so far going first uninterrupted. And there's a clip.
Hold on.
Okay. Going first and drawing Maxi. Okay. I see
He is
how you
just
get.
nice like that.
I see how you get.
That will be
Now, in
a
an
costly
ideal world,
summon.
you have mix with this clip.
I think we are living in an ideal world because Bronas just drew combo plus Maxi going first. So I think both players are just living in that ideal world, and there you see it.
I mean, there's, it's also, it doesn't really make that much sense to go for this clip in this spot if you don't have mix.
Yeah.
And, I mean, maybe if we get a lucky clip on something important, that could be neat.
What would that be? What be?
I mean, the thing
What's
like
the
Branded,
luckiest?
Branded can recycle everything, but something like getting rid of the Ecclesia synchro now would be kind of annoying.
Okay.
Getting rid of like the one of Mirror Jade, you need to recycle that before you can actually make it. Yeah, something like that.
All right, clip. That was the Dark Ecclesia.
That is the Ecclesia synchro. Okay.
Gone. There is ways to recycle it within the branded engine. For example, the Dragon that divorced with Dogma can put it back into the
Yeah,
extra
but
deck.
it's kind of annoying to having to do that.
For sure. We need to get to that point first, and Uphead also now with that Trackmaker search guarantees a good starter for the upcoming turn, but there also is Branded Fusion.
Yeah, I
Did we
guess-
even want to go down the synchro route when we had Branded Fusion on hand?
I mean, we probably did want to go there, but now that we don't have the synchro anymore, we're more than happy to go with the Branded Fusion line.
For sure.
And that's rough. That is very rough.
It just made the decision easier for Bronas, right? He was
Unless,
like, oh,
I mean,
do I do
maybe
this or
he
that?
also drew into that with the Maxi, right? We never know. He drew 2 cards.
True.
So maybe it was just a synchro line available in the beginning, and now we've been interrupted and we drew into Branded Fusion, so we're going that way.
Duel A also is such an aggressive field. Like those 5 monsters in attack positions staring down the
Yeah.
Vanquish Soul K9 player, going up against Vanquish Soul K9.
And now they're gone.
There's Saruja. Ay, ay, ay. Here it comes.
It's going so well for Team Loot in Duel A and Duel C, but they just can't. I don't think it's looking good in Duel.
It will be very
B
hard here in
here.
Duel B. Bronas is the team captain for a reason. He may not have the extended art Mirror Jade just yet.
You keep saying that
Yeah,
every time.
but he's still doing very good. I was trying to put it into a positive
yeah,
perspective, you know?
yeah. I get that.
No, but I mean, since that card is out only today, we gotta keep on mentioning it because it is also beautiful. And you were agreeing with me that it is probably the most beautiful card in the game right now.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I just love the extended art, so I think like it's probably and I think it's more beautiful than Dominus Impulse. So it's probably #1 Mirror Jade, #2 Dominus Impulse.
Yeah, seems like a fair rating. But we haven't seen the Dominus Impulse at all yet, though. Because have we even seen any decks really today that are naturally playing Dominus Impulse? We haven't seen Malice at all.
No.
I mean, we have seen Mitsurugi Raizio where you could technically play the card, but we didn't see it in fact there. So
Yeah.
we just didn't have, like, it's just not really the time for Dominus Impulse in Master Duel meta right now, is it?
We saw Luna Light earlier.
True.
That could have played it, but didn't draw it,
Yeah.
I suppose. There are definitely decks that can play it. Like, there's also, like, Fire Kings.
By the way, Duel A. Let's go over to Duel A. We had all those K9 monsters, and we had the Saruja draws.
Oh, we didn't find
But
a Vanquish
apparently
Soul.
we
Oh,
find
we did
zero
not
Vanquish
find a
Souls.
Vanquish Soul. That opener's not great now.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
How are we down to 2 cards in hand?
Yeah. All of a sudden, starting with that massive field of all monsters. And yeah, our opponent found the Vanquish Soul card most definitely here.
Ooh, I mean, you know, SP here and Ripper to cover an extender in hand. Not impossible.
Maybe they just activate start Stake Your Soul though. That will take care of it.
Stake Your Soul probably wins the game on the spot. Yeah.
Another Dragon that devours the Dogma from Brona's Bear through the super polymerization. He is just doing that non-stop, and that is now able to recycle the Ecclesia, as we mentioned earlier on, that was banished previously off the clip.
Yep.
But more of a focus right now on this game here right now. The Razen will be banished, and I mean, okay, so we can search Holisu. Holisu gets checked by the Ripper, so we need an additional extender, which could be also just any kind of K9 card, really, right?
Yeah, K9 cards. Jiaolong also works.
There you go.
Because you can
Search
go,
for
you can
Jiaolong.
go Holisu now.
Oh,
yeah, that
yes.
works. Yeah.
That works perfectly fine. How did Nikos not find a single Vanquish Soul card
That
out
is
of
very
all of
unlucky
those?
because it's like we got Raisin, Stake Your Soul, and Madlove, and maybe even Holisu if you have the right attributes.
And you gotta expect them to have the right attributes when they're going through so many cards, right?
Yeah, probably.
All right, Ripper is going to take care of the Holisu. Problem though, that card stays in the hand. Still an attribute that we can use for the remainder of the turn. And as just searched, we do have Jiaolong ready to activate its effect now to still get monsters onto the field. But, oh, man is taking his sweet time. Oh man, oh man. So, we haven't paid much attention to Duel C lately, so let's go over to Duel C and see how that Radiant Typhoon player is still standing strong for the team.
I swear, every time we've tuned into their games, it's always been this exact board.
They love it.
It's always been Totem Bird, Megala, Vararoon, Mandate, and 3 or 4 face downs.
That's what the deck does.
Except for that one time when they said 4 and passed.
And still won.
And yep, fair enough. Yep.
Here comes Radiant Typhoon Ascendance now. And usually when you just do that randomly in a chain, the next chain link you are going to see is a Mystical Space Typhoon, but not in that case.
Good call.
Must have been the card that they targeted Rico there, to be fair. Oh, I think I see SP Little Knight returning onto the field there in Duel A. Wait. That seems odd. Let's go over to Duel A. How are we in the end phase?
Because I feel like if they summon Jiaolong, right, and you don't have 2 fire monsters in hand, the Jiaolong just gets destroyed by the forced release.
Josh, it was enough. We stopped them. There's
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah, so I mean, if you summon the Jiaolong and you don't have 2 fires in hand, it doesn't actually do anything because it just gets destroyed by the forced release.
Reveals the
But
shifter.
One really cool interaction between Raisin and SP is that you can pick where you bring the Raisin back in the end phase. So, like, I think what they were trying to do was just go end phase, bring back the Raisin wherever they want. Now the Ripper is gone, and now they're bringing out the Jiaolong.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Question is, do they have 2 fire monsters? Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. But let's go over to Duel B, because Duel B is about to be over and is going to
Wait,
make
that might
sure...
be the last game of the set.
That's why I'm trying to go over there. Oh, wait, no, it's the turn of Uphat, though. Oh, that is a quick Ash Blossom, though. But the double Dragon that devours the Dogma plus Mirror Day. That's just so many attack points on the field of Brona's there already. This is about to be done. This is about to be over. I don't think we can get back from this. And it is the end phase. Okay, everyone.
Not
Buckle
the
up.
end phase. Wait, is that 2 different Ecclesias?
It is. Oh, true. Different artworks as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nah.
just for the funsies, we're going to use another
Wait, what does that
super
make?
polymerization. Is that Garura? Yeah, it could technically be Garura.
I think we can...
Just another
Oh,
monster with...
Grangrignol. No, of
Oh,
course.
fair, yeah. That does work. Bronas is making just some fun. His deck is so incredibly strong, so he can afford to just activate those super polymerizations like it's nothing.
Not the end phase self super polymerization. I guess we're getting retribution just in case of like a Bastille or something here.
Oh, and now he got beaten to it, because now Loot got to win another game because he didn't finish quickly enough.
Now it's not a 5-2, now it's a 5-3.
Exactly. Should have been quicker, should have just skipped the end phase there. But I mean, I understand. As a branded player, you cannot just go for your end phase without
one does
activating
not
effects.
simply skip his end phase.
Nah.
Come on.
But
That's their favorite phase.
Yeah, I understand it. I can relate. But here we are, crowning Bronas and his team NSJL as the tournament winners. Big round of applause and congratulations to them. That was impressive.
I mean, Bronas winning a Challenger Cup is just another day that ends in Y, I suppose. Well done, well played, Team NSJL. Also, everyone else, of course, in the tournament and especially in the later stages. Well played today. It was a pleasure to watch all of these games. I had a lot of fun today. It looks like a very exciting format. I can only repeat myself. My impression of the format that I shared before the tournament, I feel like it held up.
Yeah.
I think we saw a lot of good games. We saw a lot of back and forth. We didn't see a clear best deck in the format, I believe. I think all like Cool Tune, Branded, Draco Tail, even Vanquish Soul showed up. Radiant Typhoon showed up strong. Sky Striker was there. Even ENIAC Craft made top 4. There's a lot of different decks in the format right now. And I personally am looking forward to the World Championship qualifiers that we're going to see in a little more than 2 weeks happening in Master Duel, as of course this was basically like our kickoff to the Road to Worlds campaign as well. So it was an exciting one. I had a lot of fun. So yeah.
Same. I had a fantastic time. I hope everyone at home also enjoyed all of those high-class, high-stakes matches. If you want to get involved in those yourself, absolutely make sure to check out Challenger Cups, join the Discord, play in those tournaments. They are free to play. You can win cool prizes just by playing from your own home. So what else could there be to ask for, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Also, don't forget, of course, the Discord collaboration with the Discord quest to get yourself the Blue Eyes White Dragon avatar decoration. Stay tuned for infos on that. Without further ado, we hope you enjoyed. I can't wait to play with these cards on Saturday myself in Master Duel when I get back home. That's going to be a fun one. So I'll see you all then. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Thank you and Ibris for casting with me. It's been a fun day for sure. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye, everybody, and thank you for watching.